What do you want to... I'm streaming. What do you want to work on?
Let's see. I need mushrooms still. Let's just do that. Let's go finish up at Stella. Free loadout.
Okay, wait. Mushrooms, Stella. Okay. I also need med lab stuff. So we'll hit up either of those if we go there, okay?
We go there.
Also, I can get,
I want to level up my refinery next.
I have a medical
So
storage
toasters,
case, so I'm gonna bring that
motion
too,
cores, and
okay?
fireball burners. Okay, might as well. What'd you do last night?
I don't know, didn't I just stream and go to sleep?
I don't know.
What kind of
You left in a hurry.
No, didn't I stream till like 10:30? What kind of slop do you want to watch today? I can offer me versus Pisco. No, I'm done. Peace. I can't watch Pisco anymore. I'm sorry. It's too much. It's too much. Wasn't there... There were two things today on the docket. I don't remember what they were. Apparently there was a big Hunter Biden interview. Maybe. And then there was something else, but I don't remember what the other thing was.
There was something that he had to do today.
Oh, it was the Asmon thing. True.
Have you seen Asmon's motion on fucking YouTube?
Yeah, his YouTube has been popping for a
He's
while.
doing like 103 fucking million a month.
Yeah, his YouTube is insane. Yo, this room always has really good loot in these packages. I just got a purple. I'm just, like, I don't know why. I don't know if the loot tables have been broken or... Because it's not even, like, marked as, like, a rare loot room, but... Yeah.
I'm still grabbing durable cloth.
Oh my god! Am I grabbing durable cloth? No. Oh. You okay? Oh.
Reloading.
The only bad thing about this room is it can be like a spawn clusterfuck. I think only on solos though. Like people. Oh shit!
Merry Christmas, sir. Merry Christmas.
Oh, they've got the PvP hats.
Hope you guys
You
are
got-
having a
No, don't say anything.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I don't trust that guy.
No, it's okay. There's a big fuck off bot up here. There's too much smoke!
I didn't know what you meant by fuck off bot. We call him rape robot. Merry Christmas.
good work.
Thanks, guys.
Very good, very nice.
Very good, very good.
Good job, Moot. You fucked that
Just gotta hear
alarm
the
up.
fucking sound,
You
man.
fucked it up, dude. Okay. You guys just gonna leave this shit
That
here?
was nice, yeah.
I guess. I was
Guess people
like,
are just, they
whatever.
don't give a fuck.
Jesus Christ.
I couldn't believe that I saw that. This feels like a night raid. I'm getting just fucking blue after blue.
But is Buku Bucks, is that like a thing? Like racially, or?
Buku bucks?
You ever heard that term before?
I've heard of bukkake, never buku bucks.
What? Do you ever put on YouTube stuff on arc rating? When it's just fun. I will once Moody's with D&D.
Yeah, I'll be done soon.
This way, for the lobby. Those guys are making me nervous, bro.
I know, they got the fucking hats and everything.
It's the hats, man. Not good.
Thank you.
Okay, whoever packed these suitcases, they loaded them up.
Do you ever not pack your own suitcase?
No, what the fuck?
I feel like Peach could fucking dome me now because she packs my suitcase. It's like one of her, I guess, like chores, like when we do shit.
Okay.
I usually have her like pack my own suitcase, so I just am afraid that one day she's gonna get like mad at me and just fucking.
Wait. We're gonna kill this, okay?
We need to kill this
Yeah,
thing.
just don't block me like a fucking fuck boy.
No way, it's dead. Okay, good.
These things are like really easy to kill if there's
Yeah,
like
they
not
are.
like PvP bullshit going on.
There's another one.
Ooh. Ooh.
One's down.
Yeah. If you just like, when it starts to queue, you just like go around the corner and it can't hit you, right? It needs a good old smack. Don't. Okay, look for that battery. I hear somebody running.
Shredder gyro.
Somebody running.
Well, yeah, there's nothing I can do.
Hey, Raider!
Yeah, start begging his ass.
Why don't you just say hi, you know?
Ooh, ammo crate? Hold on. 16 shots. There's heavy ammo in there if you want it.
Okay. Also, this room is always,
Good loot.
yeah, like all the drawers. There's like a gun crate sometimes.
Light bulb.
What is you're listening to? They said Autistic Noises by Destiny. What?
Hello, Raider.
I didn't hear a response.
They shined at me.
Oh.
I don't see this battery.
It's here. Sometimes it's hiding up here.
Oh,
Top
I
of the
found it.
stairs. Oh, good job. Where are you going, short fat otaku? Any mushrooms? Are we banning Radiant again?
No mushrooms, but a ton of shit. You can still loot it. It's like lemon, seeds. I'm full. You have any light ammo?
Not for you, kid. And no, I don't.
Alright, let's get out of here.
What that guy call me? Saw a person down there, but they're friendly.
I'm calling it.
Hello?
Oh, he's got that kettle. I think it's the same guys. Apparently we're the only two motherfuckers on the map.
Did you ever watch the interview with Channel 5 and Hunter Biden?
Some of it. Oh! Okay, whew, close.
I'm hacking.
I'm hacking too. Have you noticed that the level up screen seems to be glitched?
The skill tree one?
I don't know how to explain it, but I think it shows a little bit more XP than what you either have or what it's giving you credit for. Because you'll level up sooner, and then when you go to use your skill point, you don't actually have it yet.
Oh, you know what? I have actually noticed that.
Yeah. Wait, why didn't... Oh, I have that. Okay.
I'm just freeloading. Fuck it.
Good. Because you're a fucking freeloader.
Oh yeah, you're using the Rattler? It's actually fucking good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, I like it.
Medical storage. Okay. Sure.
Oh, dude, this resin sells for a fuckload of money.
Wait, how much?
1,000 per.
Oh. Bro.
So I picked up 8 that run. That's 8K.
Oh, wait. Can you... How much do they stack for?
I mean, it's stacked up to 8.
Oh. Well, if you can carry like 10 or 20 of them.
Yeah, that's good fucking shit.
Mediation report dropped. Parties reached an impasse. Oh, cool. That's us.
I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. But really, though, I didn't know that. Are you allowed to talk about mediation now that that came out, or no?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Alright.
Where's the lawyer guy in chat? Somebody tell me. What?
It's me. I am your lawyer. Yes.
Well, there are a
Talk about
few
everything.
lawyers in chat. Maybe they know. Shut up.
My name is not Joan.
I would imagine mediating is going to be pretty difficult at this point, but we'll see. I feel like I just feel like my legal position is very, very strong. So, but who knows? Who knows? We will make it the good faith effort.
The good faith effort. Okay, I'm searching.
Okay.
What do you need exactly from this bitch?
Oh, drop things to everybody. Say hi. Shine your flashlight.
Hello?
I'm trying to stay out of the murder queues right now. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know. What do I need? The rusted medical kit shut. And then is it antiseptic? 8 antiseptic maybe?
Okay, I got a for you. Shooting. I'm dropping for you. It's on the ground.
losing.
Hey there.
I don't know if that guy was trying to peek me or.
How do you talk to people in game? Like, hey there?
Hold G and then you'll get like a scroll wheel.
Don't shoot!
Oh, I got a. Oh, that was you. Uh-oh.
Sounded like robot.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, they're shooting a robot.
Oh, it's a robot. Hold on. Oh shit! Careful. Oh, we got a PvP
This
here.
sounds like fighting.
We got a PvP over there. No, no, no! You're running it. You need to back up. We're gonna die. Chill. We got rape robot
trying to
behind us.
stay
We
away
got
from the
two
robot.
players behind us. Chill.
Don't shoot!
Why? There's people in the other room. I don't know if they're friendly or not.
Here.
Okay, whatever. Good luck. Go. Come on here. Did that guy out here die, or is that robot still alive?
I hear him.
If you kill robots, people think you're friendly. There you go.
What's up, counterpoints?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was wondering if Steven had a moment to yap.
Can we yap in like
Always.
an hour or so? Or what's up? Or what do you want to yap about?
Oh, sorry. Did you say an hour or so? I didn't catch that. I was.
Chat.
logging out
Sorry.
of chat.
Hold on. I'm out of ammo. I'm
One's coming from the
literally.
left.
Yeah, he's on the balcony up there. I'm completely out of ammo.
Yeah, I'm reloading.
And sorry, Steven, did you say come back in an hour?
What do you want to yap about? Give me that first.
Well, I guess the main thing is I wanted to ask you about the Epstein files because obviously like stuff has changed in the past 24 to 48 hours, and you used to say there isn't a client list, this, that, the other. The other thing that I wanted to yap about was like moral systems because I think I bumped into something recently that's worth bringing up in reference to tit for tat.
Okay. Fuck. How late are you awake today? I have.
Well, I mean, typically
do you
I'm
know
only
the?
streaming until
do you know the-
2:30, but I also had a really good day, and typically I'm not gonna lie, I lose like 10% of my audience to you every time.
Okay. Damn.
So I mean, I could wrap it up early and I could call later or something.
Well, I have a talk with the Paul guy at 2. I just remembered this. From like probably 2 to 4, but I'm free after that if you want to chat. Does that work?
Yeah, maybe. I gotta play the day by ear just because I got like family stuff and the holidays and this, that, the other. But yeah, like if you're focused on running and gunning in Arc Raiders as Gordon Freeman and you want to give that your undivided attention, then yes, we can set up a better time.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Come back at 4 or yeah. Okay. If you're here.
Yeah, or
Otherwise
record
tomorrow.
it.
Okay. I love you to come.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye-bye.
Bye, buddy.
Sorry.
Okay.
Those guys we killed the robot for them,
I know.
and then
They turned on it.
they killed us. Not cool. The Epic Centrist guy.
Mediation report. Oh.
What? I feel like I hear like 4 million sirens outside. Jesus. Somebody's getting blown up. Or they're coming for me.
Finally.
Finally. Ooh, yeah.
Get this fucking guy, man.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that and that and that. A couple of that.
So you ran out of ammo.
Yeah, but I didn't think we were going to be fighting. I didn't bring a fighting kit. I just brought a looting kit. Boom. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. I'm bringing
Agave is worth good money, too.
yeah, it's
1,000 each.
all the plant shit is.
Gotta sell this shit. Fuck that.
All right.
Expand the stash.
Ready.
I'm ready. Did you know if you keep rubber ducks in your stash, they show up in your radar
Doubt
menu?
it. Doubt it. Doubt it. But do they actually?
They do.
Well, that's cute.
So if you have like 50 of them, when you click your raider and before you go to your skill points, you'll see them everywhere. All trinkets too, I guess. Yeah.
Did you get the... Oh, no. Okay. You're getting mushrooms for the chicken, right?
Yeah, I'm getting mushrooms for the chicken.
Is that the last upgrade? Is it 3 pillows as well in this one, or?
I need, yeah, it's 3 pillows, and I need 1 pillow.
Okay.
How many times, guys? Just once? Do you think if it came out that Trump was having sex with 15-year-old girls on Epstein's Island, that anybody would give a fuck in the Republican Party?
I feel like pedophilia is one of those few things that you, like, it's kind of hard to do that.
I feel like they would just say, like...
Pedophilia is like the true invincibility tester. I would argue that, Milo Yiannopoulos was, at one point in time, the most popular political figure probably on the planet. For a very, very brief moment in time. Like political news pundit entertainer, and then the pedophilia thing nuked his entire career. He was wiped off the face of the earth. So...
Cooked.
Oh, 2
Fill the
levers. Wait, to the right, I hear. Hold on.
Do you want to fight, or do you want to...
They're bodies, so I... Oh, he's trying to peek me.
Shot him a few times.
Oh, I just got fucking domed. Hit hard.
He just threw a grenade at me. I just got domed.
Do you want to push him? I might just be one guy.
Ready?
No, wait for your shield, wait for your shield.
I'm certain it's 2. I'm certain it's 2.
You're certain it's 2.
I'm certain. Down 1.
I'm
Reloading,
going.
and I'm ready to push. Later, bitch!
Damn. Hey, you guys want to
Trump 2028, bitch!
2028, bitch. Faggots.
Whoa!
Yeah!
Okay. I think he might be mad.
A little bit. Where did I drop the fucking thing at?
Oh, damn. I wonder if they killed these 2 guys.
I do need a shield if you have one.
I got you, babe. Oh, I heard another fire go up.
Moss, ton of olives, ton of lemons, ton of other shit. Do you want any of that?
I mean, take what you can. If there's a ton of overtime, I'll see what I can grab.
Alright, so.
Am I here running in the other room? Oh yeah, running in the main room.
Do one last bandage.
I think that might be upstairs. Okay, do you want to extract?
Let's get out of here. Yeah.
Did you get a mushroom?
Nope.
Oh, radiant. Not looking good for you, buddy. Good job, mate.
Grape robot. Up and behind us too.
Oh. Wait.
So we-
One at a time.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Jesus. Sorry.
I have a lure grenade actually.
Nah, let's just, well.
Okay.
What is that? Okay, we're gonna deal with the one in front. Deal with this guy, guys.
Yeah.
Close the door when he gets ready to shoot. Healing. You should full heal because people could always push while we're...
I have no heals.
Oh. You have no heals. Are you sure? Are you bandaged right now? You are.
Bandaging?
Yeah, so you lied. You do have heals.
I lied.
You lied.
Problem?
Did you loot this shit?
I can really fit anything in my pockets.
Yeah, I bet you can't. You little bitch. Okay. Well, let's just leave then. Fuck it.
Let's leave it.
Oh, you got the hat.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I'm a warrior.
Shooting the robot. Because I don't give a fuck.
Hacking?
Good. You can slow roll? I didn't know that.
You can fat roll, yeah. Did you ever beat Dark Souls or whatever? Elden Rings?
What? I beat
expansion?
every Souls game, idiot.
You beat the expansion of Elden Ring?
Those don't count.
I didn't either yet.
Can you believe they fucked up the reactions on the Epstein stuff? Yep.
You can believe it.
Yeah. I can believe anything with this fucking admin. They're wacky.
You think the
Yeah.
Trump administration's bad?
Where's the Walter White gif? You got me. Okay. Or don't. Don't engage with what I said. That's cool.
Ignore too.
Thank you, Hassan. At least he cares.
Sure, I'll wear that.
Okay. Okay. Ready?
Am I ready? Not really.
Not really. Not really. Not really. Can you help me understand if there is logic behind Hispanics disliking Hispanics from a specific other countries? Is it just a difference in culture? Some cultures have problems that tick off others. Someone older that I know, conservative but not MAGA, asked to see the 60-minute Seacop video, and afterwards all she mentioned is that they remind her of other Venezuelans who were rude to her when she worked in immigration a while ago. Thoughts on 60-minute Seacop vid? Oh, we'll watch that today. I think it's only like 20 minutes long, right?
That vid was, it's like, yeah, it's 16 minutes or something.
There's a lot of weird stuff. Mr. Dexterous, are you a white male? At Mr. Dexterous, you're more likely to see donations, questions at Destiny.gg/. I watch all my chats. The Heart Part 5. Where's Part 1 through 4, by the way? Retard. Got him. Are we queued?
Yeah.
Finally. Base Canada for leaking that shit. So I don't think Canada leaked it. I don't know what's true or not. Or I might be just falling for a meme. But I read that CBS has like a syndicate agreements with other networks, and so Canada got it as part of the syndicate agreement, and they just published it, or it went on air or showed or whatever. That Barry Weiss is just fucking retarded. These people are all so stupid, bro. Fuck me. Thank God for Arc Raiders, so I can ignore politics.
Let's go to that location.
I am the chosen one.
Wait, where are you going?
Oh, hold on, there's a ton of shit to open here.
Oh my God, he really thinks we're gonna find
See, I got a fucking pillow.
Oh.
That's what I needed.
Okay. Is that Fudo? Never mind.
Sleep with.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm ready.
Well, this guy's ready too.
Reloading.
Nice. Now our friend is going to be shooting at us. You know what, actually? I don't give a fuck. Ready? I'm running it. Cool. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't... I'm down. Okay. In hindsight, maybe running it wasn't the best idea. Where would you like to die at?
I guess here. Just fucking go next.
Wait, let's find a...
I did save swap the pillow, thankfully.
That's good. See, I just wanted you to get that out ASAP. So you didn't find a better item to replace it.
Can you defib us?
No.
'Cause I got one.
Did you say fuck you? What?
He actually does. Thank you so much.
You might wanna... Oh,
Here, you defib me, I'll defib him.
Yeah. That's how many
He's not gonna defib us, Steven.
Do you think he's trolling us?
Please, we're dying.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Why are you being greedy? Chill, bro.
I'm not, I'm begging him.
You're being greedy.
Thank you so much.
That's his friend.
You guys are heroes. We should kill him.
No.
Steven, can you grab me? This guy's retarded.
Wait, don't...
No. now. You're villains.
No. Now you're a villain.
I don't think you're real anything you get. How many years is Adam? Come on, talk to me.
You're a villain. That's what you are. You're evil. You're evil incarnate.
Hi, call me daddy on these mistakes.
It's because they're European.
It's because you're Europeans. I bet you're European, aren't you?
I'm Irish, yeah.
Oh my God, Irish? I bet you're not even from the real Ireland. I bet you're from Northern Ireland. My ancestors from the IRA. I hope they killed yours.
Yeah, let's
Stop.
run YouTube monetization.
God damn it!
God damn it! What is wrong with you, man?
Is there even anybody from Northern Ireland? Do people live there? I don't actually think anybody is from there. I don't think I've ever met somebody from Northern Ireland my entire fucking life.
I think they just consider themselves British.
I don't know if anybody that's not in Britain proper considers themselves British. It's like calling basically Scottish people and Welsh people the N-word.
Well, then why don't they fucking move?
True!
If they're so fucking Irish, then go to the Southern Island.
It's full of sheep and cows? Jesus. So what, they don't do anything there besides bestiality? Just kidding. Stop! Okay. Okay.
Did you see the burger Dan was trying to pump today?
Burger? Oh. A Dan burger? A nothing burger?
The Kaya fucking shot caller burger.
What was going on?
It's stupid. It's on LSF if you want to watch it.
Do you use arc power cells for anything other than shield rechargers? Should I always just be spamming these as shield rechargers? Oh, I bet they're using some stupid
That's what I use them
fuck
for.
grenade, probably. He's talking about this. Guess which one isn't
Tucker, come!
collar trained.
The king has returned.
Okay.
The best train.
Oh, and
The
then
best
this. Wait,
train.
what? Isn't it? Aren't these all old, or what do we care?
No, the commercial's new.
Is it? How do you know it's actually Kaya?
Open your eyes.
It's a dog. Don't they?
He doesn't know.
Don't they kind of look similar sometimes, Dan?
Oh no. You don't. Steve.
All right, I'm gonna go take a quick shower before D&D.
No!
I have to.
It's
I haven't fucking bathed.
it's 1 o'clock. We can do one more run and then we'll do it. Let me hold on.
I'll do
I'm
one.
up. Yeah, do one.
I'll do one.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, you even drop party? Fuck you, bro. Fuck
Well,
you.
all that
Fuck
forward.
you.
I was gonna go take a shower.
Fuck you. Dead on fast. One game. I hate you. I hate you.
My
I'm
Am
running.
I slow?
I'm running.
Russell Brand being charged with rape
Russell Brand.
has been charged with a count of rape.
I don't understand if you're memeing. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
I'll post in chat.
Good memes. Good memes, Dan.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry.
Invited. Go.
Did I accept?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were making a joke. You know, like Russell logs? And you're like Russell Brand. I don't know what the fuck, but Russell Brand. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he's that's why he like did his whole Christian conversion bullshit. There was some article that somebody posted on him like 3 years ago or something, and then he converted a conservative in Christianity. So yeah, that's not that surprising. Remember, guys, the eyes. He had the glassy-eyed look when he rapes people. Okay, never mind. Come back in 15 minutes. Fucking Mootin.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Wait.
Wait, are we going down or are we going up?
I'm looking because you need your bullshit in the cafeteria. Let us go this way. Oh, just kidding. Actually, wait. Woohoo! Found 29 light bullets. Oh, wait. No, yeah, wait. This is a good way. Wait, are you following me?
Yep.
Okay. King. You getting shot at?
Nope. I'm just running up. This is actually a good way.
Yeah, because it's our... It's like the path, but the opposite. So it should take us back to where we... No. Oh, wait, what? Hello?
Robot.
Okay, we don't want to go in there also. We need to climb the ladder up. Wait, why can I not climb this? Oh, you have to double tap it. Good one. You hear that? Oh, there's a guy to the right. We just traded shields.
He jumped up.
His allies behind.
Downed one.
Cool, they're both dead then. Taking this guy out.
I'm shooting he's dead. Looting.
We're gonna get murder queued. I'm reloading on my shit. Hold on.
Alright.
You
I'm looking for
shielding or anything there, buddy?
images. Yeah, I'm shielding right now.
Finding that battery?
I'm looking. Said it can be up here, right?
Yeah. Where you like just ran by? Oh, here it is.
Okay.
Damn. Just because you stopped talking about Hassan?
Yep.
Got him.
It's that quick.
Okay, good luck. Pray for mushrooms. I'm praying for you. Wait, how many points do you need?
I mean, I only have 4, so...
Jesus. I don't know if this is actually better than just running that spaceport map. Because there's 3 guaranteed in that map. Assuming you get in, and you get in on the north.
Yeah, I mean, I think Radiant's retarded.
He is.
Alright, I mean, I'm full looted. No mushroom, by the way.
I don't know how often you've experienced this as a streamer, but the most annoying thing is when you're learning a new thing, everybody in chat knows more than you for about 24 hours, and then nobody knows more than you. Because everyone's fucking retarded.
You ready? Oh, you're not full loaded.
I hear people.
I do hear people. It's like above us, though.
Yeah, let's just dip. I got 25k. I gotta get out of here.
I have 30.
Oh, wait, this is closing now. Fuck. Unless it's open.
Like it's done?
Yeah. You got your... He's chasing him.
I mean, best way out loading, though.
Loading bay it is. We can go load up Dan's mom. Got him. Oh, that's a far run.
Yep.
I hear someone up above me. Like they were
Me too.
talking.
They're peeking?
They're peeking?
They threw a grenade.
Oh,
Yeah.
careful. Are they on the floor?
No, they're throwing another grenade. They're
I popped his shields.
yeah, one went up.
I'm throwing a grenade in there. He's shielding. He's peeking me. I'm healing. You don't have a grenade or anything, I'm guessing, right?
No, let me look. I don't think so. I got a smoke grenade.
This is. Do you want to just smoke him and leave or something? Hold on, let me loot this
This
guy.
is retarded. Yeah, usually.
Loot,
Yeah.
wait. Listen,
Pop
guys,
smoke?
let's just leave. Oh shit, shit, shit! Not this fucking camera thing. Okay, we need to watch our backs because they could chase us. Okay. Are you out of shield rechargers?
Yeah.
Wait.
Let's go.
Wait, let me save pocket. Just in case. Or you're just running it. Damn, did somebody kill the guy down here?
Triple ass.
He always spawns, right? The big guy? Oh, shit. Yeah, you fucked me. I'm down. Good job. I'm just running.
Yep. I'm gonna go call it.
Oh.
Let's get out of here, you shrimple bin.
Don't worry. 8 mushrooms every time, bro. Every time. 8 mushrooms. Every
Radiant be like, I got 20 mushrooms in 4 runs.
20 mushrooms. He's talking about his fucking
Surely.
I repeat, 10 minutes.
porn collection, probably. Got him. Biggest bottleneck in this game is your stash fills up super quick in a few runs. You have all kinds of crap. You have no idea whether to recycle for mats or sell it. Yeah, it's a. They need to do something different with the. Like you should be able to mark stuff for auto recycle. You threw that? Yeah, you did. Good for you, man.
Shrimple ass. Alright, to get out with 24k worth of loot. No mushrooms. Nothing I need.
Nice.
I mean, that's just a stellar run.
Guys, any corners and doors for shredders? Yeah, I know, but when the guy started shredding, I just went and shot him and it knocked him back, and then he came around the corner and... Because after he heard the noise, it shouldn't move anymore, but I think he heavy shot him, and then he came back.
I don't have heavy, I have medium.
Oh, then he medium shot him.
Alright, to beat contra points in your debate. Ciao.
Bye. What a fucking nerd. I can't believe this guy just left me. And Paul just said I can't play games while we talk. God damn it! Ugh. Ugh. What do I even need? I feel like all the shit that I need now is like I have to be in a team. Who the fuck is it? Hi, what's up?
Hey, how do I pop this out in such a way? Give me a second. I just need to get this set up for my chat.
Bro, take all the time you need. I got 52 minute for you.
52 minute?
52 minute for you.
The pop out is weird. Give me a second. Let me call you back, or let me jump back in. And how do I expand
Do
this?
what you
This is
need, man.
bullshit.
Do what you need.
This is so annoying.
You got it, man.
Thank you. I appreciate your faith. Let me call back.
You don't even
in
need to
one
ask permission. Just do it. What am I? I don't even know what I'm running for.
And then let me expand it. I mean, I guess I could just do this. This is fine.
Oh, I can get
And
those
then
stupid
I'll throw on
berries.
my camera.
Okay. If you did all the leveling up before, oh my god, it's such a fuck up. You get so many of these candleberries as like rewards for like just playing, and I had so many, and then my expedition cashed them all, and now I have to manually collect them, and it's the most poverty time fucking loot runs in the universe. It's so horrible. Sorry. Okay.
It's all good. You still playing Ark while we're yapping?
No, you have my undivided attention. It's just a VOD playing in the background on my stream that looks like me, but it's not actually me.
Okay. Well, all right. So I guess the thing that I wanted to ask is, we have the new revelations from today, and by the way, these are like with redactions. These are attempting to comply with the law, but obviously the law is not perfectly being fulfilled. And we're still getting stuff like Jeffrey Epstein writing a letter to Larry Nassar, another convicted ephebophilic sex predator, saying, oh, well, you know, the world is unjust because you, me, and Donald Trump share our love of young nubile women, but he's president of the United States, and we're, you know, we're in here, you know, being punished. You know, like is that not wild as shit? Is that not changing your calculation for the Epstein files?
What is the calculation that's changing? What's the claim you're making?
Well, I thought I've heard that in several streams, which I
Or no, I know
with
my claims, but I'm
podcast
curious
interviews.
what your claim is. I'm just curious what the big, because like there's a couple of big. Well, actually, let me back up and let's just start here. First, can you assure me that you care about this conversation ethically? I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. My bad. I'm done. Hold on, stop.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I'm stop. No. So there's some big claims. So like the claims
Did you Pisco me?
Yeah,
Was
I
that
did.
the Pisco me?
Sorry, yeah. The claims go anywhere from there was like the biggest one is like there's a huge blackmail pedo ring where billionaires and politicians are brought in, made to fuck kids, so that they're on the blackmail list and blah blah blah. And then this extends to like all politicians, celebrities, whatever else. And then there's like the middle claim of like Epstein had some men that were coming over and he was like providing underage women for them to fuck, and Donald Trump might have been one of these people. And then there's just like Epstein was, well, no, that's the strong one, and then kind of like the medium or weak one, I think, yeah. And I don't really think there's evidence for either of those. But I understand maybe your view is moved at least on the weaker one, if not on the stronger one. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so my opinion, I think the weaker one is pretty decently substantiated at this point. I mean, I have a mind map that I could show you if you would ever be interested in it. But effectively, we have like Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell using modeling agencies to recruit young girls from, flyover states in order to go participate in modeling gigs, party after that, and then those parties turning into orgies, and then for those people to be encouraged to sleep with rich and powerful men. And
Is
particularly with,
on that back
Sorry, go
on
ahead.
the last one or whatever? And I really two things. Okay, one, I view this as relatively apolitical. I think you do too, right? Like if well, I know you do, right? If conservatives or liberals were part of this, like we would agree that it's bad no matter what, right?
Yeah, anybody who's engaged in underage sex trafficking should be burned. It doesn't matter if they're a Democrat or
True, and people should never provide cover for those people either. Just kidding. Sorry, no, I'm not kidding. Okay, so there's that part, and then also I know that some people have very, very, very strong opinions on this. I don't think I've seen like strong evidence for it, but I'm not like super attached to anything one way or another. I swear to God. Okay, so if new stuff comes out or there's stuff I've missed, which there could be, then I'm like, oh, okay, whichever way. Okay, I'm just putting that out there. I'm not like married to a position on this. So I'm just saying that to ask that last part. You said that there was like a modeling agency where people are being drafted to go to parties, and then at the parties, those girls are being encouraged to like fuck wealthy people. Is this a thing that has been like super substantiated, or is this a thing that's showing up in like complaints and civil suits? Not to say that makes it false, but just that it's like just a kind of an allegation that we don't really have any proof for yet.
Complaints, civil suits, and victim testimony. That's the evidence.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Sorry, continuing with the theorizing, and you can poke holes in the evidence if you want. But so for instance, like Katie Collins is one of the people who described in detail like the recruitment and grooming process. She's one of the girls from a flyover state that was allegedly recruited into the sex trafficking ring. She also
Wait, real quick, just to be clear, this is not the reporter person, right? This is a different girl.
No, this is a alleged victim.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
And so, according to this alleged victim, and who knows what's hyperbole, who knows what's true, who knows what's real, we really just have her testimony. But according to her, what would happen, and she said that she voluntarily went to these events, being flown out multiple times. And this is kind of where it gets like groomy to me, is that she was like 14 or 15 at the time of recruitment. She was being flown out for real modeling jobs where she was actually getting paid to do work. And then once it was done, that's where things got kind of like, you go to the party, and then there's just the social pressure to drink underage, party underage, do coke, hang out with these rich and powerful people, rub elbows. And then effectively, you're kind of told like the future of your career is reliant on you being amenable to this orgiastic party scene.
Ooh, okay.
Well, and so, I mean, regardless of whether or not we have like really strong evidence, I mean, that does sound like if you were going to do this, that's how you would do it.
Sure.
And this also seems to be corroborated by other victim testimony. This also seems to be corroborated by, for instance, some of the details released today was that there was a party that this girl went to in Mar-a-Lago. She went to Jeffrey Epstein's house first, and then people were going to be moving to Mar-a-Lago, and one of her friends stopped her and was basically like, hey, we can't go to that party because that party is for girls who are interested in participating in an orgy.
So there's three really difficult topics here to disentangle, and depending on people's perspectives, they're going to want to acknowledge some or not acknowledge some, and that makes it really hard to navigate this particular story. So from in no particular order. So the first one would be like grooming women explicitly for like pedophilic purposes. This is I think we all agree this would be a bad thing. Or any minor, like under 18, regardless, right? This is not a good thing. 2 and 3 are going to be weird. So for 2, you ever watch House? My goated show. Wait, hello?
No, I'm still here. I was listening.
Oh, do you ever watch House, the TV show?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. There is a I just use that as a reference for like pop culture stuff sometimes. So men, it's a relatively recent phenomenon, maybe in the last 20 years, where we've like kind of said it's like really not acceptable to be talking about how like hot and fuckable like 15 and 16-year-olds are. So it doesn't surprise me at all if people were saying, I don't know if they would have. No, it wouldn't surprise me at all if like 30 years ago, like people were talking about, like when they say young and nubile, they don't necessarily mean like 18, 19. They could mean 14, 15, 16. And back then they might have even been like open about it. Not to say that doesn't make it acceptable. Obviously that's not good. So there's that at play, that like it was more socially okay for men to be creepy as fuck to younger women. And then the third thing is that an unfortunate reality that probably persists to this day, maybe not quite as strong, is that if you're an attractive woman and you're working in a field with a lot of men that are kind of like operating in that field, especially in more managerial roles, you're almost, I don't want to say you're expected to fuck them, but it's like almost always going to be like this thing that is always hanging over you, sometimes for a career advancement. So I guess all that to say, it wouldn't surprise me if a thing like this like existed in practice. I don't necessarily know if it would have been like Epstein is like, I'm going to recruit minors because I want to fuck kids or whatever, but more so that like I'm recruiting girls of all ages. I know these girls when they go to these parties and they want to advance, like they're going to be fucking, and I could set up, you know, friends or whatever might want to come here. Like, yeah, that like on its face, that's all like pretty believable to me. Yeah. Not that any of it's okay. I'm not saying that's okay. It's really bad. It's really gross. And even today, persistent forms, yeah, not good. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But so here's where the rubber hits the road for me though, because they, even if let's say that the cultural taboos around late teenage girls was different in the 80s and 90s than it was in the thousands, and let's say that male sexual aggression was also viewed differently in the 80s and 90s. Okay, I think that's like. Descriptively, you could just look at pop media and see that that's true. Yeah. I think in the 60s and 70s, an example that somebody brought up was that Richard Pryor apparently had jokes about Spanish fly, which was like a drug that you put in a woman's drink to, you know, basically, I would say we would understand it as rape in the modern context, but apparently just like drugging women so they were out of their minds was just a thing at the time, I guess.
Weren't there jokes on like the Cosby shows, like even related to like Quaaludes and shit? Am I making this up? Like, yeah.
Well, that's what Bill Cosby was accused of. He was accused of using Rofinol.
Oh yeah, no, Rofinol. Yeah, I know that he was accused of it, but I think that there were even like jokes about like, oh, you know, I put this in mom's drink and she gets a little woozy or whatever. Like I like it's kind of fucking crazy / disgusting / insane at kind of just what was acceptable, and to some extent even today for what women are just have to deal with in terms of like male sexuality. But yeah.
But where the rubber hits the road for me is that these people knowingly engaged in like criminal behavior. And what I mean by that is Alan Dershowitz in 1997 wrote an op-ed about why he thinks the age of consent should be dropped to 15, which basically just shows that he knew that the age of consent was 18. Some of the photos that have been released in the past 24 to 48 hours were Jeffrey Epstein writing quotes from the book Lolita on allegedly an underage girl.
Sure.
So I mean, there's no world. We could say that like.
I mean, we know that Epstein was like willing to have sex with underage people, right, below the age of 18. I don't know how low, but we know that, right? That's like beyond. I mean,
well, and the allegations go as low as 13, but it seems like there's like a threshold there. Although we also have testimony, maybe not testimony is the wrong word, but we have statements from Pam Bondi that he was engaged in like younger CSAM material, like he possessed pre-adolescent CSAM material. I think there's a quote into that effect.
Sure, but I would say I would trust whatever was in the indictments, whatever was convicted of. I wouldn't trust anything fucking Pam Bondi says, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Sure.
Well, right, but at some point, when, as an example, we have Alex Acosta allegedly flubbing up and saying that he never read. This is the prosecuting attorney for the federal district that was responsible for the original Sweetheart deal, that he never actually read the 40 sworn written affidavits from the victim. I think at one point he flubbed and he said like, oh, well, part of the reason why we prosecuted it the way that he did is because allegedly he had intel ties. Then we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, in photographs, partying with Epstein, hanging out with Epstein, socializing with Epstein. When we have Virginia Giuffre saying that she had sex with Prime Minister Ehud Barak, when we have allegedly Mossad agents using Epstein's properties for operations, like at what point do we say, oh yeah, there's enough smoke here for fire?
It's a good question. I think that I feel like you and me approach these things in a very different way. So I don't know if we're ever gonna see eye to eye on these. But I would need something stronger linking these things, just because the guy was so wealthy and so influential. Well, maybe not influential, but definitely wealthy. I'm sure this guy talked with fucking everybody. So I don't know if I would say that, like, are you basically saying that there was like a broader, like, Israel intelligence involved conspiracy to keep this guy out of jail or something? Is that...
Potentially, or he just flexed nuts that, like, oh, well, I have all this compromising material on a whole bunch of powerful people, and we wouldn't want that to go anywhere, would we? And, you know, maybe Mossad or CIA vouched for that.
I feel like the biggest thing that the hardest part for me to get over is why was he ever arrested and put in prison if that was the case? I've never understood that.
Because if it was so egregious and the feds didn't take action, the state probably would have. Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office basically said, like, we are horrified by the deal that the feds have negotiated, and, you know, that basically they took it off of our hands.
I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about like
differently.
Yeah, but you're talking about like the most powerful blackmail in the world wouldn't be able to make like a state case go away. Like, this is some real, like, renegade agent, like, I'm going off the grid and I'm really going after this guy. I don't care what the feds say, like, LAPD is taking care of this one. Like, it's not impossible, I guess, but it's...
Well, but this is where I like our system. So, so for instance, in the state of Florida, something that we were told when we were going through the police academy is that the state police specifically are hired and trained to arrest local cops. So if you're a local cop and you do domestic violence battery, or you get a DUI, or you get a traffic ticket, or you get into a bar fight, or something like that,
Sure.
You better pray that it's, like, let's say you commit a crime. You better pray that it's somebody from, like, the local jurisdiction who is friends with your chief who will help you sweep it. Because if a state police shows up, the state police are effectively trained to fuck everyone, including state attorneys, including prosecutors, including cops, because they view it as a viable anti-corruption measure to keep the state police separate and not to have them be part of the thin blue line.
Yeah, that makes sense,
I think
right?
It's entirely possible that state authorities wouldn't sweep for a federal crime.
But you're talking about, that goes the other way there, right? Like, it wouldn't surprise me that state authorities get that type of training, because local police dealing with local police is always going to be kind of like a weird conflict of interest. So you want the higher entity to deal with it. But like state police wrestling something away from federal police, it's not impossible, I guess.
No, I think it's unlikely. That's probably why PBSO, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, that's probably why they didn't do it, is because it went up to the feds, and it's up to the feds to figure out what they're doing, and the feds figured it out, and they wanted to keep their jobs, so they made a little bit of noise about it, but they didn't make that much noise about it, because technically it's not their responsibility anymore.
Sure.
So
yeah, go ahead.
But that's kind of my point, is that, like, we have the sworn written testimony of 40 victims for the federal case from Alex Acosta. We have Alex Acosta. What is it? He had like a 1.5-year prison sentence with work release, where he was able to go to his job. Then Alex Acosta, somebody would have to look up the exact appointment that he got, but as a part of the Trump administration, he got an appointment. And I think it was like Department of Transportation or something.
Or
like
Department
that.
of Labor,
And
yeah.
then,
Those were really dumb, yeah.
and then he ultimately had to resign because of the pressure, because of the public pressure.
Wait, did he?
And then not
wait.
just that,
He resigned because of that? Is that really true?
he resigned. How quickly did he resign? He only resigned a few months into his job.
But why would he have? How would he have survived appointment? I don't know if he. No, I think he was Secretary of Labor for 2 years.
I mean, I would have to look it up in order to get the exact details. But I remember.
Oh no! Following
that guy
Jeffrey Epstein's
effectively
arrest in July of
continually
2019
fielding-
on sex trafficking charges, Alex Costa faced fresh calls for resign. Okay, it was after he was arrested again. So okay, so but it was 2 years, and but it was after Epstein was arrested again. Then he resigned. Okay, gotcha.
Well, so Alex Acosta, but also the other thing that I find weird or creepy is we have these communications between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, where apparently once he was dismissed from the Trump campaign and no longer as good at boys with Trump, he got hired or accepted a job or suggested a job for Jeffrey Epstein of, hey, let's try to rehabilitate your image. And allegedly, that's where, these photos are coming from, where Steve Bannon is hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. But one of their communications and text messages was like, hey, you were the guy that I was worried about most during the campaign, potentially tanking the Trump administration.
Oh, I think I saw these a while ago,
texts
yeah.
back, he's like, yeah, I was the guy. I could have.
Sure. This is like the world's best kept secret, though, if this is the case. I feel like there would be...
Why would it be the world's best kept secret if we've already kind of known about it for 20 or 30 years? What are we talking about?
That Trump was fucking kids?
Well, to be clear, you said that he's, well, and we're being descriptive here. I'm not assigning moral weight, all right?
Well, no. Wait, hold on, wait. Wait, just to be clear, a quick thing. Fucking kids is bad. We both agree with that, right? Just as... Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think that what you said earlier is descriptively true, which late teenagers in the 80s, 90s, and 1000s and male predatory sexual behavior was
a lot more normalized.
differently.
Yeah.
Was culturally different. So even if it was illegal, it was perceived differently. So I don't think that when Jeffrey Epstein was throwing these parties or whatever, that everybody was going to the parties and they're like, ha ha, we're a bunch of pedophiles, ha, like they were probably thinking like, oh, I'm going to party with a bunch of attractive models and we're doing these drugs and we're doing
so
XYZ,
real quick, so while that's possible, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like necessarily...
Sorry, 1 second, I gotta mute myself.
Okay, fine.
Sorry, need to talk to the wife for a second. So,
yeah,
so anyways, the cultural perception might have been different even if the legality was this.
The reason why I don't like the wild goose trails, horse trails, what's the word I'm looking for? Goose hunts. Wait, what the fuck is the phrase I'm thinking of? I'm losing my mind.
Wild goose chases?
Goose chases. There we go. Not goose trail. Is because it's so easy to connect the dots and to make stuff fit. Okay, that's kind of my issue. But like, so for what you're saying here, and that it was more socially acceptable, like a guy saying that, like he would fuck a 16-year-old or 15-year-old, that would just be like a thing that a guy would brag about or whatever back then.
Or they would claim ignorance.
Well, I think they would just, brag about it. Because
Jeffrey Epstein himself could not have claimed ignorance, but if somebody was going to a Mar-a-Lago party, or a Jeffrey Epstein party, and they were like a rich and powerful person, and they were doing drugs and whatever, they could claim ignorance.
Sure, they could, but I'm saying like that would be all the more reason in my mind why it would have definitely come out by now, because even more people would know about it, because it's not like the person would even try to necessarily hide it. Whereas like today, they might be like really secretive about like fucking a 16-year-old. Back then, people in chat, I haven't looked this up, but people in chat were saying that apparently Jeffrey Seinfeld's fucking girlfriend was...
Yeah, he was
17.
17-year-old.
Yeah, when he was 38. Like I think even more people would have seen it if that was the case.
Sure. And by the way, this is where Megyn Kelly got in trouble, right? Where she's like, actually, it's not pedophilia, it's a phebophilia. Hurt to dirt. Like,
sure.
But that's where I think the modern instinct, maybe I'm being too progressive here, but the modern instinct that the reason why we have the age of consent is because, yes, people might be physically more mature, but they are intellectually and maturity-wise, emotionally, they're stupid as fuck. Like, we've all met 18-year-olds, we've all met 19-year-olds who've done this fuck. And then also, there's a huge maturity thing that happens between 18 and 25. And then not just that, like we understand that people will be sexual at that age, but that's why we have the Romeo and Juliet exception, where if you're within, depending on the state,
I don't know,
5 years or 3 years, then we don't care, because we just don't want a 50-year-old taking advantage of a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old.
Yeah, sure. Wait, I don't know what this argument is for. I don't disagree with any of this, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying is that attitude has shifted in the past 20 or 30 years, where these people knew that they were probably doing something illegal, but it was more socially acceptable.
Well, I don't even know if it would have been illegal, right? Like what? Like
Well, why would Alan Dershowitz write an op-ed to reduce the age of consent to 15 unless there was some law standing in the way of him doing this legally?
Well, and I don't know what the laws are today. I don't have my libertarian card anymore. But like, isn't somebody in chat put the age of consent in Florida was 16? Is it now, or is it? I don't know what it is now, or if it's 18.
We would have to take a look at it because basically, I don't think that a 16-year-old can hook up with a 50-year-old in the state of Florida. I still think it's 18, but I think 16 is like the Romeo Juliet stuff.
Maybe. I don't know 100%. I think the thing for the people that are talking about the ephebophilia, pedophilia thing or whatever, if I ever threw this up, which I might have, I think the annoyance that I had a long time ago, minor, I don't care that much, whatever, but is that when I heard about all the Epstein stuff initially, before I looked at any of it, I thought that Epstein was like flying out fucking like 8 and 9 year olds. I thought he was on some crazy pedophilia shit. 13 is really bad. 14, 15, 16 is really bad, especially if these are older guys. I think that I think it's fundamentally a different conversation, though, one that's still really bad. But I think it needs to fixate on how predatory and strange, especially like wealthy and powerful men, can be around younger women, and that can go up to through early 20s, depending on the environment. It's still really bad, and obviously in this case, if anything comes out,
200 years ago, Edgar Allan Poe married his cousin who was like 13 or something. I forget the exact details, but obviously, like our perspectives on maturity and sex and all that kind of stuff have evolved over time.
The issue with Megyn Kelly throwing up the ephebophilia thing is I don't think she's doing it to say there's a huge other problem that we should focus on. She probably is just throwing it up more as like a defense of the behavior, period, which is probably not good. Yeah, that would be my guess if she was.
Regardless of whether or not how she's intended it, that's obviously how it was read.
Sure.
Because what it seemed like was more stuff was coming out, and she wanted to make a differentiation so people could make moral excuses if powerful people had participated in the behavior.
Sure.
Even if that's not how she intended it, that's definitely how it felt.
Sure.
So, well, hold on though. So here's the thing though, is we have so much smoke. I understand that we don't have fire, but we have Jeffrey Epstein allegedly I guess confirmed in a lot of degrees.
Oh, there's also, just as a quick thing, because like fuck me. All of these words are so fucking loaded. Another thing that's a little bit annoying is when you say sex trafficking. My understanding, I could be wrong on this, my understanding is for the charge of sex trafficking is literally if you've paid for a girl to go or travel between state lines and then you have sex with her if she's underage, that constitutes trafficking. And I can agree in terms of like criminal stuff that would be like adequate to charge the crime. But again, a much different connotation between like this girl is like taken, is like kidnapped, drugged, and then like sent to some guy to go have sex with, versus like a 17 or 16-year-old was flown out for some modeling event, and then guys were fucking her too, and that was kind of the expectation. Again, not good, but one is like way more heavy.
That's actually exactly what Katie Collins' testimony is, because she went back after the initial event. So clearly there was some enticement of money, professional opportunity, clout, power. These were used as leverage because they I think one of the interviewer or whatever, or she just mentioned it voluntarily. They were like, well, why didn't you tell your parents? Like, why didn't you tell your parents that you were being flown out to New York in order to participate in orgies and do drugs and all this kind of stuff after your modeling gig? Jesus. And I think a direct quote from Katie Collins is, well, they if they had found out that that's what was happening, they would have never. And consciously or subconsciously, clearly what's happened is, even though she's being violated legally, even though her lack of maturity is being taken advantage of, she, in her youthful state, 14, 15 years old, she was hoping for clout, money, power, access, which is exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was using in order to get these girls to effectively volunteer to participate in this.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I get so triggered when I hear this, and fucking Doobie, the dipshit, try to pull this out. If a kid does a bad thing, it is very easy for that kid to get roped into doing more bad things because for whatever fucking reason, and I remember being like this, like it's just stupid. Kids, like the worst thing in the world is like getting in trouble with your parents. for some reason. You just don't ever want like mom and dad to find out you've done something bad. So like if a kid has done a bad, and especially an older person who's in a position to flip that on them knows it, you can leverage that into getting the kid to continue to do bad things, especially if the kid ever thinks that they benefit in any way, size, shape, or form. So if you get one of these young girls to fly out and do some gig or whatever, and you know she also had sex with an older guy while she was there, like it's probably pretty easy for those men, not only offering her future opportunities, but to, you know, to say, well, you know, if any of your parents find out, like your whole shit is over, they're gonna hate you. Like, yeah, that's, and anybody that questions that is such a fucking retarded piece of shit. Like, kids can so easily be manipulated and shit like that because they're like the number one concern in a kid's life is getting in trouble. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, and well, and that echoes, of course, like I treat, you know, as a former law enforcement officer, I treat testimony as something that can be used as evidence, but always needs to be corroborated. Sure. And so, as an example, something that goes along with what you just said is that there was a girl in Palm Beach who was hanging out with Jeffrey. I don't remember the exact details, but it was one of the FBI reports. And effectively what happened was Jeffrey Epstein like stole photographs, like bathing suit photographs, model posing photographs of this girl's sisters. And she thought it was super creepy. Mm-hmm. And then not just that, he was asking her to take more like nude or semi-nude or bathing suit photos of other girls like that she knew. Mm-hmm. And she reported that to law enforcement, but like what she reported Jeffrey Epstein said when she was thinking about going to law enforcement is, you better not tell anybody, because if you tell anybody, I'm going to burn down your fucking house.
Sure.
And so that's like where there's this threat of coercion. And this is a time before cell phones, audio recording, video recording. Mm-hmm. It's infinitely more difficult to corroborate these statements,
especially from a kid. Yeah,
compared to now.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
We don't have like as far as I know, there's not a serious contention besides the fact that I think there's a shitload of smoke to the point that I'm more willing to believe more extreme claims, and you're not willing to do it without hard evidence. But I mean, this has been our dynamic through several.
Sure. It also depends on like what type of like accountability are we looking for. Like I think it is probably important to protect the criminal standard. I think is totally fair. To say that like, well, there's probably not enough here to like indict somebody on a crime. But, like, there are civil cases that these people are, well, they can't bring up against Epstein, I guess. People have brought up against Trump. And then there are, obviously, our public accountability standards, right? Like, should Republicans support Donald Trump if they feel like he was kind of involved in this type of stuff, or if so many men look the other way? But, yeah, I really do feel like young girls is, like, the slavery of our, like, past generation, where you look back on it and, you know, in our current day, it's like, Jesus, can you really own slaves? Like, that's crazy. Did anybody support that? And, like, I think to our credit, like, socially, we have progressed quite a bit on some male-female issues, and one of those issues is just, like, how acceptable it was for people, like, who are directly in positions of, like, employer relationships or, like, talent management relationships to be fucking, like, very young girls. It's very insane. Yeah.
Well, yeah, look at That 70s Show, which was made in the thousands, but it was documenting the 70s. Or look at, what's the one with Al Bundy, the shoe salesman? I forget. But the whole joke is that Al Bundy's boy is like a gooner creep who can't get laid.
Sure.
And then Al Bundy's daughter is like a hot teenager. Like
sure.
that's the entire series of jokes, is like the sexual weirdness of teenagehood.
Yeah. I remember watching a movie, I think a year ago, called Waiters. Have you ever seen this before? It has Ryan Reynolds in it.
Wait, hold on. Waiting?
Oh, Waiting, yeah. And I think, like, isn't...
Oh, I fucking... Yeah.
I think one of the running jokes for this whole thing is him wanting to fuck the 17-year-old, like, server girl or whatever.
The hostess.
Yeah, the hostess. I don't know if he does at the end or not, but, like, the whole joke is, like, it's like, it's her birthday in 3 days, 2 days, what? And this is, like, a hilarious guy. And this is, like, a 2000s movie, I think, right? Like...
Well, in Monty's defense, and I do encourage people to go watch that movie. In Monty's defense, at the end, he doesn't do it, but he tells everybody, or he tells her, because she wants to hook up. Mm-hmm. He tells her, if anybody asks you, tell them I broke the law twice. But if you want to hook up, let's wait. And so, like, yeah, it is a running gag that the 17-year-old with 363 days wants to hook up, but Monty knows it's illegal. Yeah, it's 90 minutes of that.
Sure. What are you talking about?
Anyways,
Wait, are you talking about the movie I'm talking about?
Yeah, Waiting with
Okay.
Ryan Reynolds and also Jason, whatever his name is, and they're both serving in a restaurant.
Yeah. No. Okay. You keep saying Monty. Is that just
stuff.
the name of the character?
Yeah, and also
Okay,
like
I don't
the
remember
way
that.
that they play a game is by flashing their genitals at each other.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean it's probably the most accurate restaurant industry movie I've ever seen. But all right, moving past that. So I think all I wanted to talk about was I wanted to see, for me, I'm willing to believe more of the extreme claims because of the evidence that's out there, because where there's smoke, there's fire. It seems like you're still being very casual, that you just, not casual, but you're still, you want to see the evidence before you make broad claims. And then the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, I guess, is like moral systems, because I wanted to articulate this to you because I think I learned something recently.
Sure. And then one quick thing, and then we can
Unless you have more Epstein stuff, we could talk about more Epstein stuff. I was just saying.
Just one quick thing I wish that people would kind of like keep in mind. One of the reasons why I don't like to view the Epstein stuff is, for what Epstein did in terms of fucking that many young women or bringing that many young women around is maybe exceptional, but like people should be aware that like that male behavior was not that exceptional back then, and a lot of it unfortunately still carries over kind of today in some ways, and I think people need to be more aware of that sometimes. Not to take away from the badness of it if it's happened, but to like that people should be aware that like there's still this like very weird like sexual expectation that can be placed on women in certain industries, or that young women. I remember it was some actress who did a whole thing about how like she felt like she was getting jobs over better actresses just because she came in and she was like 23, 24. I think it was the woman who played the Catwoman in The Dark Knight Rises. I always forget her fucking name. But
is it Zoe something Kravitz?
No. Dark Knight Rises. Anne Hathaway. Yeah, I think it was an interview from her a while ago. But yeah, so it's not good, and it happens, and it shows up a lot, and it's not just by like creepy pedophile old men. It's unfortunately built into like a lot of industry stuff, and it's not good. But yeah, okay, go ahead. Moral system stuff, yeah.
And all you have to do is you have to watch Pop Media at the time. Another one that people could reference, which I think is interesting. Go watch the original American Pie. Effectively, the original American Pie is like I would say it's a encapsulation of the sex culture of the 2000s for wrong or right. And the climax of the movie is like digital voyeurism.
Sure.
The climax of the movie is he's trying to hook up with the hot foreign exchange student and live stream it to his friends, but he accidentally sends the live stream key out to everybody. And so, as a result, everybody's committing like a digital child porn crime. And it's all done for a laugh.
Okay. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. So anyways, and obviously difference between teenagers and kids, blah, 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 blah. But the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is the moral systems, because this is something that's come up repeatedly, which I'm sure you're familiar, but I'll ask anyways. Are you familiar with like the difference between like, and I'm probably going to fuck this up, but dignity and honor culture?
I've heard the term honor culture before. Generally is associated with cultures in high poverty, where the only thing that you have to represent your honor is your name and your reputation, and it leads to a lot of like physical violence and fighting because it's the only way to assert yourself, because you don't have like a material way to do so. I don't know what dignity culture is, unless it's the same thing.
No, I mean, that's the way that I understand it too. Bear in mind, I'm going to use lay definitions. So honor, I think the way that I would define it is it's esteem, right? It's like social esteem. There's an internal sense of honor. There's an external sense of honor. And so it is kind of like perception of the community over how virtuous you are. And so as a result, you can gain and lose honor. And so when somebody violates you, let's say they have sex with your daughter, or they beat up your son, or they kill a family member, then your honor has been insulted, your esteem has been insulted, and so you must respond, right? And then we have different ways to respond to that. Okay, so using that definition, I'm probably using this incorrectly from a sociological standpoint. However, I would say what I would call barbaric retributive violence and eye for an eye are rooted in honor culture, and I think it's important to distinguish them. So do you have any objections so far, or are you okay if I continue distinguishing them?
I don't know how heavily historically I would agree, but for the purposes of conversation, yeah, sure, yeah. I don't know, yeah, I don't know enough to say, but yeah, sure, okay.
Okay, so the way that I would distinguish these things is barbarian retributive violence is that somebody kills a member of your family or something like that. Let's say it's the Viking days. And in response, you just like slaughter their entire family, kidnap all the women, enslave all the children, this, that, the other.
Sure.
And so that is barbarian retributive violence because the punishment is not proportional to the original offense.
Sure. Wait, can I ask real quick, where are you getting this from, or where did you stumble on this?
Weirdly enough, I got it largely from a community member of yours, Reason Riffs. We talked about tit for tat.
Gotcha, okay. Okay, go for it. Yeah, I'm listening.
So eye for an eye, I think you might have said this, by the way, is that eye for an eye is technically a step in a more just direction, because if somebody pokes out your eye, you're either entitled to poke out their eye, or you're entitled to some kind of compensation equivalent to that of your eye.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to put this aside, and realistically, this is all in the backdrop of the doxing drama, but I want to continue because there's two other points that I want to make. So in reference to dignity culture, I think it's argued that the United States is a dignity culture, where we believe that every human being is entitled to a certain amount of dignity, including bad people and our enemies. Do you object to anything I'm saying?
Yeah, everybody has rights, basically, yeah.
Okay, and then within dignity culture, I think there's tit for tat, and I think that there's turning the other cheek. And so I'll start with turning the other cheek because I think it's the least morally probable. So turning the other cheek is operating with another person in the ultimate good faith, where effectively, like, let's say that you slap me on the face. Well, I go, well, damn, we're, both brothers or sisters in Christ, or maybe you could become a brother in Christ, and you have hurt me, but I'm not going to hurt you back because ultimately I want to seek cooperation with you in the future. And so I'm not going to hurt you back. Any objections so far?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And then tit for tat, what I've heard you argue, and I've heard other people argue, is that you can't constantly turn the other cheek, because if somebody slaps you on the other cheek, or slaps you on the cheek, you turn your other one, they slap you on the other one, you turn it back, they slap you again. Well, very clearly you're not getting that positive reciprocation. So within game theory, what you do is you impose not the same consequence. It's not eye for an eye. It's not that, you murder one of my family members and then I murder you, or murder one of your family members. It's basically like, I get that person, I get whoever you hired to kill my family member, I get them incarcerated. Sure. Or I get them fired, or I get them this, or I get them that.
Yeah.
And so there is a negative consequence to your bad behavior, but then 5 to 10% of the time, I engage in turning the other cheek, hoping that we can build a reciprocal and positive relationship.
Sure. This is like, I'm sure you guys talked about it, right? This is like tit for tat with like 5% forgiveness built in or whatever, yeah.
Right. So, okay. So we've landed here descriptively. I think I've articulated the ideas where anybody with above 80 IQ could understand them. The reason why I think Israel is catching shit is because they're not engaged in eye for an eye, turning the other cheek, or tit for tat. Based off of this model, they're engaged in barbarian retributive violence. And then also I would say the reason why a lot of your critics, even if I don't necessarily agree with them wholeheartedly, the reason why they're critics of you and DGG and doxing is because you're not engaged in turning the other cheek. You're not engaged in tit for tat according to them. You're engaged in barbarian retributive violence.
Sure.
I mean, that's it. That's the whole argument.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I can see where people are coming from. I think the main issue, there's like this third layer that exists now that we have to talk about a lot today, because the ability for us to have an incorrect view of the world in some ways is like stronger than it ever has been, because you can make shit up, put it online or whatever, and you have the ability to do that in ways that maybe people in the past didn't quite have the ability to do that. So one of the biggest issues that I'll have when it comes to communicating like what's been done to me is that it's a lot of stuff to keep up with. And then typically, just because of the way that the communities kind of like function, usually the only type of response that I can do is probably going to be fairly direct, fairly brutal, and fairly easy to understand. I don't have like the same type of, I'll call it like snark communities that can operate symmetrically with other, like, I guess I call them snark communities, like Justical or whatever, towards me. So it's very easy for them to play the plausible deniability game on everything. And then for me, obviously, I just own anything that I do. So yeah, the perception is, building to what you're saying, the perception is that like, oh wow, like Destiny is being really unhinged against this person, and you can't prove that, for instance, like they've done anything like unhinged towards him. So it can come off as disproportionate. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I mean that was the main thrust of it, to be honest. And at the risk of repeating myself, the way that JStock or Doobie or Queeman or anybody who you've said like, hey, if these people get doxxed, that's based or whatever.
Yep.
The whole thing is they're appealing to almost like an individualist sense of dignity culture, which I do find sympathetic. I do think ideally we would turn the other cheek. I do think ideally we would engage in tit for tat. However, they're appealing to that sense of dignity, whereas I think what you're kind of saying is like, listen, man, like these people are doing barbaric, fucked up shit to me in a collective sense of maybe it's not Queeman, maybe it's not JStock, maybe it's not, I can't think of the third person, but effectively like the swatting, the doxing, the digital harassment, the porn leaks, this, that, the other. You're effectively at the mercy of an army of digital schizophrenics, and you don't really have a clear way to punch back, which is why you're doing what you're doing, or at least that's the steel man from my perspective.
Yeah, I do think there is an interesting phenomenon, though, when it comes to like ongoing harm. You would agree that the punishment for punching somebody shouldn't be execution, right? Like we shouldn't put somebody on death row if they punched somebody, right?
Right. Yeah, it has to be proportional.
Yeah, but let's say somebody punched you, and then let's say they said they were going to punch you again. And you took out a gun and you're like, stop, or I'm going to shoot you. And they're like, I don't care, I'm going to come and I'm going to punch you again, right? You could argue, right, in these circumstances, assuming it's not a 2-year-old child or something, right? That like, okay, well, you probably could, shoot this person here. You could defend yourself here, right?
Yeah, that's the basis of self-defense.
Yeah. So I think it's an interesting world when we're talking about like ongoing harms. I think that the calculation for like what kind of retribution, it's not even really retribution, but what kind of like action is justified on the other end, I think changes quite a bit, right? Like if I was doing this in response to like stuff that they'd done a long time ago, I mean, one, I just wouldn't. I just don't have the attention span for it. I don't care. Then I think that the argument would be a lot different there. And then two, if the other party was looking for any type of reciprocation, I think it would be different as well, but like they're not, right? The other parties basically deny all wrongdoing, ascribe to me way more wrongdoing than any of them have ever been able to substantiate. And then as a result of both of these things are able to like indefinitely justify like a continued, real life harassment campaign that I think is a little bit unhinged. Yeah.
But then the plausible deniability enters in because we're treating these things, I guess, in this like collective responsibility sense. We're treating them as tribes, where effectively and I've heard you argue this in the past, because there's cross-pollination between the Snarker Discords and Kiwi Farms and Doxbin and this, that, the other, of the people who are constantly saying Steven's a bad guy, he needs to get taken down, he needs to be canceled, he's done all these evil shit, he's going to do evil shit in the future, fuck him, blah 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 blah, let's ruin his life. Even if they're saying that on stream and they're not individually doxing you, harassing you, swatting you, etc., you're going to hold them responsible for the outgrowths of that, which is dox information, swatting, and harassment.
Well,
and their argument.
Well, a couple things. Yeah. So firstly, I no longer buy this argument. I'm too charitable. I'm still too charitable, really. But like, I no longer buy the argument of like, my community just happens to resemble one-to-one every single unhinged person in this other community. I think the overlap is, if not intentional, like every person in these communities is aware of it and they are okay with it and supportive of it, and they all like play into it and feed into it. So like this idea that like, oh, we just happen to be in some of the same places, I don't accept that anymore. I think that's crazy. Number one. And then number two, my issue is not with people who are just like critical of me or who speak up about me or whatever. I know that people like to present it that way because it underplays or downplays their actions and it makes me look insane. It's people that are either fostering or hosting communities or who are actively participating or encouraging what I would consider to be some of the most insane, like, real life harassment shit that you can basically get to, up to like visiting me in real life. So when you have, like, for Gesticles Discord, like the easiest example to point to recently, and there are others too. Kelly can actually talk about some of these. But like when you're contacting people that are part of my court case and you're shooting all these emails on the Discord server, and like everybody is giving you thumbs ups over it, like, some people like Justical tried to wheel this one out. Oh, well, Destiny's just post hoc rationalizing this. Like, that didn't happen until later. And it's like, no, this is one action in a long chain of actions, but it's hard to point to the other ones in particular because of how, they do try to ban the outright stuff. But it says something about your community. If every single person in your community is like totally fine with that and is jumping on board with it, it's probably not the first time they've done it. It probably has been, as I've said, like a long history of like this type of behavior. Yeah.
Well, so then the example though is kind of the counterexample that I've heard brought up is that Rose allegedly, right? And if you don't want to get into specifics, we don't have to get into specifics.
Go into whatever you want. It's all public filings now.
But effectively that like Rose, like early in the court case, at least as far as I understand it, we didn't know the difference between Rose and Solo. You didn't necessarily have any more contact with Rose. And so doxing her information or putting her information out there so she could be found was, in their opinion, a barbaric retributive action because you didn't know whether or not Rose was an innocent party.
Yeah, but like
they
that to be clear, I didn't make sure you understand this. That's not a good faith argument. Nobody really believes that, right? That me looking for this person I have no idea. I don't have any leads on who leaked anything. I don't know what. The only thing I know is the Rose person that I spoke to that Solo allegedly said just gave her his account. Now, I didn't know at the time if that was necessarily true or not, but I have nothing to go on for somebody who has, I would say, pretty egregiously, probably in a harsher way than anybody in the history of my entire life has like aggressed on me. I think I'm kind of within my rights there to do whatever I can to try to find this person. I think that yeah.
Okay, within your rights, but then the path of least harm would be like hiring a PI, right?
Yes. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Can you wait. Can you hold on? Wait. Can you send me a? Are we texting or whatever?
Have
we ever texted before? Oh, wait. Hold on. Or actually, wait. Give me 1 second.
If you don't want to get into specifics, we don't have to get into specifics.
No, we can get into anything you want. It's annoying because another thing, I'm only doing this because I'm talking to you, okay? Because these people don't care about like the facts on literally any of this fucking bullshit. 1 sec. I'm trying to think of what this I did hire a private investigator and they couldn't find anything. But no, do be a Jessica. Nobody believes me when I talk about any of this shit. Oh, here, 1 second. I just want to send you a fucking like this. They basically ended up fucking ghosting me after I paid for their services. Here, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. And I asked both my law firms to look for this person, and neither one was able to locate them. I just want to send you this just so that fucking somebody sees this, because it's the same stupid shit gets repeated over and over again, right?
Okay.
But this is you can look this
up. I
would
take it on good faith. I know other people.
Well, no, you don't. I don't care if you do it or not. But I just saw somebody who's seen that. I've sent you like this is my. Oh wait, did I send that to you or did I send it to myself? Oh wait, hold on. I'm coming, Paul. Hold on. Here you go. Okay. You see this, right?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to move you off screen. That way I don't expose all our other private messages. And I'm going to look at it on my phone. So give me a second real quick. I just want to make sure that I don't actually expose our other messages, our other private messages.
True.
All right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
I see it.
Just verifying that. Yeah. Okay.
And I also see the date.
Yeah. Oh, long time ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yep. True. I didn't even think that. Yeah. So yeah. So I did try to do this. I know that everybody says I didn't, and it's all because. But like, no, yep. You heard me talk to Doobie. No matter what I say, like these people aren't interested in the truth. They have their idea about me being some, whatever crazy abuser trying to fuck this girl or whatever. Yeah. And that's it. Yeah.
yeah, if I could just articulate for that chat without, saying anything specific. Effectively, I see the date, I see the time, and I see some communications at what looks like hiring a private investigator with things that I would expect out of hiring a private investigator.
Yep. Which is also why I was annoyed when Pixie put in her filings that they spent money to hire a private investigator to find this girl. They didn't. They just got it from Kiwi Farms. And now I know that because it was the person from Justical server that emailed them and then threatened basically the girl to get her to email Joan as well. So, yeah.
Well, okay. So what I want to say, though, which, is saying this as a online and slightly IRL friend of 5 years now. So I guess the reason why, I know that you're pulled between many forces at all times. And as an example, people want you to have a schizophrenic personal life because it's entertaining. It's entertaining. It's fun to talk about. Whenever something pops off, I mean, I'm guilty of it too. We call it the Destiny dick watching traffic helicopter, because the easiest way to get a few hundred live viewers is to cover personal drama, in your life, right?
Sure.
And it's an easy way to make money. It's an easy way to get a larger following. But, as your online friend, I don't want to see you hurting yourself for the entertainment of the chat.
Yeah.
And so...
And to be clear, I'll reiterate this for the billionth time, although I don't think you believe me, but my audience knows that my personal life has been pretty divorced from my stream for the past 2 years. It's been significantly less than it ever was in the past, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, but then what I was going to say in reference to that personal life is divorced from the stream. I want that to continue, I suppose.
Yeah.
But then but then also in reference to dealing with these anti-fan communities, if we're talking about you participating in barbarian retributive violence, I mean, maybe that we can envision an enemy.
To be clear, I wouldn't consider what I'm doing barbarian, whatever. I think it's pretty eye for an eye in terms of, yeah.
Okay. Well, if we want to classify eye for an eye, I think that your critics are categorizing it as barbarian retributive violence. But regardless of what it is, sometimes barbarian retributive violence could be justified, right? Because if there was, let's say that we're barbarians and this is like caveman days. Let's say that there is an aggressive tribe that continues to attack you. Well, if you keep doing reciprocative penalties and they keep trying to take you out, then all you're doing is you're tolerating somebody who wants your destruction. And so,
sure. Although I will say, let me just say this, one of the things that I look for when I'm seeing how true a person's claims are, especially when it comes to fear, is I'm looking at how the person is behaving or acting. And I hear this thing a lot brought up about DGG and how terrifying my community is and all this bullshit. And I think my community is basically terrifying if you're a friend of mine, because then you care about what my community thinks. And if you say something they disagree with, they're fucking retarded and their hate threat is way more aggressive than it needs to be. But that's about the extent of terrifyingness that my community goes to. And when I asked Doobie, what's an example of my community real life harassing somebody, the only example he could give me was Darius apparently going to the wrong house for Ryle Kitten House. And Darius is retarded and does his own shit. And then he had a video of Darius walking up to Lauren De Laguna on the street and talking to her for 30 seconds. It's fucking retarded. And then when I look at the behavior of the other communities, well, it seems like all of them still spam talk about me. All of them were still spamming streams on me. All of them were still cross-posting emails that Saba guy was sending to my attorneys, to opposing counsel attorneys, to victims in my case. All of this stuff, it doesn't seem like there's much fear on their side. It doesn't seem like they're really that afraid, despite how horrifying, the doxing and everything else is. Whereas when I look on my side, right, everybody's fucking terrified of the anti-fan communities over there. Hutch came out and said, I can't be anywhere near, Destiny or these guys, the doxing and everything else that's going on. This is just way, way, way too crazy. Every single person in my corner of the internet was getting doxed on Kiwi Farms, and everybody was getting crazy harassed by the people in Justicle's Discord server. So I don't buy into that. I don't think they even feel like it's barbaric or whatever. They just, I don't think that's true. Look at, for instance, a one-to-one example. You know who Zoe and Jacob are?
Yeah, they're the people who moved into a Discord and they were your friends, and then they just spent months saying you're a bad guy.
So when Blav doxed them initially, they were so afraid they left the internet for 2 months. And then they came back and somehow made up with Blav, and now they're my biggest anti-fans. They haven't left because of me doxing people on that server, me threatening anybody. They're still there. They're still chatting. They're not scared at all because my community is not very scary. We really don't engage in very much fucked up behavior or anything like
Yeah,
that.
but I think we can acknowledge, though, that doxing in general, because the whole reason why they left the internet because of Blab or whatever is because they are scared of consequences.
Of certain
They're scared
communities.
Somebody's going to contact their work. Somebody's going
Of
to contact
Kiwi
their
farms
family,
doing it,
somebody's gonna
yes.
Make up rumors about them.
Of Kiwi
somebody's gonna
farms
do this,
doing it,
somebody's gonna
yes,
do that.
but not my community. I don't know if we've ever done this before. I don't know if that, like, I don't think anybody really believes that when they say DGG will do these things, because I don't think it's even happened before.
Yeah, but the counter argument is when you say that you would kill Queeman and J-Stock and whoever else if you could. The argument is that effectively that's stochastic rhetoric, and that's where I don't want you to,
Yeah, but, like,
I'm not
do
trying
they-
to be rude,
first of
but I
all,
don't want you to piss on my leg and tell me that it's raining.
But how many
when
times you've
effectively
watched my
spent
stream?
5 years talking about stochastic rhetoric.
Yeah, but you've watched my stream for years. Like, how many times have I said, right, someone needs to kill this motherfucker, I hate this guy, blah, blah, blah. This is in a private call to Willie Mac. I didn't even know this call was getting published. But this is a call to Willie Mac. So, one, I say this type of shit all the time. I don't think anybody takes it seriously. But number two, again, I can look at the response on the other side. Did they take it seriously? No. None of them were deterred from covering my stuff. They all covered it religiously. They all participated as much as they could in all my court cases. When Gisticle got outed by Pixie's incompetence in one of the public filings, he laughed about it on stream. He didn't really seem like very concerned or scared about it. Abby seems concerned or scared, although I think it's because she's perjuring herself and Pixie's asking her to. But yeah, I don't think that these people's complaints are very serious. And I don't think you should take them very seriously. I know they try to represent them as serious, but like their behavior just makes it very obvious that it's not serious at all.
Okay, but trying to evaluate the behavior from as objective as a perspective as you can. Let's ignore the way that they feel about it for a second.
Sure.
Okay. I know, because I was beat in the dick for 4 years about stochastic rhetoric being so evil between 2019 and 2022. They were effectively saying that Tucker Carlson is a stochastic terrorist because all of his rhetoric. So I know that the chances of somebody acting on you saying like, oh, I'll kill Queeman, I'll kill J-Stock, whatever, and also these people deserve to be doxxed or whatever. I think that DGG or elements of DGG might dox. I doubt anybody would ever like kill or IRL harass with the exception of Darius. And like you said, Darius is not exactly an intimidating figure. However, I think that the intent there is fuck you, stop covering me, stop talking shit about me, or else I'm going to dox you, or else, I'm going to use stochastic rhetoric to threaten you. I
mean, there's a lot of people who like cover me negatively and are retardedly critical of me. Like Ethan Klein was a fucking retard, and Nicholas Diorio is a fucking retard.
Yeah, and then you blasted his shit. Like you didn't blast Nick Diorio's shit, but you.
Well, hold on. But wait. Well, of course I blasted Ethan's shit because it's all on the internet. But I didn't dox Ethan. I didn't dox Nicholas Diorio, or I didn't dox Willie Mack. Even though I think all these people acted retardedly, there's a difference between their behavior and just hosting a server where people are dedicating an inordinate amount of time obsessively talking about me, stalking me, harassing me, emailing people around me. Like it's a different type of behavior, and then showing up in other communities to do it. Like that's the biggest thing. The reason why, and it's so sad that like Kiwi Farms, for the most part, they follow this, but my thread is just crazy unhinged. There's this concept of like, don't touch the poop. If you want to make a community and you want to gossip about somebody, I think you should have the right to do that. You want to say horrible, evil things. You want to make fun of the way they look, the way they talk, the way they act, whatever. I think fine. I mean, it's America. Well, if you're in America, it's America, whatever, freedom of speech, that's fine. But when it starts to leak over and infect every single community, when I'm talking to Pisco and Doobie is donating $1,000 during our talk to try to get his points across, and I'm talking to Doobie on Wixstream and Gisticle's in his server saying Doobie shouldn't be using talking points unless I'm giving them to him, and then when Gisticle and all of the anti-fans are in Pisco's server and they're just restreaming like random DMs of mine, like do you understand that's like a different thing than just, because you just said with people who are criticizing you, right? You understand that's like a different thing in kind, right?
Yeah, I think
you don't see. Wait. Though, it sounds like you don't think it is because you were like, yeah.
No, well, I was going to articulate the difference. I think the difference is we're public figures or semi-public figures, and so any of our behavior that is made available to the public, you can criticize. Whereas I think that what differentiates Kiwi Farms, Doxbin, whatever, is that, in my opinion, that they play cute with doxing information. They play cute with like swatting and all that kind of stuff, where they're like, oh, well, it's against our terms of service to swat. It's against our terms of service to touch the poo. But of course, like, the purpose of doxing is to get somebody else to touch the poo, right?
Sure. To be clear, I don't know
So-
where you heard this, and I don't know if I'm just not aware of this. Doxman is, to my understanding, Doxman is like Pastebin, but for doxes. I don't know where this idea that like Doxman is this crazy community. It's just a place where people post doxes. I don't like to say it on stream, but like you can.
Well, right, but
Yeah.
the purpose, right, is to make it easily accessible. So if you want to digitally harass somebody, then you can.
Yeah,
easily
sure. It's
digitally
definitely a
harass.
threatening or an intimidation thing, for sure. But there's also kind of a catch-22 here as well, in that, like, if you dox a rando, like, nothing's probably happening to this person because nobody gives a fuck about them, right? Like, nobody's...
Well, I mean, I would say that's why I'm relatively chill. My public information is probably relatively easy to find, but the reason why I'm not too freaked out about it is because it's like, okay, you know my address.
Yeah.
Well, if you come to my address, like, I've already talked to local law enforcement and I've already told them, you know, that I'm a public figure and I could get swatted. They allegedly took notes down and all that kind of stuff. But besides that, if you come to my address, like, we might have problems depending on what your intent is.
Sure.
But the, okay, so I guess the.
But this, I don't buy this, like, you're a public figure, so you have to accept infinite levels of obsessive harassment that bleeds over into every single other community that you're a part of. That, I don't think I have to accept that. And if we're going to play that game, then I will, like, I don't think doxing is illegal. I don't think I would try to break the law. But, like, I'm going to go up to and including anything that is, like, within the legal confines of.
Well, I don't know about accepting, but just as an example, like, and maybe this would make the content less boring, like, obvious, or it would make it more boring. So maybe I'm advocating for more boring content, which is not good. But effectively, like, nobody's gonna harass me because of my 40K shit. I don't think that, you know, name it. I don't think Adam Mockler gets, like, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he gets, like, doxed, harassed. People.
No, he doesn't.
His sex stuff. He does not.
No.
Well, that's what I would say. It's because he shows up, he does his job.
Yeah, I understand this, but to repeat this, well, maybe I'm not repeating it to you, but I've said this a million times. The biggest annoying thing about this court case was the court case had to do with a conversation I had in 2022 about a video that I made in 2020 that was leaked on the internet then in 2024. So, like,
Yeah.
all of the annoying, like, harassment and stalking and obsession over, like, my personal life and stuff is stuff that it was all in the past for me. Like, it's not really anything that is currently, like, I just don't do relationship stuff, drama stuff, interpersonal stuff on stream anymore. It just hasn't been part of my stream for like 2 years, basically, aside from whatever gets, like, drug up in the court case.
Okay. Well, I pressed you about this though in the past though. Are you still engaging casually with women who you may or may not know a lot about them, and therefore they could blow up on you?
I mean, the biggest change in my behavior is I just don't mess with any, like, streamer, YouTuber people anymore. If they're an online person, that's like the #1 red flag I found. More than BPD, more than fucking criminal record, more than anything else, is if a person is a streamer or, like, any kind of public social media figure, then that's always, like, the biggest red flag. And that's been the #1 thing that's kept more or less everything off of my stream for the past, like, 2 years.
Yeah, but your sex negative followers, like me and probably Kyla to a degree.
Sure.
There are people where if you engage with them casually, you do not spend enough time getting to know them. Therefore, you don't know who they are. Therefore, if the relationship sours, they could very quickly become an online person in order to blow your shit up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess theoretically that could happen, huh, Connor? But generally speaking, I would say over the past 2 years, this is, like, significantly decreased. My guess is by the end of this year, it'll basically be at 0. But yeah, yeah. I mean, like, all that. Yeah,
I just want to share this, and then honestly, I'll stop moral
you're good.
frogging unless people are finding it entertaining. I think the reason why, as one of your sex negative internet friends, I want it to be 0, is because, like, you've paid a lot of people around you. Well, #1, you've paid a lot of consequences for the things that have happened. #2, the people around you who want what's in your best interest or whatever, if they go out on a relational limb, and I do think it's funny that effectively, like, you've known Dan forever, which is why Dan is, you know, your friend. Kyla and I would say, are more conservative in some regards, and I think that loyalty is probably something that we value, which is why I think that despite some turbulent times, we haven't just totally been like, oh, fuck Steven, let's backstab him instantaneously. But the point with that is, the reason why I wanted to drop the 0 is because I don't care if you goon. I don't care if you have fun. I don't care if you're promiscuous. Whatever. You're an adult. You need to make up your own decisions. But when you're loose and fast with random people and you trust them too much too quickly, what ends up happening is if they decide to blow your shit up and they're private people, but they decide to be internet people and then blow your shit up, we look like fools. Kyla and I look like fools because, you know, we're trying to be your friend, we want to be your friend, etc., etc. But then it looks like you're not learning lessons from repeated social blow-ups.
Yeah, I guess. Sure.
All right. So
I understand that. Yeah.
That's really
I wish. I know it's really hard, and I know that you guys are in compromise. Sure. I know you guys are in compromised positions, I guess, as a result of that. I guess it's impossible. I do wish it was possible for some people to say, like, oh, like, sometimes a person makes a mistake and it doesn't have to reflect negatively on me, like, or you. But apparently this is impossible, I guess, in this day and age. But, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
and birds of a feather flock together. So effectively, like, you know, regardless of whether or not guilt by association is a correct perspective to take, it's one that people use all the time.
I guess. On our side, they do, yeah. Sure. Listen,
I mean,
you know what?
I'm
just going to become a conservative, and then we're fucking Gucci, okay? You and me can go conservative together, and then I can
we could be
rape motherfuckers, and they don't care on that side.
They don't care about anything.
That's
they don't
the
care
true
that the
future.
president is a pedophile. That's good God.
Based.
So, anyways, that was realistically just for the sake of momentum. If you had something else that you wanted to talk about, I'd be happy to talk about it. But I did want to kind of ask you about the Epstein thing, see if you'd evolved on that at all. And then I did want to talk about the moral systems because I do think people are perceiving it differently. But that's what I had. That's all I had.
Okay. Yeah. Well, how's life going for you in general otherwise?
Pretty good, pretty good. You know, wife and I, we talk smack every now and then, but the stream is going great. We're kind of a smaller community. We're only like 100 to 150 lives, so we're not a particularly large community. But I have a disproportionately generous community. Just as an example, despite only having 100 to 150, today I've had 40 super chats of varying dollar amounts.
Nice. It's all those Warhammer fans. They've got all that extra money in between seasons that they're not spending on figurines and painting kits and everything, you know?
I don't have time for that anymore. Although, I guess the thing that I should shill, I'm doing Counterpoints 40K, obviously still in the background where I'm breaking down the wonderful world of Warhammer. But I also launched Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Star Wars, and we are posting weekly content. So if you want to see breakdown content of Sci-Fi and Star Wars, then Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Star Wars is where to do it.
Okay, awesome. Well,
all right.
I love you.
All right.
Buddy. Be careful. Stay safe.
I love you too. Stop being an idiot. Stop gooning. Stop fucking with crazy people.
I would never do that.
Take care of your people.
I love you. Be careful. Bye.
All right. Bye, bud.
I don't even know what I'm collecting. I can't. These stupid cranberry things or whatever they are do not spawn enough on these stupid fucking maps. They should be everywhere. They should be bountiful. Okay? Look, I don't see them anywhere. It's a cold snap. There are bushes here. Where are the berries? They're not here. Because it's... Wait. Oh. False alarm. I found one. I found one. Yes. One berry. One berry. Thank God. Oh, two. Oh, I got two from that. Or maybe I harvested another one already. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Wait. Is somebody... taking my extract?
Hello?
Chill.
Hey, hello!
Alright, cool. Let's rock out.
He's gonna kill me. Why can't I dance when it's... Oh, there we go. Oh, you need to stand still. Use your mic? No, I'm too shy. I can't. Look! Wait, do you think I actually have a skill point? Oh, I do, okay. Oh, I need that. Oh, I need that security breach. Wait, you can respec for free now, right? Resets. Ooh, costs. Okay. I wonder if it's worth respecing once you have 36 just to get the thing. Get in-round crafting. You know, fuck you. It's not. That's not that good. That's a new bait. I might skip it completely if I can. I'll see what's further down that red tree. I don't really think it's that good though. You should just bring what you need, and you can loot what you need if you're killing people anyway. Like, how often are you in a match where you're like running out of supplies and you're not killing people and you're not like, nah. Cringe, bro. The baskets have 39 per basket, and about 90% of baskets have candle bearers at least once. Where are the baskets at? I'll use the restroom and then we're talking to Paul. Okay. Jesus! Stop. Okay.
If you're waiting for freshly squeezed juice, keep waiting.
Blah. Okay. Quick. Fuck. He doesn't want me to play while we chat. I feel disrespected. Okay. Quick meme question. Just saw your Mockler tag team debate. You guys gonna get more events like this? It was basically kill Tony for debate nerds. I don't know. If they want to. They seem like they all had fun. I just need to not drink as much. Is it possible? Are there wireless XLR transmitters? One thing that is kind of annoying So I have this awesome device now, okay? Oh, my live setup is just so good. I just want to work in production. I just want to work behind the scenes, okay? So I have my camera, okay? I have 3 of these actually, right? All of these connect to one device just via Ethernet. That's all it needs, one Ethernet cable. And it gives power to all 3 of these. It does video from all 3 of these. And I can do tally, talkback, and remote control for all 3 of these just from this one Ethernet cable. Meaning I can also like adjust like the ND filters or the exposure or whatever. I can adjust any setting on the camera remotely from my laptop, right? And because of this thing here, this is the 4x12 IP 2011 whatever converter. These are, I've got SDI cables that go here. I've got an ATEM box, okay? This is what allows me to record stuff. This has a drive here where I push ISO recording, and what it does is it lets me record all of my camera footage that's coming off these cameras as well on H.265, okay? Which is awesome, okay? It's just nice. I push record and everything's recorded, okay? I'm also bringing, because last time so we were gonna have to rent a whole bunch of audio equipment because they wanted to do 4 mics and my mobile mixer only does 2. I have the, that baby face thing. But they wanted 4 mics, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Like, I think we're gonna have to rent like an interface, and then we need a mult box for media because there were like 4 or 5 media there that wanted, audio, and media likes clean audio. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll try to. So I was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm just gonna bring my UFX2. And so I brought this. This device is fucking awesome. They're expensive, but God, this is just such a fucking awesome interface. And this allows me to obviously record audio. I've got fucking whatever output I need in the back here. So I shot like an XLR to a mult box, which is perfect. I love this device, okay? One thing that would be nice, okay? Your AV setup for the debate was very good, and people at the venue, Band Revive, prefer listening to the debate on stream apparently. Oh, the in bar didn't work as well, but that's something different. Because I'm bringing this device, I can also put like a compressor on, so now the volume doesn't get too loud because this one lets me do more of the audio, which was nice, so the mics weren't like freaking out or anything. However, it would be nice if I could embed the audio right into my camera stream. But this ATEM, even the 8-camera ATEM, ISO, Pro, whatever bullshit, 4K, I don't know what the fuck it's called. This ATEM only has a 1/8 inch audio microphone input. What the fuck? This noisy ass internal circuitry bullshit. What the fuck? However, all 3 of my cameras have XLR inputs. So what I'm wondering is, could I just stick like a single XLR input on one of these cameras, output XLR audio from the back so that my audio now is time code synced and everything inside of my camera stuff, and then that would get autosaved to my while I'm doing this ISO recording. It's not really necessary, but it would be nice. It would simplify some things. If anybody knows anything about that, shoot me an email. Do you have the ATEM Extreme G2? Is that a real thing, or you're just typing random shit in chat? ATEM Extreme G2. Paul said he's ready in 1 minute. Oh shit, what the fuck is this guy? Camera to wear with XLR? Well, the cameras have XLR inputs, and then the audio stream would just be embedded with the video footage that goes to my cameras. Because I have all 3 camera feeds are all recorded. On Fuck Phoenix. But the audio files for these, I have to take the ones that I recorded separately, because the audio files for these are just the ones that the camera records on its own, which I think probably sounds kind of shit. It's just going to be the camera, the microphone's built into the cameras, which sucks. Oh, this doesn't even do anything. I don't even know which of these cameras. I might even have the mics turned off on these cameras. Oh. You can use this to sync the audio files. I guess I already have that. Yeah, I don't know. If anybody knows the answer, email me. Paul's Ego Paul? No. I don't remember his name. The guy that makes like the satire videos of like the League of Legends and shit. PF Jung. P.F. Young. That one. That guy. Drinking was the best part of the event. Yeah, once these few conservative debaters started rolling up, I was like, I need to be drunk for this. Not for this talk. Hi, what's up?
You said you need to be drunk for this?
No, for the event I did, I needed a drink for that.
This is fair. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Is Arc Raiders a good game?
I would say so. Yeah, but it depends on what kind of games you like.
But I can't see you on my...
Yeah, you think you
Discord side of
deserve to
things.
see me?
Nobody deserves anything.
Hold on.
We all fall sin and fall short of the glory of God.
Are you religious? I forget.
I would say I act as if God exists.
What does that mean? You just have basic morality that every single human being has? Is that...
I don't know about every single human being.
True. Can't forget about MAGA.
True.
Wait, why do I have a full-ass camera? What the fuck?
Yeah, you got the widescreen. Nice.
Oh, whatever. You're getting the widescreen.
And the
today.
holiday setup.
Yeah, true. Oh, because of my Starbucks.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay. Sorry. My friend Kyle is trying to get me to play Arc Raiders instead of Age of Empires 2.
Well, I mean, if you're a big Age of Empires 2 person, Arc Raiders is significantly different than that, right?
Exactly. And I'm more of a strategy fan. We play Age of Empires 2 together, but he refuses, him and Patrick refuse to get better. That's how it feels.
Well, who's
It's starting to
Patrick?
cause some friction.
Do I know either of these people?
Huh?
Who's Patrick?
No, these are my friends.
Oh.
You don't know these people.
Okay.
Kyle will literally build his town center like 7 tiles away from any resource.
What the fuck is he doing? Oh, it's like
That's what I'm saying.
noobs. It's like, you're not even trying.
Well, and it's like, listen, I'm okay. Like, I love to play, but like, I can't carry 3v3s all the time.
and when they're not even
know-
trying. This is like weaponizing cover. This is like when the
They are
woman is
trying-
like,
yeah, well, it's more,
7
it's more-
tiles away, you're collecting resources. Don't you want to be right on top of them? I imagine you probably live right next to him, right?
Yeah, but his thought, I mean, it's understandable. His thought is, it's in between the wood line and the, like a gold mine. So it's like equidistant. It's like, that's not how you do it. You put a town center on the wood line, and then you build a mining camp on the gold mine.
Just tell
And
him
it's
that.
like, look,
One time, fix it.
Oh, yes, I know, but this is the problem. They don't seem to respond positively to feedback.
Guys, why is my
I have
YouTube
to
chat not on
neutrality.
screen? My poor YouTubers. What do you mean they don't respond well to feedback? How long have you known these guys for?
Decades. Maybe not decades. 15 years. Whoa, why is suddenly my thing just went goofy. Oh, it's fixed.
Extreme G2.
See, it's because I'm unemployed, and so I am like 1300 elo. No, I hover between 1200 and 1300. And, they're at like 700 or 800 around there. And,
Damn,
so,
they're
I
losers.
tell them to do something. Well, look, they just want to have fun.
Do
which
they
is
make
fine,
this an ISO form, guys?
But I think it's more fun to win. And when people don't respond positively to feedback.
I mean, if they're not trying to win, where's the fun? Sorry, not ISO. I meant STI. I meant STI.
perspective.
Fuck. So how's life been? What have you been up to?
Going back for Christmas tomorrow, on Christmas Eve. I'm having a blast. Do you do anything for Christmas or
No.
Thanksgiving? Do you see your family on the holidays?
I should see my mom tomorrow night. My mom and dad. I should. If I'm not being a lazy piece of shit.
That's fair. Okay, hold on. My fucking screen is completely fucked up here. Okay.
What's wrong with it?
It's like shaking a ton. And it's distracted me.
It's not shaking on my end, so that's pretty weird.
No, I know. It's on my end. Hold on. I think I can just do this.
Oh man, this guy's so mad. This is a fan comment?
Well, it's always interesting to talk to you, Destiny.
Good. I'm an interesting guy to talk to.
You are 100%. I appreciate you not playing Arc Raiders while we're talking to.
I would never
You wanna
dream
thank
of
you for
doing
creating
that.
space.
Why would I ever do that?
That's fair. Well, I messaged you to talk about liberalism.
Okay.
Maybe some Nick Fuentes too. Seeing as those things are tightly linked.
Sure.
What do you think of the MAGA civil war that's going on between you got the post-liberals, kind of like Tucker Carlson, J.D. Vance, versus like the neoconservatives, Ben Shapiro's, versus like the white identitarians, like Nick Fuentes. And then over on the side, you have the schizos like Candace Owens and Ian Carroll. But I don't know if you saw the stuff at CPAC. Where do you think all that's going? What's your assessment of that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just the natural consequence of MAGA being like a principleless, valueless movement. It was kind of basically just like, do you support Trump? If you view it, all of these are going to sound partisan. I don't care if they sound partisan at this point. But if you view it as through like the lens of like a cult, kind of like I do, everybody was attracted to Trump because he was the cult leader. But there's not like a consistent political ideology that really holds any of them together. I don't even know if you could say populist that holds them together. And so as Trump is beginning to recede, there's a huge vacuum that's created, not just in terms of leadership, but in terms of ideology. And I think people are trying to stake out what they want the next ideology of the Conservative Party to be. And that's kind of what the fight is over right now. And there's no surprise that there are like hugely differing ideas about what that ideology should be, given the wide assortment of people that kind of fell under the gaze of Trump.
Yeah, who's winning, do you think? Who will be in the ascent once Trump is gone?
It's hard to know because we haven't really seen which direction the political establishment will go in yet. Obviously, on the internet, it seems like the Candace Owens types and the Nick Fuentes types are the loudest. The Ben Shapiro and the traditional media types seem to be the quietest. But I think most of these people kind of still have their lot thrown in with Trump because they have like political power and they're trying to maintain their political offices and their political effectiveness. So it'll be, once Trump is fully receded and we see which way, these people go, I think we'll have a better idea of how that's going to shape up. There's also a weird thing where, no, I don't know. It's impossible to say. 10 years ago, I would have told you there's no way that somebody like Donald Trump could ever be president. So
true. Yeah, it's interesting. I think first off, Nick Fuentes and Candace seem to be now in different camps. I don't know if you've seen any of that back and forth.
A little bit, yeah.
And then Tucker and JD Vance. Do you think there's a chance that Nick ends up supporting JD Vance? Or do you think he'll just never will?
I would be surprised if he supported him as anything more than a useful idiot. I don't personally. I could be wrong. I just don't think Vance has a political future. I mean, I could be totally wrong there.
He lacks charisma, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't even know what his ideology is, if it's like broadly appealing to the conservative base.
Yeah. If I had to bet, I think actually Nick Fuentes will end up supporting JD Vance.
Why do you think that?
Well, because assuming it's a binary choice, no matter how much he shits on him and calls him a race traitor for marrying an Indian woman, I just think I can't see him supporting a Democrat, which will be Kamala, right?
Well, yeah, he'd never support a Democrat. Or I guess what I was more curious in, you mean he would like support him as like a useful idiot type? Like, well, this guy is going to be the conservative leader.
Well, I mean, because he was like saying he would campaign against Trump at one point.
Who, JD Vance or Nick Fuentes?
Nick.
Oh, sure.
Was saying that.
I mean, he might as a useful idiot, maybe. I don't know. It's hard. I don't know.
Well, yeah, sure. To the degree that if you have a binary choice, you would rather pick one useful idiot than
somebody who's oppositional to you, sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, I guess I've come to ask you about the Nick Fuentes question.
What is it? Yeah.
What do you think about Nick Fuentes at this point in history?
I mean, he's got a strong set of ideas that he believes in. It's technically, I think it's a better direction for the Conservative Party than the fucking Trump shit that they're in now. But obviously, I'm opposed to any state religion-ish stuff and a lot of kind of the more racial essential ideas and a lot of the retreat from what I would say are kind of core capital L liberal values. Yeah.
You said you think it's a better direction than what Trump is going in?
Yeah, I just think Trump is just a
In what way?
disaster. It's just a horrible administration. That it's a combination of narcissism and incompetence. Those two things together are just horrible. Like at the very least, if he was like obsessed with making America great for some racial reason or some fascist reason or whatever the fuck else, at least he'd be trying to make America great. But he's not. He literally is just a self-serving fucking retard. But he's even too stupid to be self-serving. So like their prosecutors are getting kicked out. Their court filings are fucked up. Like their DOJ is incompetent. They just tried to drop some of these Epstein files and they fucking didn't redact them correctly. And he's constantly backstabbing even his strong political allies. Like he shouldn't be backstabbing. Mike Johnson or losing Marjorie Taylor Greene, so he's like politically ineffective. It's just dumb. It's just a fucking disaster. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously the mainstream discussion is, well, Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite, a racist, and this is a bad direction for the Conservative Party to go in. I think Nick Fuentes does foster a great deal of racism and anti-Semitism, you could say. And it needs to be contended with, but I think the problem is everyone calling him a racist and a hateful bigot. It's like it's literally the Donald Trump racist debate. It's like it's totally irrelevant. The people that need to be convinced either way will not be convinced on the basis of, well, let's speculate whether or not Donald Trump is racist. I mean, he said Somalia is a trash country or whatever recently. It's like you could just say it's obvious. Like that will convince no one. And so I think Nick Fuentes does need to be contended with. And I mean, the way I see it, it's like he is riding a tidal wave of anti-Israel sentiment, some of which is valid, some of which is just genuine anti-Semitism. And the two ways to deal with this tidal wave, I think a meteor is a better analogy. A meteor is heading towards Earth, and it's filled with anti-Israel and anti-Semitism sentiment. You can either nuke the meteor or you can nudge it off course. And I think there's a lot of people saying we should just nuke it by calling him a racist, hateful, bigot, and all that. And I don't think that's working. And so I'm in we should nudge it off course. But nudging it off course then involves acknowledging the true things he does say, which then gets you accused of being anti-Semitic when I think that's complete nonsense.
So
go ahead.
I think I'd view him as probably a bit anti-Semitic. Anybody who does the crazy Jew conspiracy theory shit is a little bit played out. I try not to do the racism stuff. I usually focus more on concepts related to xenophobia. I think xenophobia is a stronger idea. I think it takes hold in a deeper way, and I think it could be a little bit more. It takes root in a stronger way. Like there's like this, what's the saying? Like racism never survives first contact. Like if you just meet another guy and he's nice or whatever, whatever, stuff like that. But xenophobia can be a lot more insidious and harder to uproot from somebody once it's like really taken hold. And I view Fuentes, and even Trump to some extent, as being more xenophobic than just simply racist. I do think that the ideas need to be dealt with better. I feel like the new breed of like liberal that is finally fucking emerging post the second Trump season, led by people like Gavin, some of your stronger center left people, your Brian Tyler Cohens, your Destinies, your like Adam Mockler, like these types of people are doing a better idea. They're doing a better version of presenting like a stronger, positive version of liberalism rather than just being a negative response to Trump or being like a woke scoldy response to whatever else. So hopefully if that continues, I think that would be a good direction for the liberals to go in. Yeah.
Would you advise that people call Nick Fuentes a Nazi if they're trying to contend with him?
It really depends on who you're talking about. I don't like to personally because I'm more interested in just debating the ideas, and just calling somebody a Nazi is an easy way to write them off, and that's boring to me. However, for older people, I don't think older people care that much. Like there's a lot of people in their 50s, 60s, 70s where if they hear you're like if you jokingly refer to yourself as like a racist, sexist Nazi, they'll just like immediately turned off. So like for my demographic and for the audience that I talk to, I prefer to just deal with the ideas more than anything else. And Nick Fuentes saying that he's a racist is like just funny. People laugh at it like, oh, he's racist. But when older people hear that, late 40s, 50s, 60s, they're like, oh, I'm a racist. Those people are like, I don't know. I don't feel good about this kid. So it's a very, very different, I think, voting population. Yeah.
Do you think Sam Hyde is a Nazi?
Or neo-Nazi, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever is like the most adjacent thing to that idea. Yeah, for sure.
Do you think it's wise to call Sam Hyde a Nazi? Just the demographic that you're targeting.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't.
Do you remember when we talked about this?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
A year ago.
I
You
mean,
were very
like,
adamant that he was a Nazi.
yeah.
Which, by the way, I think Sam Hyde is. He has a scary level of nihilism that seeps behind his eyes that I think is incredibly destructive. And
Gotcha. I don't know if I like neo-Nazi over Nazi just because Nazi could refer more specifically to some other sets of beliefs. I don't know. Like I think it's okay to identify him as a neo-Nazi, but again, I'm not as interested. People usually look to these labels when they're trying to just dismiss somebody. Like I'd rather just talk about the ideas.
Correct.
But I mean, like I do feel like he's definitely a neo-Nazi for sure. But like I'd rather just like address the ideas and deal with them one at a time. Yeah.
yeah, this is very dark centrist of you. I mean, my whole approach is rob the people you disagree with of their only valid talking points, and then they're left with nothing else. But then the problem is that involves acknowledging that involves running the risk of being accused of anti-Semitism stuff. I mean, like the example I always point to, and I point to this because it's very cut and dry, and it's also part of like Nick Fuentes' origin story, is like the whole claim that Nick Fuentes talks about Jewish people having dual loyalty, and this is a classic anti-Semitic trope. It's like, okay, well, if you say all Jews have dual loyalty, then that is. And if you say that someone's genetics predisposes them to be an untrustworthy person, then that is degenerate and anti-Christian, I would say. But like someone like Ben Shapiro, who said verbatim, the single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel. Have you seen that clip?
No.
He's on stage.
I haven't seen it. I mean, I take your word that it exists, but sure.
Okay. Yeah, the verbatim quote is, the single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel. That is very clearly someone who, in my mind, it's perfectly reasonable to listen to that, contextualize it with the fact that he is an Orthodox Jew whose religion compels him to care about Israel.
Uh-huh.
And you could say, it seems like Ben Shapiro cares more about Israel than the United States. That is among the most mundane, common sense observation. And I think the problem is people label that as anti-Semitism. And then you have syndrome. If everything's anti-Semitic, nothing is. And then that allows the genuine anti-Semitism, like, saying, well, because Jews are a particular genetic group, none of them can be trusted. I think it allows that to be trafficked in.
Couldn't
So
they
what do
just
you think about?
couldn't that just be true? Is that even? Let's start at the very basic thing. Is that even a bad thing? Let's say that's true. Is it a bad thing?
What's true? That Ben Shapiro has more loyalty to Israel than the United States?
Yeah.
Is it a bad thing? As an American, I think that is not in America's interests, but it's a perfectly rational and reasonable thing if you're a
Well, let's
back
up
religion
on a very abstract, or maybe this is a less abstract and more applied level. As applied to like an individual, if they have like some higher level of allegiance to their country of origin, or for Jewish people, it's a little different because they have like their one country versus the United States, but it, let's say this is all public. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Would we say this is a negative thing?
No, I mean, it depends on how it's manifested.
Okay.
I would say
I would agree with that, with
this
what you just
person-
said there. I would agree with that 100%. I think there are times where it could be really bad. And I think there are times where it's like, oh, like I would kind of expect that, right? When I was married to Melina and she was in the United States, albeit for a short period of time, I don't know if I would ever have expected her to love the United States more than Sweden. So like if she was like in the political position as president, this is why presidents have to be a naturalized citizen, right? Or born here or whatever, right? I don't know if she would make the decision to nuke Sweden to save the United States. So I think that this dual loyalty concept, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. It could be. You just have to see how it plays out, number one. And then number two, I think it's also a little bit weird because the United States is so much more powerful than Israel that it also changes it a bit. Like imagine if you were a dual citizen in Israel and your main allegiance was to the United States. I think as an Israeli in a country of 10 million people, you would look at somebody whose allegiance is to a country of 330 million and be like, you need to get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't know how I feel about this. But then this is also augmented by the fact that people feel like Jews are disproportionately in positions of power in the United States, and then there's the whole back and forth. But yeah. Okay, yeah. But I would start there. So like,
Sure. Okay. Well,
yeah.
we can pick. Well, let's narrow in on two specific examples.
Sure.
Well, this first one, just anecdotally, I had a Israeli settler in the West Bank call into one of my streams, and he told me he voted in the U.S. election by mail because he's technically a citizen of the United States. And it's like, that's deeply concerning that Israeli settlers are voting for people in the United States. Now, is that like going to swing the election? No, but that's just a very specific example of This is
Well, there's
very
probably,
clear
but any
conflict of
U.S.
interest, in my
citizen who
opinion.
lives in another country could theoretically vote in the United States, right?
True, but you're right. Is in my opinion, I think you would agree. Israeli settlers are at direct odds with U.S. interests.
Um,
The expansion of settlements in the West Bank is a thing that is objectively bad for the United States.
I mean, so there's a lot of stuff at play here because we're getting from the personal to the country and then our subjective opinions of each. So I would say yes. But I would say that settlements are opposed to Israeli interest even. I would say they're bad for Israeli
Agreed.
interest. Yeah.
I agree, 100%.
But obviously that guy would disagree, and he would say, well, the settlements are good for Israel, and I think they're good for the United States as well because they strengthen Israel's foothold in the Middle
Right.
East, and we're their
He's
most
wrong.
important. Well, I mean, I would say that. I don't know if I'd be comfortable to say like objectively he's wrong. I would say that they're wrong.
You've gotten much
What?
more ameliorating over the past year or so.
No, I think I'm always where I've been at. But I would say that like I would expect him to vote the way that he feels is important. Like for as much as I would say he's objectively voting against U.S. interest, I would say that applied tenfold to every single person who voted for Donald Trump, especially a second time.
Yeah, fair enough. Fine.
Yeah, or third time, I guess. Yeah.
Fine, but you do believe that that is against U.S. interest. I guess my point is that's a narrow example. Let's just pick a different example of like Larry Ellison. The exact quote from Larry Ellison, what was it? It was something to the effect of, I wrote it down. You know who Larry Ellison is? Head of Oracle.
Is he Jewish?
He's Israeli, yes.
Okay.
For 2,000 years, we were a stateless. This is him speaking to the Friends of the IDF benefit group, which is a charity for giving money to the IDF. For 2,000 years, we were a stateless people, but now we have a country we can call around. In my mind, there is no greater honor than supporting some of the bravest people in the world, the IDF. He's the CEO of Oracle. They've explicitly said our support for Israel is unequivocal.
Sure.
He is the owner of Skydance Media, who his son is the chairman of Paramount. Skydance Media owns Paramount, or a majority stake in Paramount. And he appointed Barry Weiss. He also is one of the largest partners in the new TikTok acquisition that's supposed to go in January 26th.
Okay.
So, you talk about tropes. It's like, well, here is someone who explicitly is saying the greatest honor is to serve a different country. Now exercising top-down control over multiple media outlets. It's like,
Okay. Also, just as a quick correction, I think this guy he's an American Jew, not Israeli, but go ahead.
I believe he has Larry Ellison Israeli origin, is what I read. He's an American.
Okay. I see it. I just he was born in New York City. So I don't know if he has Israeli citizenship as well or something, but
Okay. Well, then whatever.
sure. But yeah,
Source
no,
says
I'm saying, I mean,
that
I don't know
Israeli
if that even affects
I mean,
him.
say,
Sure.
I mean,
Sure, but he said what he said, yeah?
well, this is arguably it'd be more understandable if he's Israeli. The point is, if you have an American Jewish person with a significant amount of control and influence over, one subsection of the media.
I think
It's
that's
like-
pretty problematic, yeah?
If you are against the U.S.-Israeli, if you're against the degree to which the U.S. supports Israel, then that's bad. That's against U.S. interests.
Well, do you think there might be another more problematic thing lurking here, though?
What's the more problematic thing?
The fact that one person might be able to exercise that much control over some
I agree,
section of U.S.
100%,
media?
Sure.
Like, I think that
Sure.
the fact that this guy might be Jewish or whatever might be like 2% of the problem, and I think like 98% of the problem with the screaming like singular
Well, I
people
would
could be
argue-
as influential in U.S. media, right?
Well, depending on how you slice it, I would argue the fact that he's Jewish is totally irrelevant because you can be Jewish and not support the state of Israel.
Well, yeah, but if you're
problem
gonna have
is-
this level of allegiance, he's probably Jewish, right? He's probably gonna be more often than not, right?
Well, yes,
Yeah.
yes, we could say hardcore Zionist.
We could say, yeah, Jewish Zionist.
But this
So-
is my point. So people can just point this out very clearly. This is what is happening. This is why Nick Fuentes is popular and gaining steam.
Sure.
It's because these very simple. You see Ben Shapiro say, "There's no greater," or what was it? The single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to Israel is my loyalty to the United States, the existence of Israel. Then you have Larry Ellison making all these moves. Benjamin Netanyahu said the most important thing to acquire is TikTok. It's the most important thing in the media war. And then you have Larry Ellison acquiring TikTok, who is a devout supporter of Israel.
Sure.
And it's like, this is my point. It's like, well, you don't nuke the meteor by saying, well, this is all anti-Semitic nonsense. This is all conspiracy. This is all, oh, this is dual loyalty or Jews run the world tropes. It's like, no, this is acknowledging the kernels of truth. And then, I mean, you have to do that in order to contend with someone.
Sure.
And I'm just wondering if you agree.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't care about the anti-Semitic stuff, so we can move past the accusations. That's not interesting to me. The accusations of anti-Semitic, like, yeah, I have no problem owning or saying I think you should be able to be pretty upfront about that.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean you don't care about the anti-Semitic?
Like, you keep trying to say that, like, these are really uncomfortable and harsh truths. Like, I'm fine confronting any of these. These are not uncomfortable things. Like, I think, I don't know if you're just scared to say your true position either in front of me or publicly, but, like, I would say that a lot of Jewish people, the majority of Jewish people are probably viewing Israel as more special in some ways than the United States, even if they're in the United States.
Sure.
Even if they know intention
Certainly
of going
religious
there.
Jews, yeah. Which is completely fine, yeah.
Probably most ethnically Jewish people, right? Because this is the one place. This is the one place in the world that guarantees some sort of like ethnic protection for them, and they've been ethnically persecuted in the past. I don't even think the religious aspect is that important to it. I think the ethnic protection is more important. And if you live in the United States, Israel probably is like a really important thing to you, and you might even like prioritize that connection to Israel over the U.S. I think I'm pretty comfortable saying this is probably the case with like a decent amount of Jewish people. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, of course, that's just objectively true. But first off, you would get accused of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'll say I hate Israel and I hate Jews. Fuck
well,
religion.
to be
fuck
honest,
wealth. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, but so I'm just saying, if you're trying to be careful with the answer on that, I don't care. I don't give a fuck about those accusations. Yeah. But I would say, but the next step I would say is that any weird issues that we have relating to pointing out like Jewish influence in media or Jewish influence in certain areas, I would say like these could be problematic things. But I think these are good. I think these are good metrics by which we should evaluate the entire system instead, rather than just trying to keep the Jewish people out of these certain positions. That would be my thing, my contention. And then if we were going to go on the factual side of like how much have Jews steered U.S. domestic or foreign policy, I would say not nearly as much as they wish they could, and not nearly as much as some people think they have. And then we could do either side of that, I guess. But
sure. And if Jews control the world, that means Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, you, me, we're all part and parcel of the grand Mossad op. So obviously you can take it to an extreme end. I'll just tell you. You said my true position. I'll tell you my true position. Okay. Just based from first principles.
Sure.
I believe in free speech. That's like one of my core principles, like my fundamental principle. The freedom to say 2 + 2 = 4 is the most important thing. All else follows. In my opinion, Israel, the state of Israel, is doing all kinds of terrible things that are worthy of criticism.
Okay.
And what seems to be happening is that powerful interests, not Jewish interests per se, but like pro-Zionist interests, which includes Christian Zionists and non-Jews, are saying criticism of Israel is effectively anti-Semitism. Sebastian Gorka, deputy assistant to the president, said at a conference on
I believe you. I've debated Gorka. He's fucking retarded. I believe you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Exactly. So now you have incredibly powerful people who are using the threat of anti-Semitism as a justification to we're gonna censor speech, we're gonna change algorithms, we're gonna scrape the internet for anti-Israel sentiment, which includes anti-Semitism, which includes anti-Israel sentiment, and then that becomes the pretense for ushering in more Chinese-style social credit score systems, infringements on free speech. So that's why I care about the issue. Sure. And here's the thing: it is absolutely the case that the reason many Jews feel a attachment to Israel, perfectly reasonably so, is because anti-Semitism is a real thing historically, obviously, and the more that things normalize in a way where it becomes like cool to shit on Jews and all that, it increases the validity of Jews supporting Israel. And in my opinion, in order to avoid the anti-Semitism as a justification for infringing on people's speech, is we create a scenario in space where American Jews are perfectly free and are not stigmatized in any way to simply say, I'm Jewish, but Israel does not represent my interests. And there are many, many Jewish people who believe that. And many would say it's disgusting and anti-Semitic to associate someone's ethnicity with the actions of a secular state. And then, of course, there's religious Jews who support it, and there's branches of religious Jews who don't support it at all. So Nick Fuentes, I think, is I mean, he said himself he's an iconoclast. His whole goal is just saying fuck you to the whole Holocaust religion type thing, the post-war consensus idea. And so he doesn't actually care about giving space for Jews to condemn Israel or not identify with it as much as they do. And all the trends post-October 7th seem to be indicating that a lot of Jews don't align themselves with Israel, especially the under 30 demographic. It's like 30% or more are anti-Israel. So it's like that trend should continue, but that can't happen if we're not allowed to say basic facts or basic observations like when Ben Shapiro says the single biggest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel. That seems like dual loyalty to me. If that gets you called anti-Semitic, then what that does is that feeds into Nick Fuentes' ability and people far worse than Nick Fuentes, ability to just say, well, this just proves that it's all a conspiracy and they'll shut you down for just saying facts.
Sure.
So that's my true position.
I mean, that's fine. One of the biggest issues, though, is a lot of people that levy this criticism don't do themselves any favors. It's very hard if Nick Fuentes is your guy to levy legitimate criticisms at people with, say, dual loyalty in a way that you think is detrimental to the United States when he is also like a Holocaust revisionist, right? Like this hurts your ability to have the conversation. Yeah. If you have people who are critical of mRNA vaccines and they also think that ketogenic diets can cure Alzheimer's disease and all meat diets are the cure to, fucking every form of cancer, it hurts your ability to make those medical claims. I mean, like the people that levy these claims don't really do themselves any favors, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, true. Again, he's gaining influence, so
maybe.
Maybe. I think it's subjectively true he's gaining influence. That doesn't mean he's right. I agree.
I don't know if he's gaining. I mean, he's very popular with young people, but young people don't vote, and young people are very swingy. We saw that what was like 30 points in favor of conservatives, I think, at the beginning of this election for young men, and then I think that completely disappeared like 6 months in. Like, young people change a lot. He could continue to gain influence as possible. He could moderate his views. He could become more extreme. It's hard to say, but yeah, but young people are very different. Yeah. Remember, Bernie Sanders was a shoo-in, the most popular Democratic figure ever. He was going to win the presidency, everything, and never materialized. So, yeah. Not writing him off one way or another, which is...
because of anti-Semitism. They wouldn't let a Jewish person...
True. The Jewish people controlling the Democrats.
I mean, Nick Fuentes, the way I see, especially people... Because I'm interested in how people discuss and contend with Nick Fuentes on the right or on the left. There was a clip of Nick saying he would join with the left and... even give up some of the abuse and cruelty on the right. And then Cenk Uygur was talking to Hassan Piker and was like, listen, if he's willing to work, like there are greater goals. And in principle, as as someone whose mind is so open, it's liable to fall out of my head. I like the idea of, the populist right and populist left joining together to get the Epstein files released, decouple U.S. influence from Israel and all that, and even do healthcare and fix the border and all that. But Nick is he is a liar. Did you see Rowan? Nick Fuentes, someone just posted a clip of Nick Fuentes talking about anime. Okay. He said, I never watch anime. Uh-huh. And then Rowan just posted a clip from like 5 years ago of Nick like doing an in-depth analysis of some anime. Sure. It's like he's lying about the most inconsequential things.
Well, but I don't know if it's like a lie or if it's just like a meme, right? Like I might say like on stream, I fucking hate women, exactly. And people are like, no, yesterday you were defending feminism. Like, Fuentes' movement is very much like it's still like a young man's movement, like incel-y humor, like a lot of like irony, like very heavily like masculine coded, like presentation style, performance, like very exclusive to women, intentionally so. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that he would say stuff like this. Yeah.
Yeah, he's deeply irony poisoned.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Look, there's a great story that I think Jeff Dunham, the ventriloquist guy told. Mm-hmm. Or Jeff Dunham is the ventriloquist guy. He told a story. I think it's like a generic story, but a ventriloquist is on the stage with his dummy, and the dummy starts, criticizing an audience member, and the audience member is yelling at him, and the dummy's like, "You're stupid," and they're going back and forth, and then the ventriloquist tries to interject and say, "Hey, calm down, guys." And the audience member says, "Shut up, you, I'm talking to him." It's like, that's emblematic of how people are treating Nick Fuentes. It's like Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, I think Hassan Piker, you in many ways, even Donald Trump. It's like calling him an anti-Semite, a hateful person, calling him names is just attacking. He's setting up a dummy for you to attack. And then he can retreat to his Bailey of, well, Hitler's cool. It's like, well, I just meant Hitler had cool aesthetics and it's compelling and all that.
Sure.
And so,
although I mean, people use that because it does still work. I mean, like
what works?
Like older people, maybe once the boomer generation is gone and X is the oldest one, and you've got like millennials as the second oldest, maybe like the whole historical revisionism around the Holocaust and all that shit will be a little bit more acceptable. But I think right now, labeling somebody as a Nazi and then them owning being a Nazi or a racist or whatever, I think is enough to turn off a lot of larger, older voting demographics from like caring about you.
Okay,
and so it still works.
I 100% agree. I suppose I'm only concerned with long-term future trends. That's my primary.
Sure. I agree. You should address it. You should deal with it. Yeah. But I mean, conservatives never address or deal with anything on the left either. But our political realities have gotten pretty disconnected from each other thanks to the internet, thanks to people like Elon Musk, who's not even Jewish the last time I checked. I don't think. Is he?
Probably not.
If he was, yeah, then I'm the first one on
right.
the anti-Semitism train. If Elon Musk is Jewish, we got to get all these motherfuckers out of here, okay? Send them back to Hanukkah land.
Should I not have talked about Zog for as long as I did? Do you remember our debate about Zog?
I remember, yeah. I don't know how long. I don't know. Is this what did it damage your internet presence or?
No, it's probably too early to tell.
Okay.
It's Richard Nixon, when he was visiting China, he was talking to Chairman Mao, and they're both history buffs. And Richard Nixon asked Chairman Mao, as a way to like break the ice, what do you think of the Battle of Waterloo? And Chairman Mao says it's too early to tell. So it's too early to tell what consequences all of us will reap and what we sow.
Okay.
But I don't know. It's interesting to me because I get accused. First of all, I get accused of being controlled opposition all the time because I explicitly state my goal is to seem anti-Semitic to then discredit from Nick Fuentes from the inside, which is meta-ironic.
Okay.
But I get, it's like, well, to say that Ben Shapiro has dual loyalty, or to say that the World Zionist Congress, the World Jewish Congress, the ADL, Chabad Ludovit, these are organized international bodies that are organized around Jewish identity. That is a real thing. So when you say, well, Jews run the world, it's like, okay, that's obviously an extreme thing. But that's in many ways, it's a straw man of the low there's low IQ people who say that. But it's like, well, there are powerful international organizations centered around Jewish identity that discuss what's in the interest of the Jewish community, which is again an entirely rational thing. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe this. And the problem is,
I don't know if you're aware of this. Most people talk about this, and most people can talk about this without being labeled anti-Semitic. Like generally, if you're screaming anti-Semitism, yes, absolutely. Generally, the people that are being labeled as anti-Semitic are people that are highly anti-Semitic. Everybody talks about AIPAC. Everybody talks about AIPAC. The idea that you can't talk about any of these things, like, yeah, Dershowitz or whatever will come out and call, but this guy's a fucking retard. He calls everybody anti-Semitic. But most people have been critical of these types of things and taking money from AIPAC or supporting Israel. Like, it's a pretty common thing these days to do this. I think your issue is you're seeing people who might have legitimate criticisms about Israel, also who are deeply anti-Semitic, like Candace Owens or Nick Fuentes, who then get called anti-Semitic when they're making real criticisms, and you're like, oh, see, this is a problem. I was like, well, no, they're problematic, and that's probably why they're being so heavily associated with it. Like, you could criticize, like the ADL's been fucking criticized forever.
Of course,
SPLC,
of course,
the fucking yeah.
But particularly on the left, like Crystal Ball will call Nick Fuentes a Jew-hating Nazi and all that.
I mean, he kind of is, but Crystal Ball is also like a deeply anti-Israel, anti-ADL, anti-AIPAC person, though.
Right, but that's my point. Is like. Okay,
so she can do it without being anti-Semitic, and you might be calling but Nick Fuentes probably is anti-Semitic. So somebody calling Nick Fuentes anti-Semitic is not good evidence of anti-Semitism being overly used against non-anti-Semitic people, right?
I agree. I'm less concerned about. I mean, Nick Fuentes only matters insofar as he's representative of a broader ideological movement.
Sure, of people that are also probably anti-Semitic, right?
No, of course. It's like. I don't know. It's sort of like what percentage of Hassan's casual viewer base actually wants to murder billionaires and would support it?
Probably like 30%.
Okay, what do you think of Nick's casual viewer base would want to do violence against Jews?
The way that I view neo-Nazis is, and I just haven't been in these communities for a while, but I generally don't view them as wanting to kill Jewish people or murder them. They just want all of them out of the country, or at least all of them removed from positions of power and influence. Yeah. But if you could push a button and if you could ask a Groyper, if you could push a button to deport every single Jew back to Israel in the United States, I think at least 50% of them say, yeah, get them the fuck out. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Well, it also depends on the problem is because he has such wide range. I mean, I was at Thanksgiving and I asked my like 16-year-old cousins if they heard of Nick Fuentes. They're like, yeah, he's funny. And it's like these are not kids who would know who Karl Marx is or anything about politics at all. But they listen. But the Nick Fuentes clips show up. Shane Gillis is making jokes about Nick Fuentes clips appearing on his feed all the time. It's like so the Nick Fuentes audience has expanded to an incredible amount of normie people. I would say of that proportion, the overwhelming majority are not genuinely anti-Semitic.
Sure, but I don't know how much of those people I would consider
don't like Israel, and they like his,
for
for
the outer ring of orbiting, like if we're expanding like rings of people that are like just aware of who Fuentes is, who've laughed at a clip of him on Instagram Reels or TikTok feeds. I don't know if I would say these people like Nick Fuentes fans. Like in the same way that like I wouldn't call them like groypers, right? They're just like they've seen funny clips. I see funny clips of Nick Fuentes. He says funny shit. He's a funny guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the fucking. I'll still laugh. It was. I think your community compiles like a list of best moments at the end of the year or whatever. And there was one year where it was like, Destiny says the N-word. I like that.
Yeah, it's a good clip.
You're gonna love me. That's funny as hell. I get okay, not fans, but of the people, the proportion of people who
the too soon thing for Piers was funny.
Yeah.
But that do you think
Piers Morgan? Oh my god, dude!
But that was largely a good
sheer incompetence.
Well, you might perceive it that way, but that was largely a bad appearance for Nick. I would say, like it played really well with his audience and his fans and younger people. But for older people, they probably saw that as like, wow, this guy's like problematic and crazy, not good.
Agreed. Also, it cost him in ways that even undermine him. I think even undermine his. Theoretically one of his long-term goals. Again, I'm not concerned about the boomers at this point.
Okay.
I'm interested in 10 years from now or more.
Sure.
I do think that interview with Piers Morgan, he basically, because like I said, you saw that clip of Chank talking to Hassan saying, like, it's not unreasonable to try and want to do coalition with Nick Fuentes. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe, but Cenk and Hassan, I view, they're both morally bankrupt, intellectually bankrupt.
That's fine.
Who are also both insanely anti-Semitic, more so than Fuentes. So I hate both of these people. I generally am racist against Turkish people.
You think Hassan?
I think Turkish people have the worst dual loyalty in the entire, more than Israel's. If you packaged Israelis and Turkish people together, I would push the button. That's End of video game. Go ahead.
I officially condemn. I condemn hate speech.
Okay.
Point is, regardless of what you think of them, they do have large audiences. And so the prospect that a left-right populist coalition could form was there, is still there. But when Nick Fuentes goes on, Piers Morgan says, Hitler was really fucking cool. I'm tired of pretending he's not. Black people should be locked up for the most part. That's hilarious. That's based and all that. It's like he said himself, maybe us on the right, in order to compromise with the left, needs to give up the anti-white and sentiment and the open border stuff, and on the right, we need to give up like the cruelty and abuse. It's like, okay, seems reasonable. Then you go on Piers Morgan and you say, you engage in the performative cruelty that he was condemning. Say, my mom died in the Holocaust and all that. It's like, so he just undermined himself there. So he's chosen to basically be a one-dimensional, I'm an iconoclast. My only goal is to push back against this whole Holocaust as a religion thing. Sure. Which, and I think a lot of people can respect that and appreciate that. I'm sick and tired of Israel invoking the Holocaust to justify ethnic cleansing in Gaza. It's like it's a joke. And people are far more pissed off and concerned with Benjamin Netanyahu than they are with Nick Fuentes. Sure. And it's sort of like,
I will say though, just as a thing, one, that's not necessarily their geopolitical justification for it. I understand you're saying that like this is the public facing thing they put up, but like this isn't unique to Jews or Israel, right? Doesn't everybody kind of do this? Like black people talk about slavery, women talk about indentured servitude in the household and lack of voting, and everybody has their struggle, their grind, But
it's typical woke tactics.
Sure.
That's why Douglas Murray, James Lindsay, and the pro-Israel right are the true woke right, which we talked about last time. We don't have to talk about now.
Sure. But I mean, nobody's a bigger victim than Trump. Every time he gets up and speaks, he talks about how Biden victimized him, his FBI victimized him, everybody victimized him, the deep state's after him. Everybody likes to be a victim because it gives them unlimited actions that they can do with no accountability because they're always responding to somebody's done worse. Yeah.
Yes, he's a whiny bitch, and that speech he gave a couple days ago.
Sure,
It was
yeah.
just him shitting on. It's like pathetic. But I do think one of the things that gives Nick power is the fact that people like they like the iconoclasm. Which when you went on, like for example, when you went on Piers Morgan, and they asked you to condemn the Trump shooter, you were like, in front of these people, no, fuck you guys. Now, many people would say, well, that means you truly hate Donald Trump and conservatives, which I will not speculate on your motives. But the point is, there were many people who I actually don't think want to see conservatives killed, who respected what you did because you were saying, look, fuck your frame. I'm not buying into I'm not buying into the frame of my hypocritical political opponents like Dave Rubin, who celebrated Paul Pelosi's head getting bashed in. I'm not going to sit here and condemn violence in front of these people. I think that's what Nick Fuentes is doing just with the post-war consensus type stuff. It's like, look, I'm just not going to sit here. That's why he said I'm going to own the term racist and all that.
Sure.
And, the Holocaust is not my religion and all that stuff. And so I think a lot of people respect that. And my point is there are valid reasons to respect that. Like I said, Israel invokes the Holocaust. Like, it's not unique to Israel that they're doing these things. What's unique is the degree to which, anti-Semitism is considered the ultimate sin, even more so than just racism against black people. That's why they always talk about racism and anti-Semitism as if they're two separate things. And
I mean, anti-Semitism is unique, but like I think we have more sensitivities to black people than Jewish people in the U.S., right? Like DEI wasn't about Jewish people. BIPOC wasn't created for Jewish people. The rewriting of American history wasn't about Jewish people. Like all of this stuff is about like black people, and affirmative action wasn't about Jewish people. Like all these big court cases, all the big DEI and woke and SJW stuff, basically all of it was centered around like black people and black issues, not Jewish people.
Sure, but I think you can totally be a mainstream Republican and criticize black culture or Muslims. But if you criticize Jewish people, there's a sudden that's now out of the mainstream. I mean, Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens for the.
Well, yeah, but I think it's just you got to be careful with what we're talking about there, right? Because when conservatives, if I look a little, let's say I buy the dog whistle, when conservatives are influencing. Or when they're criticizing black culture, they're not criticizing black people. They're criticizing thug culture and gangsters and single-parent households and murder, right? Yeah. So to say you're criticizing Jewish culture, that's a weird. We'd have to be very careful about what we're drawing analogies to.
Would say he's not criticizing Jewish people. He's criticizing, the degree to which they organize it.
Sure, you can, but like, man, you've almost destroyed any legitimate argument you can salvage here because you're traveling with so much bad company here with all of your other claims. Right? Like it's almost going to be impossible. And when almost every single one of these people seems to be doing that, it seems like you're running into like a pattern that I think a lot of people pick up on. And then it becomes very, very hard to push back against said pattern because so many of the people are traveling with bad companions here than themselves.
Yes, 100%. There's nothing that undermines your own ideological interests than the freaks on your own cause.
No. When I say, I'm sorry, that's why I said their own people. They're travelers, they're bad companions of their own beliefs. If I come out and I want to be critical of mRNA vaccines,
the freakish
and I'm
beliefs,
also like a super vegan, I'm also like a super like meat only diet or whatever, I have all these other crazy beliefs, the mRNA criticisms are going to get tossed to the wind. Maybe even rightfully so, because I have so many other crazy beliefs, So when all of your anti-Israel people or heavily critical against Israeli or Jewish interest in the United States people are also all seemingly anti-Semitic and are saying that Churchill was the bad guy in World War II and that the Holocaust numbers are probably an order of magnitude higher than they actually are. And it's like, okay, well, fuck, like, did we take any of this seriously, I guess at that point,
exactly.
They've sunk themselves, sure.
Yeah, this is my point, is that I think Nick if Nick chose to, he could actually, start building or at least laying the groundwork for coalitions between the right and left, but he instead chose to say, no, I'm racist, I don't give a fuck, and I'm here I never apologize, I'm never going to buy into my enemy's frame, so fuck it, and I will never concede. Even if
I would like to
concessions are
separate out some things. I think and I actually prefer, first of all, let me just express a huge annoyance, just put a pin in this conversation where we're at right now. Okay, I hate all of the meta conversations about rhetoric and shit, and that we can't have conversation around any substance anymore. It's all about like, how do you frame that's just so annoys me so much. This isn't your fault, but it's just that's what this conversation is. I will say on a substance level, I would prefer somebody like Fuentes to say, I am racist, let's talk about crime, because we would have a better conversation about crime than conservatives claiming they're not racist and then left-leaning people who are too afraid to do any talk about crime enforcement and don't want to be, and it's just fucking retarded. So if Nick wants to own the I'm racist, let's lock, like, that's the thing that I can do this with every left-leaning person I talk about. It's the first question we talk about crime. It's like, why do you think more black people are in prison per capita than white people? And you'll get 25 different answers before you can get them to admit it's because they commit more crime per capita. If we don't understand that, then we're lost, right? That's fine. But that's of a different nature. It's a fundamentally different thing than like the anti-Semitism, than the clean break memo or whatever is why we went to war with Iraq and Libya and everything else, and why 9/11 happened and the dancing Israelis were there, and why the USS Liberty was attacked.
Right.
These are fundamentally different types of things.
Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly. You're engaging. Yes, you're taking the enlightened centrist position between, yes, we can acknowledge straight up that black people commit more crime. That does not. We're not going to get into like IQ genetics. There's a clear, reasonable middle ground.
Sure.
Okay. All I'm saying is we need to carve out that middle ground with, like, when it comes to anti-Semitism. It's like Ben Shapiro says. Ben Shapiro seems to have dual loyalty to Israel. Yes. Look, here's the clip. Here's Larry Ellison. Here's Miriam Adelson. I mean, the clips of Donald Trump talking about Miriam Adelson, who's the second biggest donor besides Elon Musk, saying, I asked Miriam if she loves Israel or the U.S. more, and she didn't answer. I'm going to guess that means she loves Israel. That's a direct quote from Donald Trump.
Sure.
So it's like, yes, all that's true. This does not mean that therefore all Jews are suspect, or that it's somehow it's somehow unreasonable for people to care more about Israel and the United States.
Sure.
But there's a reasonable middle ground of, okay, but that means we can critique and say, actually, yeah, it's perfectly reasonable to say it's not in U.S. interests for Larry Ellison to be dictating the TikTok algorithm when he's explicitly stated, I'm going to,
Well, maybe. I mean, if
Israel
he's
unequivocally.
I mean, if he's a U.S. citizen, he's got U.S. money, and that's what he decides to support. I mean, that's on him to do it, right?
Okay, but if you had a Russian dual citizen who was the second biggest donor to Donald Trump, and influencing the media in a way that biased coverage in favor of Russia, is it not understandable that would represent
I prefer that to the covert shit that they do now. I would say that it would be problematic. I would say that it would be problematic because I would, well, like for all of the covert stuff that Russia does to try to influence our elections.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but
the issue that I have with that comparison, the intuition that you're hinting at here is because Russia is very clearly opposed to U.S. interests. Israel is still in a weird middle ground where even if we say they do some things that might be opposite U.S. interests with relation to the war in Gaza, we very clearly favor the Israeli, Saudi Arabian access to now just the Iranian one. Like, that's still like a very clear favoring of most Americans ideologically, whether they know it or not, and definitely most of the American political establishment. Now, if that changes, then maybe that would change in the future, but that's still something that's going to be true. So somebody that has like Israeli interested in an American who's Israeli interested, well, most Americans are going to be Israeli interested, even if they're not Israeli or Jewish, just by virtue of that conflict right there. Not to say that can't change in the future, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, again, and the geopolitical debate is one thing, but again, my point is, it is indisputable that there are people who are saying criticism of Israel is a form of Jewish. Again, Sebastian Gorka, in Trump circles.
Yeah, there are some people that say that they're losers. Fuck them, but they don't prevent any of the conversation from happening.
It's not just they're losers. These are powerful people who have the capacity to do exactly what they're saying, which is we're going to institute technological and policy interventions to address anti-Semitism, and then they lump criticism of Israel under anti-Semitism.
Yes, and I agree
That's the problem at hand.
But the problem is the fact that they even have the tool to do that, and the problem is MAGA. That's the issue there, and it's like a group of.
Look, Trump is the most zogged out candidate of all time. Okay?
I wish if he was zogged out, it would be even better than whatever the fuck we have right now. He's just narcissistic out, and he's a retard. That's the issue. But it's like you have an issue with like Austria. They're making Glocks that are that a whole bunch of like stormtroopers are now like, we're going to go and kill Americans with Glocks, and the Glock manufacturer's like, yes, like this is good. We also want to kill Americans. Like, well, the problem isn't the Glocks. The problem is the stormtroop people that are running around killing Americans. They might be using Glocks, but like they could use any other gun. If you want to say that some Jewish people have too much power over media or whatever else, they've been granted this power via MAGA. And the issue is that MAGA even has the ability to dole this out, or that they have so much widespread support. And I don't think that widespread support is necessarily granted by Israel. Although if you want to make that argument, then we'd have to take a step further back and go there. But yeah, I mean, whatever problems.
I'm not sure I followed that, but I don't think I disagree.
As in the issues that we have right now. So there's a lot of like weird shit that on the surface is like pro-Israel in a negative way. So like the deportations for students that were protesting for Gaza, or making your visas or your student visas contingent upon what seemed to basically be your support for Israel, I think is really weird and stupid and bad. The obsession with anti-Semitism around the college stuff. I don't know. Did they pass a bill in the House, like a House resolution condemning anti-Semitism, retarded shit like this? Like, I think these are bad and stupid things, but I don't view these as like Jewish people enforcing their power. I view this as MAGA and Donald Trump using Jews as like a useful tool to further their own agenda. And I think that agenda is really bad.
Okay, I mean, sure. I guess I care about the effect, whether it's one framing or the other. If the effect is certain things cannot be said because they get labeled as anti-Semitic when they are objectively true, like, hey, it seems like Ben Shapiro, owner and or a major stakeholder and operator of one of the largest conservative media companies, seems to have more loyalty to Israel than the United States. If you can't say that, or that falls under, well, this is the kind of stuff that's anti-Semitic.
Sure, we can say that, and we can say that, and that might be problematic. I think it's okay to say that. I think that we can even say that's problematic. However problematic that is, Elon Musk, his acquisition of X and his relationship with Donald Trump is 100 times more problematic. Elon Musk has destroyed X as a platform. Like, I'm so close, and I'm still have to sit down and think about it this year to finally start telling my audience I'm killing my account on this. I don't think any of you should engage in this platform because it's so botted. It's so fucked.
I think so.
Yeah, but this was like a multi-billion-dollar, $44 billion purchase to further the interests of just one man, of the president of the United States, by arguably the richest man in the world, who controls SpaceX, that we use for satellites and space-related stuff, who controls Tesla, who is arguably on his way to becoming the world's first trillionaire. Like, this is so much more like, Jewish people look at Elon Musk and they wish that they were this greedy and long-nosed and influential, and they're not, right? And this guy can't even keep it together. This guy's fucking ketted out of his fucking mind, like, through no political savvy of his own. He gets Doge. Bro, if there was like a fucking Doge, some Jewish organization going through the government with the level of access that Elon Musk have, bro, Jewish people would fucking dream of this level of access, that they could audit the prior ownership of Twitter's files like Elon Musk let Barry Weiss and Schellenberger and all these hack fuck losers do. Like, these are problems. I agree with this, like, the Jew thing, and I think it's cringe that some people retreat to the anti-Semitism thing. I think that is cringe, but my God, MAGA is so much more fucking protected by the whole media establishment right now. Look at this fucking Barry Weiss 60 Minutes thing. This is insane. Jewish people wish they had this much control over the media. And yeah, I get a little suspect when people really want to hyperfixate on, like, we can't say anti-Semitic things. Like, bro, everybody says anti-Semitic shit now. Who the fuck cares? Yeah.
I mean, it's an honest question. I don't know. You might have an answer. What speech is Elon Musk directly clamping down on?
What speech is he directly clamping down on?
That's what I have the issue with the Sebastian Gorkas and the anti-Semitism as a national security threat crowd.
So I would say that he destroyed X as a platform. So whatever speech was flourishing there has been severely degraded.
Yeah, but is there a specific set of ideas that are true that he has said explicitly or implied or?
I mean, he's like very broadly on, like, the white identitarian, white nationalist movement stuff, but he's like such a shallow human being that it's hard to even. Yeah, what?
He's trying to censor that?
No. He very broadly promotes it. He does it on his own account. He does it through other political figures. He coordinates and collabs with Tommy Robinson, I think, and he supports the is it the ADF or whatever in Germany? Like, he's very, like, broadly
AFD
or AF. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Okay. Those are. There's two things. One, that's a separate question of what is the validity in that. The second is, it's not about
hold on, stop. Wait. I just want to put a clear thing in here just because it's good to establish reality sometimes, because conservatives don't live in reality all the time. The claim all the time from the far right or from MAGA or from the right was that all of these outlets were liberal biased outlets. And they always claimed this without evidence. The articles could lean liberal for sure, and the pundits are for sure liberal. But, like, to say that, like, Bezos and Zuckerberg are outwardly massive liberal supporters, that was always just speculation or taken to be self-evidently true, but not really justified. Elon Musk is outwardly and openly supportive of every anti-liberal party he can find in Europe, of every white identitarian movement that he can find, and was able to convince in the White House them to create, like, special PBS exceptions for South Africans to come in and claim asylum while he was spamming YouTube and Twitter videos to the South African president or whatever, part of which weren't even true, in trying to open these asylum things. So I just want to be clear that, like, Elon Musk was uniquely a partisan hack compared to any other large media owner that I'm aware of, except for maybe, like, Murdoch or whatever. I don't even know if Rupert Murdoch was that openly politically partisan, but yeah.
Okay, well, there's definitely a lot of truth in what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Again, my fundamental concern, though, is not someone supports a particular idea. The single greatest threat to democracy, which is very sacred, but free speech more importantly, is saying certain ideas must be clamped down because they are anti-Semitic or they lead to violence.
Yeah, that's not
Which is
true.
a direct claim.
That's not true at all. The greatest threat
not
to
true?
freedom of speech is to destroy a person's ability to discern what's being said. That's the number one aspect of speech is to communicate an idea, and when people can no longer hear or understand the ideas, speech has been
Okay, all right.
eliminated.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Fine. That's
I
that's
say
a
this
more
because it sounds
philosophically
like
deep claim.
it sounds like a
Fine.
philosophically deep claim, but the truth of the matter is that if I go to a platform and I want to censor all of the women there, I could ban all the women from the platform, and that would very clearly and obviously be wrong, and people could attack me for it. Or I could subtly just boost all of the anti-women people on the platform and claim I'm adhering to the principles and tenets of free speech. And then people like you would defend that, when in reality I'm just as anti-free speech as before, except now I have more protections because of the way that I'm operating. And it's a very real thing that happens. It's a very true thing that happens. You see it with Donald Trump, for instance, suing political figures that he doesn't like, that release polls about him that
Sure.
he doesn't like, right? Is that anti-free
I
speech? Well, he's not
100%,
necessarily censoring the speech. He's exercising his freedom of speech, right? That's why I make that distinction. It's an
Yeah,
important
well,
one.
or
Yeah.
like the whole look, the fucking Jimmy Fallon thing
Yeah.
was, I think, disgusting and Pam Bondi
Yeah.
said, "There's what is it? Or the hate speech thing? There's a difference between free speech and hate speech. It's like, are you demented? Are you demented?" So you'll get no pushback from me on that. I guess my point is, the fact that this is also bad does not change the fact that it is bad that the Trump administration, under the guise of anti-Semitism, is clamping down on free speech. It sounds like we agree on that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just anti-Semitism. There's all sorts of speech that they clamp down on. It's anything that goes against Trump's interests, basically. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
but in our culture, anti-Semitism occupies a unique level of. It's like it's the fundamental sin, the fundamental evil.
I mean, I don't think so as much. I think that
Well, okay, fair enough. This is not a.
sure. I know that some people are really fixated on it. I think
Have
there's
you
like
heard the term post-war consensus?
no, but from what you're saying, I'm guessing it has to do with the bipolar powers that emerged, or the multipolar world that emerged after the Soviet world, where the West were the good guys and Israel had the Holocaust, and so Jews have to be protected, and all this bullshit or whatever that entrenched American interests.
Yeah, it's basically just the religion of the West.
Sure.
We don't have Jesus and Satan. Nobody believes in God. Well, not nobody, but secular West didn't believe in God anymore. So Hitler became Satan. The Holocaust became hell. And
Okay. I haven't heard this
anti-Semitism became the original sin.
then, but okay. Sure.
Yeah, this is people like Jonathan Peugeot, Yoram Horzani, several other people, Tom Holland, not Tom Holland the actor, Tom Holland the
Why? Maybe Spider-Man
Christian
has
historian,
some strong
who
feeling.
Sam Harris is a fan of.
Okay.
But anyway, and so I just think, yeah, look, I guess my. Well, first off, I'm always following my curiosity, so I am interested in your assessment of these things, and it does seem like people are recognizing more. Yeah, we can't. The pearl clutching has to stop.
Yeah, but it's just so much like pearl clutching about pearl clutching too. Like if you want to be critical of Israel, just be critical of Israel. Like if more people would just do this, I feel like people would just have the conversation. Like if I just say like, we need to
do what?
Just like be critical of Israel and be critical of people who are you think are
I agree.
Yeah. How about
You'd think that, but I don't know. Fair. I mean,
here's
we
what I'd be
agree, but
curious,
there's a
and
lot
I'm not
of-
going to push you on this now, but like for our next conversation,
Okay.
or if you want, we could schedule one or whatever. For our next conversation, find me examples of like, here are people that are making really strong, valid criticisms of Israeli policy or Israeli U.S. Stuff or
Brett
whatever.
Weinstein, Gabor Mate.
Oh man.
You're anti-Semitic. You don't like Brett Weinstein.
I gotta go. Hold on. I need to get an HP pack because you just did psychic damage bringing up those two names
There's
in the
only
series.
one
One
reason
second.
why
Hold on.
someone wouldn't like someone with the last name Weinstein.
Oh God. Hold on. 1 sec. Wait, 1 sec. I gotta use the restroom. 1 sec.
Okay. For everyone watching, if you have not seen Rowan's recent video called, I think it's 2035, Nick's Final Broadcast. Open up a new tab, type in Rowan, Roenn, and go watch that because it's phenomenal. And it conveys in artistic form what cannot be conveyed in propositional form.
Okay, I'm here. I hate both of those motherfuckers so much, but and they're probably both anti-Semitic too. But probably not. No, the Weinstein guy can't be because he's just fucking retarded. But I hate both those people. Sorry. Okay, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
You want to talk about a different issue?
Sure. Or yeah, I just think levy criticisms at Israel if you want, and then see what happens from there. I do it with like crime shit. Like we should like spot crime enforcement is valuable. There's a decent amount of validity to the concept of like broken windows policing. Not all disproportionate policing is
You mean
racism.
like stop and frisk?
No. Like high crime areas should have more cops enforcing crime there than like sending cops throughout an entire city is fucking retarded. Even if it results in a disproportionate amount of enforcement, even if it results in a disproportionate amount of arrests, even if it results in a per capita disproportionate amount of arrests, if the per capita crime committing rates are the exact same between races, it's still probably a good way to use law enforcement in a city. And that if you want to seek to rectify any inequities that exist in society, it can't be at the crime enforcement level. At that point, you're too late. So like, these are conversations you can have. I feel comfortable having these conversations with anybody. I mean, obviously not everybody will talk to me, but like, I think you could have these. But I also think it's pretty clear when I'm speaking. I'm not a racist person. I don't hate most black people, just like I don't hate some Jewish people, and I don't hate most Israelis, whatever. So I think I have like the leeway. I have the credibility to talk about these things. But if I spent all of my time on stream, opining about race realism and inbred genetic IQ differences, and everything else, and I was like, now let's talk about crime. Well, yeah, people are going to look at me like a little bit weird. You're like, well, okay, because it's going to be a little bit sussy baka at that point, which is fair, I think.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Listen, it would never. I don't ever want you to ever call yourself an enlightened centrist. Okay?
Good. I'm not.
Exactly.
Thank
You're
you.
not.
Okay.
But you continue to embody the archetype of enlightened centrism exactly as you do right there.
Okay.
Liberalism. It's failed, Destiny.
Has it though?
According to Patrick Deneen.
Oh shit! I didn't know
professor
Patrick
at
Deneen
University
said
of
it.
Notre Dame.
Okay.
We read a book for our book club.
Yeah.
That Obama said was a phenomenal book
Okay.
called Why Liberalism Failed.
Okay.
And basically the gist of it is, if you don't have any other moral principles other than let's maximize individual, I'm referring to social liberalism, not necessarily like three branches of government power
Yeah, no.
distribution.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, social liberalism. If your moral principles maximize individual autonomy, you don't have a leg to stand on to go after certain things.
True.
So I'll go with the extreme example.
Anti-Semitism.
Richard
Oh, sorry. Just kidding.
Right. Because Richard Hanania defended this.
My king.
We can use YouTube-friendly language. AI CSAM.
Based. Okay. Not based. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. My bad. Go ahead.
Right. So the argument is, so people were defending this online, saying, well, someone said, a court had ruled that AI CSAM is okay, and someone quote tweeted it, and Richard Hanania was peripherally involved with this. What on earth is wrong with this? The whole reason we're against CSAM is because it hurts the children, it exploits the children. But in this case, no one is being exploited, which I think is deranged and demented. What is the? Well, first off, do you think? Maybe I should have asked this beforehand. I don't know. Do you think AI CSAM should be illegal?
That's a really hard one. There are certain laws that I actually find really difficult to justify, like logically, like formal logically justification from like philosophy to law, when you look at the other behavior that exists in society. So the two things that I have the biggest problem with are like animal cruelty laws and child pornography laws. So for instance, I think it's very interesting to say that like it's illegal to abuse your dog, but you can eat food that comes from factory farming. Much the same that it's interesting that it's illegal to look at child pornography, but you can go on watchpeopledie.tv and watch endless videos of people being literally torture murdered and executed. If I were to venture a guess, why intuitively does one feel so much wronger than the other? It's probably because when you are, if you're abusing an animal or if you're engaging in watching child pornography, there is a sense of enjoyment that no decent human being should be getting out of it. When somebody eats a cheeseburger, they're not enjoying the suffering of the animal, they're enjoying a cheeseburger. When somebody abuses a dog, they must be a sociopath. Much the same, maybe there's a morbid curiosity or weirdness around watching people getting killed or murdered, although a lot of people, more people than I think many people would have an intuition would probably be okay with like making that illegal to watch. But for enjoying child pornography, there is no curious enjoyment there. You just must be a sociopath to enjoy that. So I feel like that's intuitively, that's why these laws are justified. But I guess like you're going to go on to make the point from like a broad liberal perspective, it's hard to like build out a philosophical argument there that would match our intuitions such that like liberalism has arguably failed here to supply us an answer that satisfies our intuitive ethical feelings. Yeah.
Yeah, what you're describing is a cultivation of vice argument.
Okay.
And that like if you do something that is immoral and disgusting, even if it doesn't hurt anyone in the moment, you poison your psyche in such a way that it eventually leads you to doing terrible things.
Well,
like pulling the wings off flies and all that. It's like, or abusing an animal. You do that over and over again. What doors does that open for you in the future?
Sure,
And
that's an ethical argument more
stuff.
than a legal one, though, because then I would ask, like,
I
what
agree.
about
This is not a I'm
Sure,
not
yeah.
making a legal one.
Sure.
I'm
Well, you brought
doing
up
the underlying
because you brought up
philosophy
like the CSAM and should it be legal or not? But yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying should it be legal within the bounds of our current legal framework. I'm saying philosophically, within the liberal framework, what is the argument against it? If no one is being exploited or harmed, and it's not animals, so it's not even like a conscious being, whatever type thing, but what is the argument against AI CSAM within the liberal framework without invoking some kind of conservative morality, basically? Because I don't think you can argue against it unless you invoke a principle that is not liberal.
Well, I don't know if I would say liberal framework is necessarily one that, like, I think the liberal framework can emerge from a variety of different moral philosophy. And I don't think I would argue there's like a conservative ethics. I mean, there are like morals or ethics that are heavily associated with conservatism. We're getting a little bit
maybe
in the weeds on that, but like,
I guess
yeah.
I'm putting forward as a definition, contingent definition for this conversation.
Sure.
Liberalism is the moral philosophy that posits that the highest moral good, that the way that we appraise behaviors is determining whether or not it increases or infringes upon individual autonomy.
Yeah, I mean, moral. You could say that liberals from a liberal framework, like the age of consent exists, or the age of majority, and that's not just applied to sex. It's applied to like signing contracts or entering business deals or doing, or buying a car or whatever. All related to signing contracts, right? And liberals can broadly defend the idea that minors should have a restriction on their autonomy and rights because they don't have all those same privileges and responsibilities. And everything. Yeah, and then that could easily extend to like the CSAM thing, like you shouldn't be recording these people engaged in sexual acts because it's not something they can consent to. Yeah.
Right. The argument is because it's AI generated, it eliminates the part where the children themselves are getting harmed.
Sure. I mean, like let's get rid of the boring argument. Then the boring argument is that, well, what if you have to train it on a data set of real child porn that would make it unlike, right?
Correct, which is wrong. Someone made that point. I'm like, you can have a bear playing Xbox.
So let's just
it actually was trained on bears and Xboxes.
So we can toss that one because that's
People
stupid,
don't know
right?
what they're talking about.
But let's assume it doesn't need like a real training set or whatever else. I mean, you could
it's just regular porn, and then it just replaces it with children.
Yeah, you could just justify it based on the fact that like you feel like it would lead to future harms because people would begin engaging with this material in a pornographic way, and then they would go down the road.
Cultivation of vice.
Sure, I guess.
Okay, but then that opens the door to, all right, well, what other things now are like, what other things can we make illegal?
Yeah, we do for tons of things, right? Drugs.
Yeah, right. And I think most people have this. This is my point. This is why I do. I think the liberal, like, there needs to be something more clearly articulated that I think a lot of conservative and post-liberal thinkers have acknowledged. Less so the Richard Hanania liberals. Of like, there needs to be something else. It can't just be freedom.
Of course.
There needs to be some Yeah, but then the question is, what is that? Is it like, and it's, there's like it's an argument of virtue, but now we're deciding, well, what's virtuous and what not.
For sure.
Because the liberal answer is, well, everyone gets to decide what's virtuous as long as it doesn't harm anyone else. It's like, no, we need something else. We need something else. We need like a moral system and a point to guide us. And currently we don't have that. Liberalism kind of undermines that.
Yeah, liberalism is like it's like hiking gear or whatever. Like you still need a hiker. Like the gear is not going to climb itself. It just enables a bunch of people to climb or scuba gear or whatever else, whatever snow gear, whatever. Right? Liberalism is not a morality. Liberalism is just a framework by which we organize socially that hopefully can incorporate a ton of different moralities inside of it. Now, some governmental frameworks, as part of the framework, almost beg a morality or automatically incorporate a morality inside of it, which makes the question like very easy. So like for your caliphates, right, your Islamist ideologies that incorporate their religion into their social and governmental framework, well, that's a very easy question. You always have like a common purpose. You're united. For fascist countries or for heavily like socialist or communist countries, arguably single party rule authoritarian states, like incorporate this kind of like social morality into the government. For liberalism, the reason why it has such a big strength is that it can incorporate so many different types of people, but somehow get them to work together in the same framework. But you can run into the issue of, well, the government is not giving you that strong social fabric that other forms of governments might be giving you automatically. So now you have to find it on your own. And if you assume it's going to come from the system itself, you're going to become very lost and very nihilistic very quickly. And sometimes people are a little bit scared to prescribe a morality because it feels anti-liberal to do so. But the answer is somewhere in there for that. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess but the problem is it's not, and I get like liberalism is pluralistic. It allows to some degree that's true. But again, if it's pluralistic in a way that, hey, your neighbor is watching AI CSAM, you are now heading down a path of creating psychological degenerates. And there's even like transhuman stuff of like, I saw a service that allows you to create digital AI avatars of your dead family and friends.
Okay.
It's like that should be illegal.
Okay.
We'll say why. Because if we live in a world where mentally ill people are surrounded by digital avatars of their dead family and friends, we're creating a world of psychopaths. And there's just something profane about that we should avoid because it will destroy just...
Sure, and I mean these are opinions you can have, but like we have to argue.
Yeah, but you can't argue from that within the social liberal framework.
Yeah, you can.
Meaning the individual autonomy thing.
No, you can. There's a ton of drugs are a great example of things that we've totally deprived individuals of. How the fuck can the government tell me I'm not allowed to do fucking ecstasy? That's crazy. I should be allowed to do as much MDMA as I want. That's wild to me. That I could get arrested for that.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, of course. The fuck?
Do you think heroin should be legal?
I would argue, yeah. Although maybe more restrictions or maybe more difficulty to access or whatever bullshit. But like, yeah, I mean, like if we're talking within like a liberal framework and individuals have the right to pursue these types of things, I think arguably, yeah.
Okay, well, we would disagree. I mean, even in Portugal, first off, I think in Oregon they did that and then repealed it. But there's confounding variables there that you can't necessarily.
Sure, but people in Oregon are fucking losers. So
true, but in Portugal it's worked out much better, as far as I know from my research on it. But they still force people to do treatment sometimes.
Yeah, I think you should. I do believe,
but that's technically outside of the social liberal. Again,
I don't agree. I think you have to be careful not to, because sometimes people play this game. Leftists do this a lot, where they're like, everything bad comes from capitalism. You're like, oh well, what about the increase in standard of living? We got things like we have a minimum wage, and they're like, oh no, those things are socialism. And it's like, okay, well, what about like all these employees that are making so much more money now, and that was guaranteed by a socialist aspect of the government.
Of course,
so we can't say that like all the good things that liberalism has given us, well, that's not liberalism.
I'm not
that's
saying that at all.
Sure.
No.
Okay, my bad.
My point. I agree. Liberalism got us to the greatest point, arguably, in human history in terms of like flourishing economic wealth. But it just becomes a diminishing returns thing to a point of negative returns. It's like the same system that got us all these marginal returns, but started to diminish. And now we're in the point of like actually we're innovating new things that are actually making life worse.
Sure.
And my point is, if we continue down that trajectory, that's bad. And within the social liberal, which is effectively a libertarian, I mean, I would use those identically, like social liberalism, maximizing individual autonomy, is essentially a social libertarian policy or philosophy. There needs to be something outside of it. And it seems to me that the things that speak to people's intuitions that are outside of it are basically conservative or religious traditional.
I just totally reject this like conservative, socially liberal. Like I think that liberalism is a form of governance, and I think the idea of respecting the edge of individual autonomy, that's not like a moral statement. That's like a blanket statement you have to make in order to assume underneath you multiple competing moral frameworks. That's how that works. So for instance, two people might be ideologically opposed on the matter of gay marriage, but liberalism can incorporate both of those people to work together in the same society. Liberalism is not making a moral statement about gay marriage. It's just creating the framework by which both people can exist. So liberalism can incorporate, can allow people to ban CSAM and ban child porn or not, or do whatever. But if you're looking to that government framework for your morality, you're going to have a big problem. And I do agree, by the way, that a lot of people do this, and it is problematic. And I think that's where some of your intuition is coming from, where it's like, well, how is liberalism going to solve XYZ problems? And I'm telling you, well, it's not a moral system, and that feels stupid to you because there are some people that maybe do appeal to it as a moral system. And I agree that is an issue when people do that. Yeah, and you feel lost and nihilistic when you do that sometimes. Yeah.
It's fair. Okay, I ran into the same issue with Connor. Counterpoints. Yeah, I guess I'm putting
ran into
forward
what issue?
When I'm defining liberalism, I'm defining it in a different way because I agree with you that like the checks and balance system and some level of pluralism is good and necessary.
Mm-hmm.
I am putting forward liberalism as social liberalism, that which puts individual autonomy over all else. But I understand.
Well, but when
I'm
you
not
say
gonna
that,
let you define it in such a way that obviously makes it bad when there's other good things.
Well, I'm just saying. My question is, when you say social liberalism defines individuality above all else, like are taxes part of social liberalism, or social security, or all forms of welfare, or public transportation? Because these all exist, right?
Yeah. But again, the neoliberalism, the economic model, is about low taxes and deregulation. So that is kind of the point. Well, the opposite. I mean, you could say socialism is when the government does stuff, but like it is technically more economically anti-liberal to put money in like a universal healthcare type thing because that's individual autonomy.
Well, if you're going to define it that strictly, I guess maybe, but then that's even further away from moral philosophy, I guess. But
this is what a lot of the post-liberal Patrick Deneen. You know Dave the Distributist by any chance?
Nope. What does he distribute?
Post-liberal thinking.
What a loser.
And then even J.D. Vance, I think, operates by this framework. This is how they're defining liberalism. So at minimum, if it helps clarify things like, well, liberalism has failed because this and this. Obviously, they can also be sneaking in like other stuff like.
Yeah, I would say when I hear somebody say,
hold on, you're right. No, hold on. You're 100% right because there's also there's liberalism, social liberalism. That's what I'm coming from. Then there's we need a single chief unitary executive to, take like Caesarian authority, which is explicitly a political thing. So yes, there is that too.
Yeah, like I would say when people are saying liberalism has failed, what they're actually saying is they don't like a lot of the underlying moral philosophies that are kind of flourishing in our current society, and they would prefer to choose others. That's why they don't often say that like liberalism is failed or bad. They would say we need to go back to the liberalism we had in the 50s and 60s. That was better because there were different moral philosophies that were more prominent at the time.
Yeah, because the argument is that, like, well, many classical liberals, who we call classical liberals now, said specifically, this only works if the populace is like free in the positive freedom sense, like the original Socrates classic liberty or like classical definition of liberty, which is like self-restraint. Liberty meant the ability to self-govern, like having virtue and being free from hedonism is liberty. Hedonism was seen as the opposite of liberty.
Okay.
So, but it transformed over the last couple centuries to, well, no, liberty just meant freedom to do whatever you want. That's my point. But yes, you are right that then there's a direct attacks on the political system, which is a separate thing. I don't have a strong opinion on it, but I'm certainly open to the possibility that our current government system, as it's set up, in its noble effort to resist tyranny, it just becomes a type 1, type 2 error thing. The rigidity that allows it to prevent tyranny also makes it rigid enough where it's not able to adapt quick enough to the problems at hand, whether it's AI, environmental, whatever.
Okay.
And so the idea that you do need a FDR-like figure who comes in with sweeping executive authority to change things so the system can get back on track, I'm open to that possibility. Of course, that the idea that doesn't also carry a significant amount of risk, if not more risk than the rigidity itself, people who say that are demented.
How
But
do you
I'm-
say?
I'm-
How do you say?
I'm-
I'm curious. How do you say liberalism has failed and not the people have failed, or the culture has failed, or technology has failed? Why is it liberalism
what
that
I
gets
would-
the blame there?
Because I think when people talk about, I guess it just becomes I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be using these terms. I mean, I'm just positing that as a definition of liberalism. I mean,
The only
liberal
reason why I
means-
asked this is because so I would have believed. I would have publicly stated, well, I wouldn't have lied. I would have said, I would say oh, technocracies are bad ideas because they overrepresent some people, and those people might have blind spots around certain issues and blah, 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 right? But I'd say, well, I don't know. But honestly, maybe a technocracy would be a good thing if we had more competent people in different areas of government. I've totally wiped away that now. I don't know if people are capable of making those judgments or evaluations based on how I've seen how absolutely fundamentally retarded, Andreessen, or well, you might like these people, sorry. I would say, broadly speaking, the crypto finance tech community has acted
Thank you for not offending me. I
with
appreciate
regards
that.
to politics. I would say I have no faith in a technocracy now. So I guess if there was this area that I could identify of hyper competent people and they were ready to take the reins on government and do all these things, but then for some reason liberalism was preventing them from doing it and not the people, and we just switched the government, this would be better. I'm just not fully convinced that switching the government here or switching from liberalism to something else, what do you think we could switch from liberalism to that would ameliorate some, a lot of the problems that you think we're facing
You're
today?
right. Yeah. Yes. I agree with you on all this.
Sure.
It's not clear to me. Well, first off, again, I'm using the terms that these, Patrick Deneen is a fairly mainstream thinker within the conservative movement. And they use the term post-liberals and all that. I think a lot of post-liberalism is just essentially trying to rescue original liberalism from itself. It's not actually trying to move into something entirely new. Some people are putting, the Curtis Yarvin patchwork state or whatever, it's that, okay, that's demented. And the idea of just a pure monarch is goofy. But again, the point about FDR acting like a monarch, there is absolutely some level of truth to that.
Is it though? Didn't he have super majorities in both halves of Congress, and the American public was broadly hungry for this type of reformation after everything that happened?
Well, I can't muster the best historical argument around, but it's certainly the case that, for example, what was the meme that is always cited, the switch in time to save 9 or something like that, where basically FDR, he did his fireside chats as any good monarch populist does, and he said something like, I'm going to pack the court for every judge over the age of 75 because historically that's been the age limit we put on things. When in reality, the only reason he was doing that is because the judges that happen to be over the age of 75 were the ones getting in the way of his programs that many people, even to this day, regard as
I'm highly
violating
suspicious
the
of
Legal Supremacy Clause.
where that talking point came from, or where you got that from, or who said it. I feel like that came from a very ideologically motivated place, but I could be wrong because I don't know this time period super well. But my understanding is basically we were coming out of the Great Depression, World War I, and then you have this hunger in America for basically this massive reformation of basically welfare stuff, state entitlement stuff, because everybody's hungry to see a change, and so FDR comes in with a fuck ton of popular support, both from the population
Correct. He has a
and in
mandate from the
Congress.
people.
Yeah. So the idea that he wanted to do all these crazy things as an individual, and these just a few judges were black community, I don't know how true that was. I feel like he probably could have done almost anything at that point. Yeah.
Well, again, you're fair, and I'm piss poor at making this argument, but it is absolutely. The argument that, well, if a president has a mandate from the people, then it justifies just basically overriding the supremacy clause and elements of the Constitution.
No, he had huge support in Congress. I don't think there was any. I don't know how much illegal
Okay, fine.
stuff.
But okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. The whole point is it doesn't matter how much popular support you have in Congress or otherwise. If you want to override the Constitution, you need to change the Constitution.
Yeah, but I don't know if he overrode the Constitution.
Well, the argument is the supremacy clause. I believe it's I could be misspeaking here, but it's all of the powers that are not explicitly reserved for the federal government are reserved to the states. And the argument is all of these programs, like Social Security and a lot of the national labor regulation boards, were very clearly not entitled to the federal government, need to be done at a state level.
Okay. Did the Supreme Court agree with that argument, or?
No, a lot of them. The Supreme Court struck down many of these, and FDR abided by that. But then the whole switch in time to save 9 thing is him basically saying, "I'm going to pack the court if they overturn the next one," and then they went along with it after that. So it's is it a clear-cut case of pure fascism in the United States? No, obviously that's not true.
Where does this talking point come from again, real quick?
Curtis Yarvin,
Okay.
Dave, the distributor. This is their person that they cite.
Okay.
Which I just find interesting because a lot of progressives hold up FDR as like a idol. So it's kind of like, but I don't know. You know, seems like a. I'll do a dedicated video on it and do some research on it. This has been an informative talk for me. I appreciate it.
Really?
I'm glad that we were able to speak in a non-antagonistic manner.
We're never antagonistic.
Well, sometimes. These are not how all my conversations online go. So I appreciate it.
Who was your most combative conversation been with?
Probably Big Joel.
Oh God. Well,
See that one?
I haven't seen it, but he's like a leftist now, right? He's like a socialist tanky guy, or is he not that far left? Or
He's been a leftist, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we had a conversation that I did not prepare for.
What was the conversation about?
Looked foolish. About Nick Fuentes, basically.
Oh.
About this. And my whole point is like, first, he could be very well. He could be a hateful sociopath. My point is calling him these names is not a recipe for success. You need to
Wait, I'm curious real quick. Why do you think you get so much pushback when you say that?
Say what?
What you just said, that this isn't a recipe for success.
Because I think a lot of people perceive me, given my haircut, that I'm literally a white nationalist anti-Semite, and they do not believe for a moment that I genuinely want to find a middle ground between this is not actually anti-Semitism and also this is not a Jewish conspiracy type thing.
Okay, yeah, because
it's not like I'm not aware that I participate in it when I constantly talk about Zog.
Sure, yeah. The perception is that you're more in that ballpark of belief than you let on, is what it feels like.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then when I say I'm doing this with the express intent of discrediting Nick and being controlled opposition from within by appealing to the kind of people that he would appeal to.
Yeah, but then when you have,
we're in the realm of meta irony where either narrative can apply, and I don't care enough to, base my opinions off what people think I'm doing.
Yeah, but then when people only hear you
and
arguing one side of it, and then when you're restating the arguments for the other side pretty well, right? I think that people will have that assumption regardless of,
If people are only hearing me argue one side of it, that is a problem with the YouTube algorithm and or them, because the amount of times
What's the biggest argument you've had with somebody like on the right? Like, have you argued with a Groyper ever? Or argued with with a pro Fuentes or pro Sam Hyde fan and argued against them?
I do offline. I don't bring them on. Well,
what the fuck? Well, that's not a YouTube algorithm problem. That's a you problem then, no?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I absolutely state explicitly. I don't know how many times I've used the word degenerate to call the people who believe that it's a Jewish conspiracy, that it's in Jewish people's genetics that it's a problem. That's a disgusting, degenerate, anti-Christian belief.
But what you just said there almost sounds like a dog
who have I
whistle.
argued with?
Wait. Just to be clear, because what you just said there. I'm just saying that what you just said there, right? Yeah. That's even a strong anti-Semite won't make that genetic argument that you just made. The race realist arguments apply to like black people. For Jewish people, it's always going to be like a cultural argument that people born into the Jewish culture, other people tell them.
So the literal Nazis that I talk to offline, I don't bring online because I actually don't want to necessarily platform them without being able to talk about the things that I want to talk about, which I don't know if they would be comfortable with because it's personal for them. Their whole thing is Christianity is a sect of Judaism that is meant to allow Jews to get away with their stuff because it says, well, all men are made in the image of God. That's the far right when I think of anti-Semitism, that's what I'm thinking of the people who are like,
I think
Hitler
that's
literally was a good guy.
Sure, but I think that's like a very minor. That's not like the loudest version or the most populous version of like neo-Nazi. I don't think that'll ever be. It's a weak argument. It's a loser argument. The strongest argument is...
You know what? I never thought Nick Fuentes denying the Holocaust would have gone mainstream, and yet here we are.
But Holocaust denial and revisionism has literally been in existence since the Holocaust happened, right? Like that's always. And also, I also wouldn't say that Holocaust revisionism is mainstream. I think it's more popular now than it has been in the past, but I don't think it's mainstream now.
Joe Rogan, You saw the clip of Joe Rogan saying, "Wait, does Nick Fuentes deny the Holocaust, or does he just debate?"
Yeah, but Joe
the
Rogan is
numbers?
fucking retarded, and a lot of the people that listen to him are fucking
Fine.
retarded.
True
I
or
agree that
otherwise,
it's like
he's
it
not
is
mainstream.
more so than other things. I do agree with you, but like
Yeah, in like a very mildly frightening way.
yeah, it's more mainstream than it used to be. A lot of bad stuff becomes popular through Joe Rogan's unfortunate existence. Sure. I'm just saying that you just
another
when
reason
you
too.
when you platform certain arguments and then you talk about the need to counter them, and then you're always citing them correctly. Like if we were talking about like you brought up CSAM earlier, if we were talking about like pedophilia, and I were to tell you that like we need to have a real conversation countering pedophiles and not just saying that pedophilia is gross, because you have to contend with how smooth and lithe their bodies are, and you have to contend with how innocent and gentle they are, and how alluring they are as children. Right? If I were to say this over and over again,
How do you not?
I'm just saying that like as I say this, you're not going to sit here and be like, "Wow, you're right. We really do." You're going to be like,
Yeah, right. That's disgusting.
yeah, but when you're saying like we need to counter the fact that Edison or Ellison or all these Jews do have this influence, and that Ben Shapiro said that he's got dual loyalty, and that there are Israeli people. This guy in CBS owns all this
Yeah,
stuff.
because
I'm just saying that when you say it,
nothing to do with smooth bodies of children.
no, but
It's
I'm
like,
saying
those are
that
not
when you
even
say this, when you say this
comparable.
over and over and over again, you say this needs to be countered. This needs to be countered. There's elements of truth to all of this, and you know all the arguments you're saying, and you're restating them over and over
because
again.
I believe that's the best. Yes, because I believe there's nothing that benefits an ideological extremist than people calling them liars when they're not lying about specific talking
I'm not
points.
arguing with you. I'm just saying that this is where the appearance comes from. That it sounds like what I said. What I just said sounded
Sure.
crazy
Oh,
to you, but
fine.
most people, when they hear you say those things, that's what they're hearing on the other side of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how to explain this. I don't care, and in many ways, I lean into it.
Uh-huh.
And
But
again,
that's
pearls
the
before
issue,
swine.
right? Like, but then you can't be surprised when people,
no.
if you lean into it and you don't care, that you can't be surprised when you're like,
I'm
well,
not-
fuck, maybe this guy does believe.
I'm not mad if people have the wrong impression of me because they're too lazy to watch any of my videos. Because any serious,
But you just said you don't even do videos with the hardcore gripers. You just said you don't even post
No,
those
I
videos.
No, I have said over and over and over again how degenerate these beliefs are.
But degenerate is such a,
Just 'cause
it's a
hold on,
weak
you,
word.
You picked a very just because I haven't debated. What? Okay, hold on. I don't even know.
I feel like degenerate is a
What-
very
what-
weak, it's not like, it doesn't mean, like degenerate, it feels very subjective to me.
Okay, well, so does disgusting or immoral, whatever. Fine.
Immoral, yeah. If you say
They're
like
false
incorrect,
and degenerate.
stupid, wrong, false is stronger, I would say. But like it's when you say, because it almost feels like you're sitting around. When you say it's degenerate to be so heavily anti-Semitic, it almost sounds like you're committing the error that you would claim my side commits, where it's like you might be factually correct on everything, but I think it's bad to say it. You're degenerate. That's what it almost feels that way.
Okay, fine. I
Sure.
would say my definition of degeneracy requires deception. That's part of it. Like hedonism is degenerate.
Oh,
because
sure. That could be the
deceptive
case,
to
but I would
nature
argue
of
you're
reality.
using a relatively
Okay.
personal definition. I don't think most people would say that
Fine.
deception is part of
My-
degeneracy. Yeah.
Yeah. The two things I would say is I don't care.
Mhm.
People can call me all kinds of names. In many ways, it makes me more and more powerful because then I have increasing amounts of evidence that I'm both called controlled opposition. What is it? I have a golemic facial structure,
Okay.
according to the Groypers. And every time I make a video about Nick Fuentes, it is mostly Groypers complaining about it. And then I have what all the leftists call it. It's like, I don't care. It's fine. If anything, that benefits me. But I am interested in how this plays out in the broader discourse, which is why I'm talking about it.
Okay.
And the other thing too is just, I think it's like I have people in my life who went down the real Nazi rabbit hole.
Yeah.
And so I don't take seriously the opinions of people who know really nothing about how anti-Semitism actually functions in people's minds and how it is almost always, in my opinion, a combination of mild to severe autism and significant childhood trauma that's directly related to hates like racism and shit. And it's like, so I just don't care because I know what I believe. And if people want to accuse me of stuff, that's fine. It works
Okay,
to my
sure.
advantage in many ways.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't give a fuck, then that's fine. Yeah.
I mean, I do in my real life.
Okay.
That does bother me. Well, you're just a racist. It's like, no, I've seen it close up. I've seen the I've seen the amount of time when people talk about Jews controlling, when people talk about going to the libraryofhate.com back 10 years ago or whatever this fucking was, and Jews do this and Jews do that. It's like, in my experience, twice as often those people were talking about killing themselves because it is truly a degenerate belief. It worries me now that it's becoming more and more mainstream.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
And but believe it or not, and it sounds like you agree, the best way to not have the worst elements of it get mainstreamed is by simply, yeah, okay, the dual loyalty thing, fine. We can talk about that on substance. We're not going to call you racist or
Sure.
hateful. Regardless
But there
of who's
has
true.
to be like another issue you run into too is the cruelty and the selective empathy that people have. People on the other side will never
100%.
tolerate the selective empathy, right? So like something that you brought up, I thought this is incredibly interesting. I wish I still had the article. I don't remember if it was an article, even a fucking tweet that I read, that there is an interesting commonality between a lot of the recent like mass or I shouldn't say mass shooters, but like shooters or assassins that have been appearing on the political scene. And it's not that they're left wing, it's not that they're MAGA, it's not that they're trans or Antifa. It's that a lot of them are just fucking schizo young people that have spent way too much fucking time online. But like you wouldn't be able to bring this up because the right would attack you for basically anything that doesn't say that it was Antifa or the left. And maybe there are people on the left who would get mad if you wouldn't blame it on MAGA or Trump or whatever. But like even if I point to the trans shooter, I believe, in the church or whatever, that bro, the book. Did you see the video that they posted going through the like fucking 50-page like diary that they
pure schizophrenia.
Yeah, that's like some crazy online schizo shit. The Tyler Robinson dude, 22 years old, and you're fucking shooting people. The Luigi Mangione dude is fucking out. These young disaffected men who are out here doing crazy shit. But no, you can't even have that conversation. Yeah, it's not good. And that actually, wait, you don't know about what?
I 100% agree that there are elements of MAGA who are like, if you don't believe it was this, then you're just a left. I don't care about them any more than I care about the leftists.
Okay. That's the majority of MAGA, but yeah, go ahead.
Maybe.
It is, and their political leaders, they all say it, yeah. Reality is important. Sorry, go ahead.
I agree, reality is important. So is making mild concessions for the sake of furthering the conversation without going down rabbit holes.
Okay.
I think it's fairly uncontroversial to claim that nihilism and like ideological nihilism and mental health issues are kind of at the root cause of all of this. And I do think there's a significant number of like again, people can say I don't believe this, but like I believe there is a proportion of, I don't know what it is. There's a proportion of Hassan's the total viewer base who's influenced by Hassan, who genuinely, if they could, would guillotine fucking billionaires the moment they had the ability to.
Sure.
And I genuinely believe there's
it's probably like a low,
audience.
I'd say like maybe 6-7%.
Fine, 15, 20, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's the only time I'll do that. One of the issues that I have...
I would not have agreed to this if I knew you had a soundboard.
One of the issues that I have when it comes to the talking about this, though, is that people don't view the disaffected young person as like a problem. They just treat it as a vehicle. So maybe some people on the left will wield it and say, well, MAGA is causing young men to be like this. Or people on the right will wield it and say, this is what like the trans groomers are causing people to be like this. They won't actually stop and look and say, maybe making people's exclusive form of communication with their peers, text messages and shit, has like severely damaged us. Nobody ever I've said this for like 5 years now. I think even when I was doing the red pill shit, I was saying that like nobody wants to talk about this because it's not a very ideologically stimulating or exciting talk, because you can't really blame either side on it, and it would require like fundamental changes in how we do our life. Like I don't remember how old you are. I'm 37. I would never exist in high school with a cell phone like they have them today. Like sometimes I'll even see it pop up where like some school like took cell phones or whatever, and people are freaking out, and I'm like, that seemed totally normal to me. Like we were never allowed to use our cell phone in school when we did have them. They were more basic back then, but like you would always get it taken at the beginning of the day, and you get a detention or demerits for it at least. Yeah.
Well, this is like the banning cell phones in schools is like one of the most widely supported.
Yeah, but I don't think it happens very much. I think it's really unpopular.
No,
wait, when you say widely supported, I don't think it is. Because even the parents, because apparently when you have a kid, everybody forgets immediately what it's like to be a kid, and all the parents are like, no, my kid has to have their phone. I need to be able to contact my kid whenever I fucking blah, blah, blah. And I think it's like the parents that push back. Like, I think most parents push back against it, though, yeah.
I know the only person... Okay, fair enough. I'm not dying on this hill. I'm fairly confident, though, that Jonathan... I mean, this is Jonathan Haidt, the psychologist.
Yeah.
This is like his crusade, Wait Till 8 movement. In Australia, I believe they banned...
Wait Till 8. I would never name a movement that... I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I think like until you're in 8th grade to get a phone. Okay. The only person I know, the only public figure...
Sorry. Go ahead.
...who makes pro-phones in schools argument is Taylor Lorenz.
Oh, it's this. This is a deeply unserious person who I think maybe is funded by Qatar or something. Well, she is actually, just for some of her work, but this is a person who only exists to hijack public narratives and to be as disingenuous as possible. So be careful with what she says. Yeah.
I really don't like the well, the reason kids' mental health is declining is not because they're on their phones all the time. It's because of climate change. That's literally her talk. It's like,
Sure.
not that. I think
Or the
kids
only
can be
reason they want to ban
affected
phones
by-
is because Israel is trying to keep them from getting pro-Palestinian talking points. That's the thing I've heard her say. She's just she just has some
Oh my
crazy
God.
out there
Yeah,
opinions
exactly.
on everything.
Yeah, yes. If that talking point came out, be like, you are.
Well, I think she's literally said that. That was
Control
against when
opposition.
she was against the banning. It might have been the banning of TikTok, or it might have been taking phones away from kids.
Well, that's
she was saying that
that's-
yeah,
That's different from banning them in schools, but
sure.
anyway. Any other topics you want to talk about?
No, I don't think so. How you doing? You doing okay?
I'm doing great. You don't, I mean, I won't be offended either way. Do my videos ever come across your feed?
No, but also I don't watch anything on YouTube. I don't have time to watch any. I don't watch anybody's videos on anything. If I don't watch it on stream, I don't watch it at all. So yeah.
Okay, that's fair. You didn't see Rowan's video, the Nick Fuentes 2035 final broadcast?
No, I didn't. Was it a good one?
It might be the greatest piece of art of 2025, in my opinion.
Wow, of 2025. Okay, well I'll watch it right
I think
after
so.
this.
In
okay?
terms of its political, artistic significance.
Man, you know whose video had a lot of political artistic significance? Sorry, finish your thing and then I'll go. Yeah,
No. I would advise it. Watch that on stream.
I will.
Hang up.
The
We're-
maybe you'll hate this though. That Elephant Graveyard guy's videos on Joe Rogan and all those people.
I don't know who Elephant Graveyard is.
Okay, that's a
Are
pretty.
they
big,
like
you
Too
would
Lazy to Try or American Redact, where they're always just shitting on like Brendan Schwab and Joe Rogan and that whole crew?
I don't know, but they would. You would like it too because he's like a mean person would say he's like pretentious, but he's just the way that you would. I think you would like. You would watch this and you'd be like, oh, I need to get my cigar that I don't know how to smoke. I need to listen to this. Yeah, you'd love it.
All right. The other question I would ask: moral foundations theory.
Jesus,
The Jonathan Haidt TED Talk. Did you ever see that?
I don't think so.
I don't want to abuse my I'm on stream and hey, can you watch this video privileges. The Rowan one you should watch.
God, that cute. Okay.
I would be very moral foundations theory, Jonathan Haidt TED Talk. It's like a 20-minute TED Talk. And it's basically, it's key enlightened centrist propaganda, one could say. And I'd be very curious to just see your reaction to it. But of course,
Okay.
no obligation. All right. Thank you, sir. I got to edit this video and post it before your Clip Industrial Complex does.
You're good. They're on vacation now, so good luck. Have fun. Be careful.
Nice. All right. Godspeed, sir.
Bye.
Peace.
Wow. Finally, time to fucking grind. What is this? Some community members did some digging and the numbers are staggering. Since October 11th. Wait, I thought it happened on the 7th. I thought it was October 7th. No? Kaya shot caller misuse. Kaya, for some reason, has been on place 85% less. Hassan, if you weren't using that to keep your therapy stream for the past 2 years, what is... This guy is demented. Can you please tell me when you'll be on vacation over the next several days? I don't know if I'm planning right now on going anywhere. Somebody said this was the full Ben Shapiro quote.
I mean, I think that every Jew throughout world history who has a brain and knows history has always wondered if a country that is...
Do you ever wonder if one day you'll have to flee the United States?
I mean, I think that every Jew throughout world history who has a brain and knows history has always wondered if a country that is not a Jewish state is going to eternally provide them security guarantees and full citizenship, of course. I mean, I think to think that that's why the existence of the state of Israel is the single greatest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States, frankly. Right? Because Israel exists, that means the United States is going to be a more welcoming place for me, because Israel is there as a backstop in case anything should go wrong.
But I feel you try to dodge the question. So I'll ask it bluntly. Why won't you make Aliyah to the state of Israel?
Oh, fuck. You got me first. I was going to say my perception of, and I should be careful because I don't want to do the thing where you go to a country once and you speak for everybody, but like my perception is that like Israeli Jews and like Brooklyn Jews or U.S. Jews are quite different. If you're an Israeli Jew, you really, really, really want all the Jews to go back to Israel. And the idea that you are somehow some Jew who loves Israel, but you won't fucking move there, like when he says make Aliyah, is to go back to Israel. Like they're trying to always get these fuckers to come home. That's why they have all their IDF tours, or they bring kids on like birthright trips and all this bullshit. They really, really, really fucking want you to come back. And if you don't, they don't like that. Which is why he just asked him again, like, why the fuck won't you come move here? Yeah.
Bluntly. Why won't you make Aliyah to the state of Israel?
Because
you can take the night to think about it, by the way.
Because the fundamental principles of the United States are good, eternally good, and worth upholding. And my fight to do that as a Jew is deeply important, not just to people who are not Jewish, but particularly to Jews. So in other words, my Jewish mission does not conflict with my presence in the United States, or my citizenship in the United States, or my loyalty to the United States.
Shouldn't Jews live in the state of Israel?
Shouldn't.
I like this answer. I think this is a good answer. As an American, I like this answer.
Shouldn't all Jews live in the state of Israel?
All the Jews.
Jews should live where they can do the most, where they can be a light to the nations. And for me, as a person with millions and millions of followers in the United States, promoting what I think are values that are eternally good, living in the United States is a point of I think, morality for me.
You want to be in the room where it happens? To be a candidate for a vice president, president?
That sounds like hell. Number one, running for office is a garbage business. You have to ask a bunch of people that you don't care very much about for large sums of money in order to run a campaign in which you have to fib about your core positions. And then if you win, you have to hang out in Washington, D.C. with politicians. All of this sounds horrifying. My life is pretty wonderful. I get to spend nearly all my time with my family. I get to say what I want for a living, and I get to pay, and I'm paid richly for doing so. So I'll stick with that at least until... I'll stick with that at least until... I'm 38 right now.
Not
I'll stick with that at
clapping for
least
the
until
money.
I'm of the average age of our president, so that gives me like 7 or 8 decades.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
So,
Supreme Court keeps Trump's National Guard deployment blocked in the Chicago area for now. Why are we doing politics? I hate politics. Oh my God, this shit is so gay. Justice Brett Kavanaugh said he agreed with the decision to block the Chicago deployment, but would have left the president more latitude to deploy troops in possible future scenarios. The outcome is a rare Supreme Court setback for Trump, who had gotten repeatedly deep-throated by 6 of the 9 justices in emergency appeals since he took office again in January. The conservative-dominated court has swallowed the majority of Trump's loads that he has exuded from his body, including the load to ban transgender people from the military, claw back billions of dollars of congressionally approved federal spending, move aggressively against immigrants, and fire off loads into the Senate-confirmed leaders of independent federal agencies. The White House did not immediately respond to an email message seeking comment. In a dissent, Alito and Thomas, more hungry for Trump's come than usual, said the court had no basis to reject Trump's admissions based on the fact that the administration was unable to enforce blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Fuck these guys. Okay. Six or 7 justices. Somebody said you should check in on Vosh. He's become more conspiracy pilled lately. What does that mean? Why is this his picture from yesterday? What the fuck? What the fuck? What's he doing in DC? Big day tomorrow. Wait, 2 years ago. Oh, shit.
New timeout lengths. You can now put people in timeout for different lengths, ranging from 10 seconds to 20.
I'm now the world's strongest conspiracy theorist. I don't actually care that much. Vidal 987 hits first ever level 120 hype train. Jader, why don't we have hype trains in chat? Don't do that yet. Maybe next month. Shroud's opinion, Expedition 33 after 6 hours.
That was fun.
Bro, my
I'm
shit
looking
is
forward to more closing statements. I had a great time. I have no complaints. I got no complaints. Not one. There was a point in the game where my volume was 90% and it was really loud and I needed to turn it down. That was a complaint, but I mean, that's a skill issue, so whatever.
Okay. Okay. Is it like a meme that he does game reviews like this? Do you think he was leading a crusade against expedition? Oh, is the DLC content worth doing? I need to break out of the first area, dude. I fucking soft locked my shit so hard. Captain Puffy says, "Oh, this shit, no one cares, bro." Samantha Fulnicki admitted that she didn't read the source material and threw her assignment together in 30 minutes. Oh, is this the stupid fucking woman with the lawyer mom who said, like, did the essay and is now trying to become famous off this stupid shit?
Was it hard for you to come up with the things that you wanted to say?
Not at all. I was actually just telling this story earlier. I was at my my good friend. I was at her house, and we were about to go to a musical that OU was putting on, or a play. And I was like, oh, I have to do this assignment really quick. It'll just take a second. And then I read the topic, and I was like, oh, this is going to be so easy. Like, you know, I have a very strong opinion on this topic. And then I wrote it in maybe like 30 minutes. It was really easy for me to come up with things to say.
Okay. Well, sounds like her grade was deserved then. They fired the TA? Wait, what? The University of Oklahoma confirms that Mel Kurth, the teaching assistant who gave a student a failing grade on a psychology essay, will no longer be teaching. A student's claim of religious discrimination on an individual assignment in an online psychology course, taught by a graduate teaching assistants come to resolution. As stated previously, the student followed two available processes at the university, the grade appeal process, and she made a formal claim of illegal religious discrimination. As already announced, the grade appeal was decided in favor of the student, removing the assignment completely from the student's total point value of the class, resulting in no academic harm to the student. The claim for discrimination has been investigated and concluded the university has not released findings from such investigations. At the same time, the investigation of the provost, as well as the graduate teacher's own statements related to the matter, it was determined that the graduate teaching assistant was arbitrary in the grading of this specific paper. The graduate teaching assistant will no longer have instructional duties at the university. Wow. Good job. You got him. You won. You guys did it. She's going to be our next, not Laken Riley, not Riley Reed, not fucking Riley. Who's the name of the stupid fucking swimmer loser? Who am I thinking of? Riley Gaines. Yeah, she could be the next Riley Gaines. Quick meme, look at Kai's recent tweets. Because the mods of other subs are trying to hide it, I will make sure it sees the light. Putin turns down Gamba deal. Uh-oh. What? Should he have taken the bag or no? I'm not gonna say shit. Listen, they can run their stuff. They can do their stuff. They're the ones I will simply sit by and watch. So Hassan Slop, he talks about you. Oh no.
Good drivers could save up to $1,200 a year with Root Insurance. We celebrate good drivers with savings. Just download the app and get on the road for a bit.
Cool.
Root Insurance. Drive and save.
Okay. Oh, 2 ads. Yes.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So apparently, Bill Clinton released a statement on social media because some of his pictures are in the files or whatever. And he's saying, I think he basically just said, like, listen, you know, I have nothing to hide. Release everything, unredact everything. I don't give a fuck.
We were talking about the Epstein releases, like, before we got started. Like, first of all,
the photo dump and the emails, it's fucking nuts.
But it's also they're doing it so slowly. Like, you guys have had this stuff for a year. Like,
and we were promised multiple times, it's coming, it's coming.
Doesn't it seem like you could just throw all that into AI at this stage of the game?
Yes.
And just redact the names of the victims and let's go?
Yeah, of course.
It seems like that would take 5 minutes.
I mean, it feels like, you can't help but feel like the administration is just like watching their back, and that's why it's happening.
It wasn't a statement from Bill, it was from his former press secretary. Okay.
Watching someone's back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all speculative why they haven't released it, but it's not good. It's not good for everybody's confidence.
No.
It's not good that this thing was going on, that they had this bizarre blackmail operation running. That's very weird.
Very strange.
Very weird. But it kind of makes sense. Because if you're a 60-year-old billionaire and you're a freak and you like to eat your freak on, but unfortunately you're a gigantic software developer and everybody knows who you are.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to get your freak on.
Well, that's the thing is like it makes sense when you go like, oh, some of these dudes
okay.
really like visiting that place.
Yeah.
It's like that's the only place they can go.
Right.
You can't go anywhere else.
Right. And that's why they set it up for them.
Yeah.
Eric Weinstein said that to me once. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
If you're the former president of the United States, you can't go to a nightclub.
Yeah, he said, I think there are people out there that provide experiences for certain people that have a hunger for them.
Yeah.
I was like, of course. And that's also how they compromise people too, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's how they get you to vote the way they want you to vote and play ball. Bobby, we got video, you sucking a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do?
Okay.
Vice President made. The statements that the Vice President made. He absolutely came out and condemned and said that there is no place for any comments like that in the Republican Party.
JD Vance said he's going to warn his kids so some quote-unquote scumbag doesn't leak a group chat in a similar way. He was implying the person who leaked the group chat was a scumbag. JD Vance has had the farthest thing from moral clarity this entire time. And listen, do you know who Paul Ingrassia is?
Sure.
Do you know who Paul Ingrassia is?
Yeah, we've debated it.
Do you know what? Okay, so do you know what Paul Ingrassia said?
Yeah, we've debated
that he has a Nazi streak. Oh, you've debated it, but has Trump fired him or is he still a part of the administration?
I don't know where he is right now.
He's a part of the administration, and you know that. You're lying right now. You know that he is a part of the administration. He is still there, and he said he, quote, has a Nazi streak. So you can sit there and play coy, but you are not having the clarity that you were talking about right now. Do you condemn Paul Ingrassia?
Nope. I certainly condemn
all
anything
types of
fire Paul Ingrassia.
approximating having a Nazi streak.
Republicans just have a problem.
He got moglered. He got moggled.
In front of my house. I don't want to meet nowhere. Pull up in front of my house. Matter of fact, you ain't even got to pull up in front of my house. Pull up in front of the motherfucking precinct and let's bang out. Right down the block. You know where it's at. You studied my whole neighborhood. Or pull up in front of the Kmart and let's bang out and let's do it on camera. I throw my life away and you throw your life away right now. Right now. Let's do it for the camera. Right now. And if you win, I'll make sure I got like $70,000 in my pocket. If you bother me, you can take the money. Right now. I hate you, nigga. Let's die.
Damn.
Debacle was. What do you think that was?
What do I think that was?
What do you think this whole Epstein debacle was? Do you think this was a...
I don't even fucking know at this point, and I really mean it. It's like, I will tell you, is that the only thing that is clear to me is this. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, during a period of his life, were fucking thick as thieves. And Donald Trump has tried to pass this off as being what Palm Beach was in the 90s. Okay? And that may be his view of it. But I've seen enough evidence of Donald Trump and his teen modeling agencies and what he said on Howard Stern about how he would go into the back of these, Miss Teen USA pageants and, walk up to the girls naked. They were talking about girls when he's talking about doing that, and wonder whether or not Donald Trump in his mind.
I almost woke up this morning and wrote a huge fucking X post on this shit. I hate all these and I knew it was going to happen. And I know it's going to happen even more in the future. I saw Sean, AJW, I've seen Dave Smith, all these people now who are starting to be like, guys, this Donald Trump dude, kind of fucked up. He's kind of fucked up. Anybody think that? He's a little bit fucked up? This guy's kind of fucking horrible, no? Anybody else kind of noticing that this dude is fucked up? And it's like, Donald Trump sexually assaulting women? What? And then kids are reading the history books and they're like, "What, Mommy, why were people so surprised when the thing that was the most popular video about him in 2016 was Donald Trump saying he would just grab women by the pussy, and when they're rich, they just let him do it?" Can you explain, Mom, why people were so confused or like they didn't understand that this guy could be like a not great dude? It's like,
has come up with this concoction that it was all just what they did in the 90s. It was models. I mean, that's what Michael Wolff says. Michael Wolff says that the justification in Trump's mind is that they were models. Wow. They're 14, 15 years old. I mean, we have a president that has been credibly accused by well over a dozen and a half women, if not more, of sexual assault. And we're wondering whether or not, as he fights tooth and nail for the Epstein files that all of his supporters demanded be released so that they could nail Bill Clinton to a cross. And he won't release him. Why? Out of the kindness of his heart for the people that make it hurt? Have you ever known the president to act out of anything but his own self-interest? Ever?
There are a lot of orbiters and stuff, or former Destiny orbiters and stuff, that have just like completely latched off the teat and are actively fighting him now. I see that every now and then on my timeline. What's it? There's like an account.
why is his timeline Destiny slop? How much is he engaged? I don't even tweet that much. I don't even know people tweet about this stuff that much. He has to be like fucking deep in the anti-fan shit for this to even be popping up. What the fuck? Are you okay, little bro?
That just will constantly post these like
I don't even get this shit on my timeline. I have to have people link me shit.
debates, and it keeps showing up on my Twitter timeline.
That's such an insane self-report. What the fuck?
Where there is a lot of people now who are like, yeah, I think you know how it starts?
Wait, is this old?
How it starts. First,
6 days ago.
Will say,
Jesus.
You know, I fucking hate Hassan, but these guys are even worse, I think. And then slowly but surely, they're like, they lean into it, and then and I don't even do anything. I don't talk to these guys. I don't know these guys at all. I've never conversed with these guys, right? But slowly but surely, they'll be like, they start realizing once that fucking first string is pulled, I swear to God, slowly but surely, they start going, okay, you know what? Maybe Hassan wasn't wrong at all, and these guys were just simply presenting him as wrong all the time. There's like an interpersonal. There's currently a war waging among some of the former sloppers. You know, there's a level of quality assurance that must exist in the slop tuber space, and some people have been realizing slowly but surely that like a big chunk of this was just geared by you know, negative priming through clips and algorithmic boosting. It's interesting.
XQC, who he previously accused of being a content thief.
No, you're
okay.
You still are a content thief, in my opinion.
All right.
And to make matters worse, everybody from this party is like extremely gay. Like, I'm flamboyant, okay? Like, I do the gesticulations and all. I get that. I don't know if there's just like a certain vibe that I give off or what it is. But this guy from the party reaches out to me a while back.
Jesus.
He goes, "Hey, Nick, sorry you've been on the outs with the party recently, but come meet up with me. I'll pitch you some ideas. Maybe I'll get you back on their good side." I go, okay. I meet up with this guy. We have dinner. He wines and dines me. There's barely any talk of policy. He's just gushing the whole time about what a big fan of me he used to be. And then at the end of the night, he puts his hand on my leg and basically tries to fuck me. So I'm freaked out. I get out of there, go back to doing my show.
Is he wearing a hairpiece? This is Rowan, AIing himself, right? This isn't actually Nick.
Couple months later, another guy from the party reaches out. He goes, "Hey, Nick, sorry about that last guy. He was a closeted homosexual. He's been executed, but come meet up with me. I'll pitch you some ideas." I go, okay. I meet up with that guy. He tries to fuck me too. Is this really what you guys have become? This is what my entire movement has led to? You're just like the Catholic Church now? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. Okay, let's take some super chats. Let's do some super chats.
Honky Groiper 42,069 sent $10. Hey Nick, been loving the show recently. Is it true that British people aren't white? I hear only people descended purely from Norse are white. And if this is true, what is the best way to start deporting everybody with British descent? I hate that it has to be this way, but...
Okay, were you dropped on your fucking head as a baby? Seriously? Grow up.
Hitler's left nut sent $5. Hey Nick, how is it like being a fake poser Mexican Jew? We're
Very
coming
nice.
for you, you fucking...
Okay, guys, I'm so cool about the
Nick
slurs.
Fuentes is a big stupid sent $5. What's up, you woke live f***it? Hope you're ready for Crystal Natch 2.0. The movement left you behind years ago, buddy. You're irrelevant and gay. Also, not white, not white, not white, not white, not...
All right, we get it.
Generic edgy username sent $5.
Okay, all right, guys. You know, let's just go ahead and end the stream here. By then, I'm gonna call it a night. So,
No.
This has been Nick Fuentes with America First. Good night, everybody.
Guys.
Good night, Hitler. One day I'll make you proud again. Mwah. Oh, chew. Oh, chew. Oh, chew. Oh, chew. Oh, chew. Oh. Who are you? Show yourself, spirit.
Nick, you have pushed me away your whole life.
What the hell are you?
I am a part of you, Nick.
You are not a part of me. I'm white.
See, Nick, I am. But I am only one half. Hola, amigo. Shalom, Nick.
No. Neither of you are a part of me. I'm white. White founding stock.
Ah, jeez, dude. When are you gonna give it up, Nick? See, Nick, why does it matter if we are a part of you? What difference would it make?
It would make all the difference. First off, my IQ would drop, or raise, maybe. That doesn't matter. It would mean that I'm not white.
So what, Nick? You are still you. What difference do test results make? Yeah, Nick. It doesn't change who you are just because you find out your ancestors are something different.
It means that they're gonna fucking kill me, okay? It does make a difference.
By people who used to be your followers.
Listen, it was based when we were just dehumanizing black people and immigrants.
But then who became the most famous groypers, Nick?
People who were only half white.
And then what happened to them?
They all got deported and the 75% white people took over.
And then what happened to them?
Well, they all got sent to camps and then the 90% white people took over.
And then what happened to them?
Well, they all got, oh shit. I see the problem.
This racial purity testing was always fucking autistic.
Well, yeah, because now they're coming after me, which is not based.
And that part makes all the difference, doesn't it?
It was just ever supposed to get this serious. You know, race was supposed to be like a vibe. There weren't supposed to be fucking tests.
This reminds me of the old Mexican proverb of leopards eating people's faces. I'm pretty sure that was a Jewish proverb.
Guys, don't start. Oh my god. I'm having an epiphany.
What is it, Nick?
That I spawned a genuinely hateful and fucked up movement, and it got away from me. Now I know how everyone else must have felt this whole time.
Nick, it is not too late to turn things around. You created the opposition before. You can do it again.
You want me to resist the party?
Why not? It's like you said, racism isn't edgy anymore. It's been boomerfied. Yes, but being inclusive, the people are dying for someone to be its voice.
Yeah, I can change. I could have my second generational run. I can make up for the first one.
Yes, Nick, yes!
Oh my God, I feel.
What do you feel, Nick?
Like singing. Ever since I was a boy, I wanted to be an American hero, baby. A fresh young pundit I was when I heard the news.
Well, what was the news?
It was the Jews.
Oy vey.
It was the Jews. They said shush, I said no, I refuse. It was the Jews. At least that's what I thought back in the day, before I finally found my way. So then I hazed, became aware of the error in my ways. I betrayed all the days I prayed to the Lord for my soul to be saved. Don't you see the vision I see? A multiracial society where we all hold hands and love each other, all our sisters and our brothers. I want to spread the love and light and do what's right now just for whites. Anti-Semitism is old news, cause this new fuentes loves the Jews. Talk to God, I said who, he said you. I love the Jews because I love the Jews. Hey!
Uh-oh.
Hello, are you Nicholas J. Fuentes?
Hello, yes?
Sorry to disturb you so late. I'm Hans, this is Heinrich. Hello. We hail from Chicago.
Hello.
We're just conducting some party business. May we come in?
Sure.
Before we get started, can I just say, I am such a huge fan, it is ein Traum to meet you right now.
Oh, Nicholas, me too. I used to goon for hours to one monitor while your show played on the other.
Oh my God. I still have fans?
Yes, well, former fan. I haven't really kept up in a while.
Yes, I mainly watch Hitler faggot Groiper 1488 now.
Yeah, okay. What did you guys want again?
Well, you know, the party's demanding genetic testing now, and well, there are rumors of you being half Mexican, half Jew.
We know it is not true, Nick. We know you are white. This is just standard procedure.
But that won't be a problem, would it, Nick?
No, not at all. Of course not.
Good. We'll just get this over with then. Perfect. It'll just be a minute.
Nick, we know that in your heart you are still down for the cause. Any chance we may get that old firebrand Fuentes back one day?
Yeah, Nick, you should come back. The party misses the old you. You could be a shining star.
Yeah, I think maybe I could bring the old Nick energy back. Just maybe with, less of the racism.
What?
Oh, that is a good one, Nick.
Yeah, for a second there, you almost sounded woke.
Anyways, Nick, my favorite take of yours back in the day was on Evangelion when you defended the relationship between Shinji and Kawaru.
Oh, I loved that take.
So few understand, let alone appreciate the subtleties of their relationship.
Yeah, they had a true bond of brotherhood, but they were definitely not homosexuals.
Oh, they were definitely not gay.
Definitely not gay.
Well, it got a little gay in the movie.
Nine, Nicholas, you see, it was the Jews who sublimated that sort of thing and tricked us into making us think that all male friendships are homosexual. It's as if 1 minute you're hanging with your buddy and the next you're having gay sex.
Yeah, for the longest time I even thought I was a homosexual for having male friends, admiring them from afar, even sort of kicking my feet and giggling, thinking about them like Kawaru and Shinji.
I mean, hell, there was this one time I thought Heinrich was gay. We were back in the boot camp, in the barracks, and while we were cuddling and...
What is it?
It can't be. Nicholas, how could you?
I cannot believe you. You are fraud.
Verse. He's a Mexican Jew.
Guys, there must be some kind of mistake. I don't know why it would say that.
Just stop, Nicholas. Don't make this hotter than it needs to be. Nicholas, we loved you. How could you do this to us?
Okay, look, you guys are old fans, right? You don't have to tell anybody about this. This changes nothing.
This changes everything, Nicholas. This country's for whites only. White founding stock.
Yes, we must secure a future for the white race, white people, and the white
This whole
South.
founding stock thing was always bullshit, okay? It was always about assimilation, about culture, about belief. Nobody is 100% white.
Oh, Nicholas.
You have gone woke.
Oh, fuck you guys, okay? I started this movement. I was debanked and deplatformed for this movement. I am America first. And after everything that I did, after everything that I sacrificed...
Oh, Nicholas, please. This is nothing personal. It's not about anything you've done. It's about what you are.
Get him.
No, please, no, please, no!
Wait, who's the other guy supposed to be? Oh, him, but wait. Oh, just kidding. Never mind. I'm retarded. Has Nick watched this on stream? Jesus Christ.
I went back.
It's not about winning, it's about getting to the truth.
What I would like to see is freedom for me as a patient.
That's one of the things that RFK and the Maha movement represents.
He's clearly being demonized by the media.
Do you know why he did it?
Yes.
Why?
I can quote you word for word why he did it. I'm not arguing with you. I agree conflict of
you
research
flip the switch
exists.
so fast and then it's like,
But I agree with you.
Aren't
you mad at that?
I absolutely am, because I care about people.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike, and today I'm surrounded by 15 RFK Jr. supporters.
I went for round 2 to do the Jubilee Surrounded series, despite a lot of people warning me that there was no benefit to be had, but I disagreed, so I went back, and I'm about to tell you why. Huge thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video.
Thanks, Ground News.
When I asked people whether or not I should go back to do Jubilee again, most people said no. They said, you already showed yourself to be an empathetic doctor. The content might get too repetitive. You already showed the best side of yourself. What are you gonna get by continuing to argue with people who disagree with you? People in general are pretty down on Jubilee. In fact, I've done multiple interviews with legitimate outlets, Vanity Fair, PBS NewsHour, where it seemed like the people that were writing the pieces had a negative view of this series as a whole, as if having these types of debates were not valuable and actually problematic to society. This is where I disagree. I think that there is tremendous value in having conversations with people who disagree with you, as long as they're done respectfully, of course, because there have been episodes where people just get into this name-calling thing, and I'm not a fan of those episodes, but that's gonna happen.
One of the most annoying things about like debate is people have this thing that they always say for people say for different reasons. For like Asmongold or for Hassan, it's a fucking cope. Well, especially for Hassan. Actually, I think Asman just says he doesn't like to debate. Fuck it. But like, people will say like, oh, well, debate isn't good because nobody's really changing their mind. Just people screaming at each other, blah, blah, whatever. The issue is that Jubilee like leans into what is the popular format and what like monetizes views the best. And for the Jubilee debates, it really is just like that, like what looks the best and what sounds the best and what gets the most clicks. And it's not as much maybe about like changing minds and shit. So it is kind of annoying that like Jubilee is like one of the premier kind of like debater platforms right now, given that they basically just completely play into and endorse that stereotype of debate is just people screaming at each other.
when you have two parties that are in disagreement. I thought my first episode was great in that I was able to lend an empathetic ear. I was able to provide factual information.
Piers is worse? Maybe, but the difference is that like Jubilee is like, Jubilee, we're bringing together different perspectives to have valuable conversations. Piers is Piers uncensored. Like, you know what you're getting, right? Like it's, like I feel like it markets itself the way that it is, and I'm okay with that.
To people who may have otherwise not been exposed to it. You think about individuals who have been tricked by misinformation, especially when it came to vaccines. I thought I needed to be there for them. So I think the first episode was certainly a win, but I do take some of the criticism to heart and agree with that perhaps I was a bit too passive in the first conversation. That I was perhaps too patient and therefore missed some opportunities.
To go fucking hard.
I think a tremendous disservice when somebody rattles off all of this and then Mike jumps straight to
I agree.
Taking one thing they said and trying to validate them on it.
I agreed with that, and I thought I could be more direct.
Oh no, we just did it again.
Back for round two. And I thought round two could be valuable to focus on an issue that I believe is plaguing the United States, and that issue
RFK
is the
Jr.
appointment of RFK Jr. into the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Just say RFK Jr.
I asked
period.
him to
He's a
gather
plague.
individuals who supported him, those who are part of the Maha movement, those who just love him as an individual, who love his policies. And I said, I want to debate these, but I want to debate them a little bit more direct. I want to be a little bit...
The guy, by the way, RFK Jr., the guy who doesn't believe in medication for ADHD, but says that heroin helped him get through college, by the way. That guy, thank you.
More provocative, and there were actually times during the debate where I raised my voice, which was a little uncomfortable for me. You know, being a doctor who's trying to be as level-headed as possible all the time, that's not a position that I normally find myself in. I never raise my voice with patients, and I feel like these conversations are similar in that way, in that they should be kept very respectful. But at the same time, I thought it was valuable to show the level of passion that not only I feel, but my colleagues have been feeling for a very long time. In watching it back myself, I thought I did a pretty good job balancing being an active, empathetic, attentive listener with going to bat for my colleagues, science researchers, science in general, and allowing people just to see the flip side of the conversation, but being a good person, meaning that the people
I think he did a pretty good job the second time. Still a little bit too conciliatory, but
because I
not
felt
bad.
like if we created a hateful relationship right at the outset, no one's mind would be changed. No one would get any meaningful value out of these interactions. And it actually worked quite well. Even walking in, I think I made a joke sitting down at the chair, which last time I didn't. I was so nervous. This time I was a little more comfortable, made a joke about the government shutdown. Everyone laughed. It kind of put everyone in a better place. And then as feedback started coming in, I saw comments from some of my colleagues, and it got me a little bit upset. It pulled at the heartstring because right now in the healthcare community, especially those who are trying their best to put out evidence-based content, we're all on the same page. We're all trying to do the best that we can. We all have different ways of doing this. I have the YouTube channel, the podcast. We do silly videos with meme reviews, more serious, hard-hitting interviews with people who've been impacted by Maha. Other people make TikTok videos, dancing with hula hoops, whatever it is. Everyone has their own little strategy. And I think that's great. I think that's the power of social media. But then when our own group starts attacking each other, that's where I feel like we're setting ourselves back, especially because the criticism that was put forth here, I think is similar to the criticism I heard starting my social media platforms. The doctors that first heard about my wishes to put out evidence-based content on social media were saying it's not valuable, it's not professional, it's not gonna help anyone, you're not changing anyone's mind. When I see comments like this about the format being bad, I feel like it's in a similar vein. It's judgmental in a way that I don't believe is beneficial to the cause of evidence-based medicine. These Jubilee debates oftentimes devolve into shouting matches, disagreements where no one comes together. I see why people criticize that. But if you took a 5-minute watch, a 10-minute watch, a 30-minute watch, if you were gracious enough to watch the entire episode, you'd see that this episode was far from that. Humans saw other humans across from them. They heard one another out. We agreed, we disagreed, We had some commonalities. Ultimately, I think that's a win. Bringing people together to discuss issues is a huge win. And what surprised me most is almost the ending of the debate. People came up to me that were debating me, thanking me for my time, for my honesty, saying that I'm different than most doctors. And while I take this compliment, I have to remind them that the doctors that they have painted in their minds, or perhaps have had negative experiences with, do not.
One thing that was, I actually don't say this enough. One thing that did come, look at this glitch. You know what I bet is happening? Somehow their database is fucked up, and they have like a database figure for displayed experience, and they have a database figure for like actual experience. And that 5% XP boost, I bet is affecting the displayed one, but not the actual XP. Because it says I leveled up, but I didn't. I'm still behind. I bet that's what's happening. One thing that people said a lot during the Republican guy, the famous Republican guy who would always host those panels or whatever, the focus groups. Fuck, I always forget his name. One thing that people found convincing was anecdote, but it wasn't just anecdote. It was actually, a lot of them were saying that it was the first time they'd heard a doctor explain things to them. And it kind of sounds like obvious or self-evident or stupid, where it's like, you don't know how a vaccine works. But like, a lot of people don't have a lot of kind of basic information about things. And for a lot of people, just having somebody explain it for the first time is incredibly valuable, because their social media feeds are so fucked, are so fucking ruined, that they don't even have access to the correct information on first pass. So like the quote unquote conspiracies that they're getting are not conspiracies that are adjusting their current beliefs on vaccines. They're the first time they've even heard people talk at length about them, which is incredibly unfortunate, but
not represent the entirety of the healthcare profession. We want to do better as a majority. We want to be there for our patients. Sometimes the healthcare system gets in the way. So at the end of the day, it's less about holding our noses up in the air and saying, you shouldn't be on social media. You shouldn't be in these debates. You shouldn't be on Fox and Friends, Dr. Mike, because they spread misinformation. Hold on a second. Bad actors are going on Fox and Friends and spreading misinformation. Don't you want me on there to replace those people, get better ratings for Fox and Friends so that they can then get accurate information, the audience get accurate information? So that's my thoughts on that. I'm curious about your take. I asked about this in my Instagram stories, and I was actually pleasantly surprised to see the amount of support that I got. These days, it's hard to find support on social media, given the fact that we don't do the whole parasocial thing on this channel, but cool to see nonetheless. The biggest value that I brought to this episode, I think, was highlighting blind spots that perhaps the panelists didn't even realize they had. Whether it was highlighting the fact that RFK Jr. is still getting legal fees, but they're just being sent to his son.
He's
getting money. How is that impacting his decisions?
Money in the past. He doesn't take payments anymore. He can't. And
do you know who's taking payments on his behalf?
You're probably gonna say his wife.
His son. And the participants didn't even know the Maha report existed, and they didn't know that some of the data in it was completely fabricated. The sources were fully made up, like AI hallucination level.
Did you see the first Maha report that he put out?
I did not, no.
7 sources, fully made up.
Yikes.
About research that was never done. When it reached out to the authors, that they listed their reasoning for why they were making certain recommendations.
And then finally, the point about...
That's like the dream thing. That's so funny. There's no way that's true. Like,
they believe that our system sucks with transparency, a point of which I agree with. They then believe...
He shouldn't make those concessions. I don't think he should make concessions like that. Wait, when this is like zeroed out, does that mean I can do it again, or is it done? Why isn't it full? What the fuck? Or did these reset already or something? Or why the fuck does this one have a why does this have a thing over it? I don't know. Don't care.
Believe RFK Jr. is bringing back that level of
cold snap only.
transparency,
Okay.
when in reality, he just is ending a period of public comment, like I pointed out to this gentleman.
Every time HHS enacts a new policy since 1946, they had a period of waiting for public comment, for people who are stakeholders to talk about how this policy will impact them. Guess what Secretary Kennedy ended this year for the first time since 1946?
Do you know why he did it?
Yes.
Why?
I can quote you word for word why he did it.
Okay, so my understanding
No,
is...
I'm going to read it to you. It's not needed, and it's not very effective.
This actually gives me a good opportunity to talk to you about Ground News, an app and website that gathers related articles from around the world in one place with context about the source's political leaning, reliability, and ownership, so you can compare coverage
That's
and quickly
crazy,
understand
dog.
the bigger picture. I think a lot of people in this Jubilee debate would actually benefit from Ground News. For example, look at this story from last week about RFK's Vaccine Advisory Committee meeting. There's been a shakeup in leadership, which is going to have a huge impact on what vaccines are or aren't recommended. And as you can see, only 10% of the outlets covering the story have a right-leaning bias, which means if you only get your news from right-wing news outlets, you might have missed this one. For every story, you get a ton of added info, all backed by 3 independent news monitoring sources.
That's
There's even a
crazy,
quick summary
dog.
of the story from the left, center, and right perspectives. But this is what I like best about Ground News.
The
They
blind
aren't a
spot?
news outlet. They don't write news articles.
Oh.
Instead, they aggregate and analyze existing news stories so you can get as an informed view of the news as possible. The Nobel Peace Center has even recognized them as a great tool to stay informed and avoid echo chambers. Subscribe now to get 40% off the Vantage
What
plan
the
by
helly?
scanning
True.
this QR code or by going to ground.news/Dr. Mike. That's linked right there in the description. I think the biggest and most shocking thing is I agreed with so much that the participants had to say.
It's interesting because in some ways I agree with your statement.
The
I
prescription
agree.
given by a doctor, and I think this is a major problem, and you guys have
I agree,
broken trust.
and I think I agree with everyone here on that. You know what's wild? I agree with you.
I think we agree on so
He's
much.
not making the reform.
Yeah,
Oh, so much agreement, guys.
Like, I think in general, the people who support RFK, perhaps even the Maha movement, want the same things that doctors want. And once we realized we're on the same team, I was able to present a little bit of a different take from my perspective, because they're giving it from their patient perspective and I'm giving it from the doctor perspective. And I wanted them to reflect upon that to see that I'm not the enemy. Just rattling off a couple of things that we completely agreed
Wow,
upon
we all want to
during
be
this
healthy
debate.
and we want
Chronic diseases
transparency.
are on the rise. Lifestyle changes are a big part of it. But as someone who's actually in the trenches and treating patients, it's not so easy to create sustainable behavior change. So when someone says just work out, on an individual level, that sounds great. But for a doctor who's trying to motivate a patient, that's very hard because patients come with all sorts of situations alongside them. The fact that the system sucks and has hurt some of them, I completely understand. I criticize the system probably more than anyone on YouTube because of how problematic it is in getting people affordable care, quality care, transparency, during their care, the administrative burden that comes with it, the fact that conflicts of interest exist. That's true, and we need to call it out when it happens, especially when it's hidden, but we need to call out conflicts of interest when they happen on side A and side B. And the final one is the point that's probably most tired is we
What?
messed up during COVID. I get it, we could have done better.
Come on.
We as a healthcare system messed up, as
The thing that I don't like when he makes these concessions is he's missing, I think, what the strong and popular claim is about it. The strong claim on the right is not, and even on the populist left, the claim is not that the doctors messed up during COVID, it's that they intentionally messed up during COVID. He misses this. And there's a big difference in agreeing with somebody that, like, yeah, there are things we could have done better, versus, yeah, Fauci and the rest of the people that made billions of dollars off of profiting from and lying about COVID misinformation shouldn't have done that. Those are two way different things. You can agree with the first one. You shouldn't agree at all with the second one.
As a government, we messed up. This is a worldwide phenomenon where no one knew what the heck was going on. And as a result, we didn't handle it perfectly. We have videos on this channel covering what we did wrong, what we could do better, how do we learn from it, multiple podcast guests. And I think we'll continue to do that. I think the participants were shocked that I was someone who was willing to concede those points. But what doesn't make sense to me as a physician is that when we say, make America healthy again, is insinuating at some point we were healthier than we are now. And I don't know what time period we want to go back to, but I certainly don't want to go back to the times before pharma, before antibiotics, before we knew how to perform surgeries and have medical devices and stenting and all this stuff. So when we say healthy again, I don't know what time frame we're looking at. And when we look at data, a lot of the participants would point out that chronic health diseases are on the rise. I agree. But I think this is a societal problem, not necessarily a medical problem. The disconnect was in those scenarios was people didn't see that we've actually made tremendous strides in helping people manage certain conditions, whereas in the past, they may have acutely died of those issues. So that while chronic health diseases have gone up, we have to remember that when someone used to have a heart attack and we had no treatments for them, they would die.
Rip.
So now we're allowing people to survive their first heart attack, they become chronic health patients. The fact that we've been able to better manage chronically these conditions, we're seeing better mortality numbers, but perhaps worse chronic health numbers. And that's a very unique problem in healthcare, because for every condition you solve or cure you create, you actually end up creating a new problem. If you look at our relatives that only lived to age 20 or 30, perhaps they didn't have issues with skin cancer because they didn't live long enough to experience skin cancer.
True.
If you think about those same individuals and their dental health, they didn't live long enough to develop all the dental problems that living into your 70s, 80s, 90s can cause. I think we need to really understand when we make an argument why we're making the argument, what the flaws of our arguments are, and that's what science does. And I think that's what makes science beautiful.
And cringe.
We're always trying to critique ourselves, critique our thoughts in order to make them better. And the common misunderstanding that I felt within this group, within the previous debate, within just my time and talking on social media, is that people have a misunderstanding of what science is. They think science is coming up with a theory and trying to prove that theory true. But the correct way to practice science is coming up with a theory and doing everything in your power and reaching out to others through peer review to try and disprove your theory. And the more times people fail, the stronger your theory becomes. And then finally, what I realized is that these individuals, the individuals from the previous Jubilee debate, they've just had poor encounters with the healthcare system, not enough quality encounters with good providers. I was telling them how when I see a patient, I ask them questions in order to help improve their lifestyle by encouraging exercise, dietary changes. I screen them for intimate partner violence, mental health issues, sleep apnea. They were like, oh my God, Dr. Mike, that's only because you're a great doctor. No. That's what's supposed to happen. And it killed me inside that these individuals were mad because they weren't getting what they're supposed to be getting, so they think we need to destroy the system as a whole. Where instead what we need to do is re-up the enforcement and make sure that people are getting the quality of healthcare that we know is possible. But simply yelling into the abyss that bias exists in healthcare, so throw it all away, doesn't actually help anyone, because at the end of the day, as I said in the episode, if someone collapses, they'd expect me to help. And they think it's because I took an oath. I frankly don't care about the oath. I just want to help people. That is my goal as a doctor, not because I took the oath, but because I love my profession. Once they understood my point of view, suddenly shoulders lowered. They were less aggressive. They were smiling more. And that is the hallmark of a quality discussion.
I honestly am not coming here just gung-ho. I want to learn from you. I think
That's
you are
amazing.
here
I
in
appreciate
good faith. I don't think that you're a bad man just trying to win the argument. And trust me, I've sat in this chair where that's exactly what the person in the other seat wants to do.
And I've had students over the last few months ask me what strategies I employ in debating people and changing their minds. There are no strategies here. The only strategy that I use is a strategy that I use on myself to remind myself that people have different experiences. And it's my job as a doctor who spent all these years studying to understand where those people are coming from, to understand where their knowledge base comes from, to allow them to feel seen and be validated in their experiences. And then once I earn their trust, because I'm genuinely curious, I'm not doing it as a strategy, then they become a little bit more open to hear what I have to say. And I feel like that is the win. The win is to see a little bit more eye to eye, to agree that we both have good intentions, and from there we can build upon.
Does anyone else human empathy? Oh my
And what I'll
God.
say is multiple participants shared positive feedback to me during the debate, after the debate, posting on their Instagram stories about the debate, highlighting how they've learned so much. There were people who were learning things about the Maha movement so much so that they feel like it's being undermined currently. That's their own statements from people who work within the Maha network.
It feels like there's sabotage in the administration. Straight up.
So when doctors, non-doctors message me saying this is a waste of time, those people are stupid. I think you're wrong. I think that the evidence does not agree with you. I think the outcomes of debates and conversations like this largely outweigh the positives if you approach them with the mindset that you are not better than anybody, that you too can be flawed, that we all are capable of experiencing bias, and that there is something to be learned even for me as a doctor from these individuals. Again, I'm not perfect. I think I'm still learning in this scenario, but I think at least we're putting ourselves out there. And better late than never. Because for the people that criticize me and say that I'm giving these anti-vaxxers or these RFK supporters a platform, folks, you need to wake up. Because the platforms they have are the White House, the CDC, HHS, FDA. If we're not gonna start breaking bread in a Jubilee debate, how do we ever feel it's gonna be possible in the legislature or at the CDC headquarters? Speaking of conflicts of interest, did you know that I turned down a multi-million-dollar TV deal not too long ago? Click here to check that out, and as always, stay happy and healthy.
Wow. Fuck. I have to actually break these open to get credit for the first wave husks or whatever, right? Okay, link me the one Asmon video guy.
There's been a lot of excitement about
Jesus,
bringing back
2.5
slavery.
hours,
It
bruh.
seems like we won't have to. If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it. But I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever.
In general, there was a big protest yesterday. People broke into the Capitol building, did all kinds of bad shit. Most reasonable people look at this and view it as a disgrace. This is the Gutex. Is there going to be civil unrest today? It is about as close to a call to violence as possible. That is almost verbatim what Aragorn has said in Lord of the Rings in Helm's Deep. There's a lot of people out there, they get left behind by the system. You know, they get themselves into these like real deep conspiracy theories, right? Some people find Jesus. Some people find Alex Jones. Some people find Antifa. But the end result of all of these things is dogmatic behavior. It's a vicious cycle where like you get crazier and then more people don't want to talk to you. More people don't want to talk to you, so you get crazier. And then more people don't want to talk to you because you're even crazier, and then you get even crazier.
Can you just die?
I think anybody who stepped foot inside that Capitol building yesterday should be charged. There is a process to changing how things are. Is it right to kill terrorists? Not without a trial. You don't just shoot people randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? Do you ever think about this? We have a system for dealing with people that break the law and are threats to society. Use the fucking system.
I don't even know where to begin with how to describe Asmongold to someone who's never heard of him, the dead rat he used as an alarm clock, or the fact that he's one of the biggest streamers in the world, likely because of the mindset that would use a dead rat as an alarm clock and freely admit to it. I will say that if it weren't for his politics, he'd probably be the platonic ideal of a streamer, someone who can spend hours a day enthusiastically yapping about anything, mainly video games. In a similar experience to reconnecting with an old friend. But then you hear the political takes and it becomes less like reconnecting and more like getting cornered at the high school reunion. Still, the man dominates in the streaming space with 2.2 million followers on Twitch, 30,000 concurrent viewers, and over 4 million subscribers on YouTube, despite never really changing up his core format, where some streamers will grow into new settings, bigger guests, more production value, fancier shot callers. Asmongold's brief expansions have found him ultimately reverting back to a starting point. What bits of Asmongold I've encountered myself are the clips that get passed around on social media, so I want to see whether they were a good representation of what he actually believes,
I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
or if he's just been taken out of context all this time. And so, I watched his streams for a week, and I'm going to tell you what I learned. And if you enjoy my suffering, please subscribe to my Patreon, no obligation. Starting in 2026, I'm going to start providing more rewards there than just the opportunity to give me money, which I do greatly appreciate.
He can't do a video because I'm just been playing Arc Raiders. Hell yeah.
Another fucking day.
We begin where we'll end, in Asmongold's attic, and much like the Shel Silverstein poem, though the house is dark and shuttered, I can see someone inside looking out.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh shit! Governor, name a VTuber without the letter B. Iron Mouse, literally in 1 second. Yeah, Iron Mouse, Fillion, Silvervale. Who is this retard? Anyway, it's gotta just be engagement bait, right? It just pissed me off. I saw it, right? Well, that's true. Yeah, being fat is disgusting. But, you know, unfortunately, Twitch doesn't agree with me.
If you were looking for some kind of filter between the mouth and the mind, for better or worse, you're in the wrong place. Probably should have warned you earlier, but
when do we boycott Twitch? I mean, you are right now. There are millions of dollars that get evaporated from Twitch because they have to pay for my web hosting.
It surprised me to find out it's true that the web hosting for a major streamer is this expensive. However, that's a cost Twitch definitely understands and accepts, given that they've had more than one opportunity to drop Asmongold, and CEO Dan Clancy has a well-known deference for Hassan, who's on the opposite end of the political spectrum. In the lead-up to talking about Hassan's China trip, Asmon watches a video about a fancy Huawei laptop.
If you search 1989, it explodes.
Which segues into a conversation about his broader view of capitalism.
So the U.S. doesn't practice free market capitalism? Wait, no, of course we don't. Like, I mean, not in an ultimate sense. Why would anybody? Oh God, it's a dishonest retard. I don't even want to read it. It's gonna make me mad.
What?
If you don't have a regulated free market, you won't have a free market. You're gonna have a few guys that get in control of it, and then now they're the regulators. Why do you think that we have to have a rule against monopolies? Do we have to have a rule against, selling products for free? No, we don't really have a law against that because it's not business. It's not business efficient to do that.
There are rules against setting prices too low because companies seeking to create a monopoly can just starve out competition.
I didn't really get a lot of sleep last night, if you want me to be honest, so I'm probably having a few misfires. I want the Chinese government to get obliterated? Well, then you should hope for the Chinese people to do that. Only the people can hold their government accountable, right? You know, we can't go and change it and then assume...
I think Mike's approach makes sense coming from his position. It doesn't mean he thinks it's true or incredibly good. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I'm sorry if I was too negative. I like that he's getting more involved. I think it's really good to have more actual professionals getting involved, because generally when it's just single doctors or single educated people, they're usually the fucking lunatics. So I'm always supportive of more educated people getting involved. I think he's doing a good job. He's learning. That was his second Jubilee appearance. I think he's doing fine. He'll get there.
It's going to get better, right?
Tucker Carlson's morning newsletter mentions Hassan's trip to China.
Uh-oh, look who it is. They speak English, right? So it's just electric talk.
Asmon actually calls it out as disingenuous.
This is right-wing stuff that's disingenuous in the same way that Hassan can be about left-wing stuff. Don't defend Hassan. I'm not defending Hassan. I'm just defending what I think is true. And I think that if you have to attack people based off of things that aren't true, maybe the reason is because you're actually wrong. I think that sometimes people like to misinterpret things intentionally and then get mad at them for that.
The president of Syria and ex-Al-Qaeda member Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani met with President Trump at the White House, which is a sentence that would probably kill the average person from 2004.
You know, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And apparently that's what's happening. This is crazy. This guy is a head-chopping ISIS guy. Everybody has, a rough past, right? I mean, things happen. I think it'd be nice if we just didn't have an endless war with the Middle East. And if that means we got to invite a few head choppers over to the White House, that is what it is.
This is pretty racist, but you're probably not going to convince anyone that it is, given that Jawlani and members of his government have actually overseen executions.
It's cheap. You just, you got to buy them food? That's it?
Okay, but that actually is racist. A lady at a wrestling show got mad at one of the wrestlers, leading to her getting forced away by him.
Fat Karen versus a big-ass dude? There is no need to be going around and touching people. You don't need to be doing that. You can't understand the mind of a fat person. It just doesn't, there's no logic to it, right? It's
really?
just, it's probably...
Most of your audience must be overweight, bro. No? Hello?
A frequent occurrence. You will not be spared. Someone posted a meme in Asmongold subreddit about Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad, if you recall that controversy.
Yeah, I don't know how this happened. This was so stupid.
But that's not important. What is important is Asmongold's perspective on intelligence related to someone's susceptibility to manipulation.
So it's easy to take advantage of a middle intelligence person, and it's harder to take advantage of a smart person, and it's also harder to take advantage of a dumb person. And they never question themselves, and anything that reaffirms what they already believe about themselves, they will instantly agree with it, right? And so because of that, you can prey on people's biases, and you can take advantage of them that way.
Depends on how you qualify it, but generally speaking, there's no level of intelligence that immunizes from being taken advantage of or scammed, and there's evidence to say that being smarter would actually make it more likely. I want you to hold this in your mind as we go along.
And smart people can do that too? They can, but I think that with big groups like Reddit, it's very easy to do that because of the groupthink that it kind of reinforces, and I think that's what happens in a lot of cases.
Some news about the LGBT community in China.
Apple removes 2 gay dating apps in China. I've always said this, and I'll say it again. Every company, all they do is they make money. China hates gays. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know if they hate gays, but my understanding is that they're not, as progressive as necessarily we are.
The Chinese government is getting worse about gay rights, even as the people are slowly becoming...
You know, the thing that's fucking annoying is that Asmongold has a way of viewing the world. And like I said, Asmongold falls into this trap of being an intelligent person, but he just is too lazy to read or collect real data. So he's got good heuristics and good logic, but he won't actually do any research. And I feel like it is so much more convincing. This guy is not communicating with me at all. It's so much more convincing than Hassan, who is like clearly having to like twist himself into like a fucking pretzel to make anything make sense. It is so, ugh. Hold on, I'm waiting for this to take off. Kill him? No, he's dancing, bro. How am I gonna kill a guy dancing? Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec. Whoa!
More accepting.
I never even think about whether a guy is gay or not, right? I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe that's weird, but it just never even comes into like my fucking my orbit of thinking. Right? Yeah, who cares? Yeah, who gives a shit?
Steam announced new hardware for 2026.
A big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a small black box. Dreams come true. My best advice is not to buy one of these necessarily. It's not to buy a pre-built. It's to build your own. And my best advice for people that are buying their own, there are two things not to skimp out on. Don't skimp out on your power supply, and don't skimp out on your motherboard.
My knowledge of tech is limited, but I think this is good advice. Someone made a dating sim and included Asmon as a character.
Okay.
I have forbidden you to wash your hair.
What?
I do not wish to see what little hair that remains get washed away.
Are you kidding me?
I'm tired.
Who did this? Sounds nothing like you. That's okay. I mean, again, I don't really care, okay?
And then he gets to a post about someone fanficking Hollow Knight characters as queer.
Tell me that you have issues with your sexuality without telling me, well, actually, you are telling me that you have issues with your sexuality. What a weirdo. Like, putting all these sexualities on different characters in a video game, this is one of the really weird things that, like, a lot of these, like, gender warriors do, is that they try to rewrite everything to include themselves. Whitewashing? Well, I'd say this is rainbow washing.
I'm sure Asmon won't do something just like this before the end of the week.
I mean, I don't think anybody cares about this kind of stuff, right? The people that do are kind of weirdos. What's next? Smurfette is trans. You'd really be surprised.
Matthew McConaughey and Mike Cocaine apparently pulled an Ariel and sold their voices to an AI company in exchange for human legs. And Asmon takes it as an opportunity to talk about people on Twitter who dislike AI.
There's like a few weirdos on Twitter that are like constantly at war with AI, and they think that somehow they're going to win.
Why didn't you get rage baited when he talked about PC stuff? Wait, who? Asmongold? Wait, I don't even...
Dreams come true.
I was typing something. I didn't even listen. I just fuck. I hate politics.
My best advice even comes
What did he
into
say?
like my
Hold
fucking my orbit of thinking. Right? Yeah, who cares? Yeah, who gives a shit?
Steam announced new hardware for 2026.
A big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a small black box. Dreams come true. My best advice is not to buy one of these necessarily. It's not to buy a pre-built. It's to build your own. And my best advice for people that are buying their own, there are two things not to skimp out on. Don't skimp out on your power supply, and don't skimp out on your motherboard.
My knowledge of tech is limited, but I think this is good advice. Someone made a dating sim and included Asmon as a character.
Why did you make me watch this? Don't bait me on this. The first thing was retarded, and the second thing was also retarded, but you might not think it's retarded because you're overanalyzing it. When you said don't skip out on your motherboard, just have any major motherboard. Most people, in my experience, well, I'm an unk when it comes to computer shit, so maybe it's changed a lot. But back in the day, most people dramatically overspent on the motherboard. Like they would always have these X chipsets or whatever else, and you could just get like the H or the B chipset, and it's fucking fine. Okay, nobody was running SLI, Crossfire, like fucking stupid shit like this. People are talking about like I gotta make sure I got the best Japanese caps for my I don't know if I have enough VRMs. And it's like, what are you, bro? Stop. Okay. You don't need this shit. You're fine. Get a B whatever chipset. Get a fucking small form factor case. You're good. Okay. The cheapest fucking motherboard you want, and you're probably gonna be fine. Number one. Number two. When he says don't skimp on your power supply, there might be an intelligent reading of that where he's saying make sure that you're buying power supplies from reputable brands, or he's just saying make sure that you get like the platinum efficiency or fucking highest wattage power supply. Don't do that. Higher wattage power supplies have optimal efficiency curves, and if you have one that's too big, you're not even in the good efficiency range. Number one. Number two, most major manufacturer PSUs are probably going to be fucking fine. I don't know how much jitter or unreliable voltage on your 12-volt rails, whatever the fuck exists in like any major PSU manufacturer. You're probably fucking fine. Probably. But like if you want, you can always look up like which Corsair brands or not brands, which Corsair models are good or which Seasonic models are good, but like you're probably fine. The most important two things, though, which is stupid to even say because you notice, is your CPU and your GPU. Like, that's the most important thing. Ugh, I hate night raid on this fucking map.
Okay. I have forbidden you to wash your hair.
What?
I do not wish to see what little hair that remains get washed away.
Are you kidding me?
I'm tired.
Who did this? Sounds nothing like you. That's okay. I mean, again, I don't really care, okay?
And then he gets to a post about someone fanficking Hollow Knight characters as queer.
Tell me that you have issues with your sexuality without telling me, well, actually, you are telling me that you have issues with your sexuality. What a weirdo. Like, putting all these sexualities on different characters in a video game, this is one of the really weird things that, like, a lot of these, like, gender warriors do, is...
Expensive MOBAs have a lot of good shit on them, like more M2 slots and USB-C. So? What a fucking retarded take. Oh, I got 52 million M2 slots. Like, you want a hot take? Here's a hot take. I don't even know if this is true, but I'd put money on it. Over 50% of the people that buy motherboards with additional M2 slots probably don't even know they have to unscrew the heatsink to even see where it plugs in on the motherboard. They have no concept even of this. It's fuck off. If you need extra features from your motherboard, you will know you need extra features. If you don't, buy the cheapest motherfucker motherboard.
That they try to rewrite everything to include themselves. Whitewashing? Well, I'd say this is rainbow washing.
I'm sure Asmon won't do something just like this before the end of the week.
You're retarded if you think M2 isn't standard now. First of all, I doubt that the average computer is using an M2 SSD. I almost wonder if SSDs are even the standard now, if people are still using hard disks. I don't think you have any fucking concept of how far behind the average consumer PC is from like where like performance PCs are. Number one, I would hope they're on solid state drives now. I would imagine would be the standard. Number one. And number two, you said extra M2 slots, not just a single M2 slot. Retard.
I mean, I don't think anybody cares about this kind of stuff, right? The people that do are kind of weirdos. What's next? Smurfette is trans. You'd really be surprised.
Matthew McConaughey and My Cocaine apparently pulled an Ariel and sold their voices to an AI company in exchange for human legs. And Asmon...
Audio can be quite a big difference between motherboards, though. Even the No, shut the fuck up. Stop.
It as an opportunity to talk about people on Twitter who dislike AI.
There's like a few weirdos on Twitter that are like constantly at war with AI, and they think that somehow they're going to win. AI is inevitable. Here's how you know that there are only a few people that actually care. That's how you know. It's because you don't listen to what people say, you listen to what they do.
I think this is an imperfect argument because it assumes people playing know it uses AI and that people who oppose AI have equally absolute opinions about it.
Never, because people are retarded. They're going to say things they don't really believe. They're going to say the way that they think should be, the way they think things should be, rather than the way they are. AI is a massively positive and massively popular thing, and don't let a handful of furries on social media convince you.
What are the Steam average hardware insights? Does it tell you stuff about storage? I don't know, so I can go look that shit up.
Otherwise,
a Moroccan immigrant in Portugal mugged someone, which is proof that Europe is being overtaken by criminal foreigners who all need to be removed.
I would never want to go to Europe to vacation. Europe. And the reason why is that the police don't protect you.
The murder.
Is there a difference in the sound quality of the device outputs for most computers and phones if you ran it through a good speaker? Your motherboard is not gonna matter much here in terms of any other thing. There's two parts for there's different parts for producing sound, but you have your DAC, which it converts the digital zeros and ones to an analog signal. And then you have the actual speaker components and amplifier and everything else, which is going to be in your headphones or whatever else. But for 95% of people, a fucking USB anything is going to be fully sufficient for any of this. You don't have to worry about any of this bullshit. But imagine buying an external sound card like you're a fucking audiophile in 2025. Stop. When 95% of people are using fucking AirPods and fucking Google Buds and shit, or some hybrids. Come on, stop.
And the reason why is that the police don't protect you.
The murder rates in every European country are drastically lower than in the United States, and overall crime has trended downward the last 2 decades.
So yeah, that's Africa, brother. I mean, well...
And Asmongold misses someone doing a racism.
What was it? Morocco? Morocco is that's in Africa. It's at the top of Africa. Yeah, that's in Europe, bro. What do you mean? Poland I would go to, okay?
He watches a video about...
Wait, what? What the fuck is he talking about?
And the reason why is that the police don't protect you.
The murder rates in every European country are drastically lower than in the United States, and overall crime has trended downward the last 2 decades.
So yeah, that's Africa, brother. I mean,
And Asmongold misses someone doing a racism.
What was it? Morocco? Morocco is that's in Africa. It's at the top of Africa. Yeah, that's in Europe, bro. What do you mean? Poland I would go to, okay?
He watches a video about China making robots.
I mean, we are obviously going to make robot slaves that do our activities at home for us. And I think that's a good thing, by the way. This is a great thing. Now, instead of, because we won't have to bring back slavery. A lot of people have been talking. There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery.
Who said that?
It seems like we won't have to because we're going to have robots instead. And I don't know what we're going to do with all those people. Maybe we'll just we're just going to kill them.
And a clip of people making Lord of the Rings jokes about racial crime statistics.
Orcs only make up 13%.
No. Hey, I didn't say it, okay?
The other day where it was...
If you think he has intelligence, is this mainly just due to him spending too much time on X? Yeah, people don't realize. I made this when that guy used to help me, or not help me, when I used to help the guy do the little class presentations for the college or whatever that he'd bring me in to do the Zoom things on for a couple years. He would ask me about media consumption. And one of the things I always point out to people is if you are passively getting fed something for media, you're not doing any work in terms of informing yourself. So if you're sitting in front of a feed that is giving you stuff that it thinks you want to see, you're doing something different than news analysis or news media consumption. When Asmongold is just scrolling X, it's showing you what you like. That's what it's doing. It's not good. It's not a good way to consume the news.
It's the Shire is losing population. Should the hobbits more? Should we import goblins?
And that allows me to segue into a story about actual immigration. Greece is trying to test immigrants to confirm their ages. One aspect of it, which supersedes the others, is a wrist x-ray that doctors have criticized as having up to a 2-year margin of error. And opting out automatically lists you as an adult. So there's no way to know if these numbers are accurate.
What the fuck? Only 10 were actually kids? Ugh. So that means they're going to end up being sent to a high school with kids and they're an adult?
Only if they're going to star in a CW show.
It's always like that? Yeah, that's why you can't let them in. You shouldn't let them in. I say it all the time. I don't know why they do that. And to appear not racist? Yeah, I guess so.
And now we've reached Hassan in China.
One of my biggest pet peeves also, and you should always, this is a huge heuristic in terms of whether or not somebody is like full of shit or you should take their opinion seriously on anything, is whenever somebody like reads a thing or states a position from somebody that seems like clearly and obviously bad, like almost like begging the question levels of bad, like, oh, today, like the government of ABC said that they were going to be chopping off the dicks of every single person that says too many vowels in the day. Like, wow. And like their next thing is like, why would you ever do that? This is fucking crazy. Either like, if they haven't even begun to make an effort to figure out like, well, why are they doing that? They're not to be taken seriously because they're either misstating the policy or sometimes, believe it or not, surprisingly, there can be some things that appear outwardly to be like kind of bad or stupid. But then when you hear the rationalization for it, you're like, oh, okay, I guess this makes sense. Sure.
Police Story is such a good movie, you guys. Lonerbox gives the consensus opinion here.
How moronic do you have to be to go to China, a country that you're clearly planning on doing propaganda for, to get your narrative contradicted on fucking day one, where some cops come up?
Really bad.
That's what happens.
Really bad.
Wrong. And when you can never be...
I just can't believe how humiliating. I can't imagine. This is like a worse than a pirate software moment. For Hassan to go to China and day one get media censorship, like some of the things that Hassan says on stream are just so also beyond shameless. Like when he's like, guys, censorship, guys, come on, it's just social media. That's like the biggest thing you can possibly censor.
Wrong, you end up never being right.
Hold on to that one because it's time for Trump and Epstein, with the emails released by Democrats after the government shutdown ended.
Dean Weathers says the new Epstein story is 100 times bigger than Watergate. That's way bigger.
Asmon's perspective is that Trump is in the wrong, but he probably didn't do anything, but both parties are bad, and the emails Democrats released are misleading, which means Trump is bad, but he isn't a pedo. If that sounded confusing, let me massage your brain until it is comfortably smooth. Asmon says he's willing to believe that Trump is implicated in Epstein's crimes if there's evidence, but he's not willing to accept the evidence. Here's Asmon's reaction to the revelation that Trump spent time with the victim at Epstein's home for several hours.
That doesn't mean that he knew that the person was a victim at all. Like, just because you interact with somebody that was a victim doesn't mean that you know the details of what happened to them.
Trump in this email, he quote, dog that hasn't barked by Democrats
Great.
on House oversight.
It's interesting that he agrees with the release of the emails as a tactic to pressure Trump to release the files, even as he doubts their legitimacy.
I'm glad this came out, even though I think that there's a high probability that it could be fake, misleading, or misunderstood, or misinterpreted. Yeah, I think they should release everything completely unredacted besides victims' names and obviously photographs that could be problematic. Oh, it could make somebody look bad? Too bad. You shouldn't have gone to an island with a pedophile. But like, if you know who the victims are, you know who the survivors are, obviously you word filter search the name Trump, right? Can't you just do that for the victims and then just omit those two?
The process of redaction is much more intensive to guarantee there's no way to retrieve information that's removed through various recovery techniques in the paper and the data.
I don't think there's hard evidence that commits Trump to doing anything weird with Epstein. If there was, I think they would have already released it. And if there is, I think that there is as much, if not more, hard evidence against Democrats doing it too. So coping so hard? Well, I'm not coping. I'm just being logical. I don't care. If Trump was in the Epstein files, I would want to know about it. My conspiracy theory is that I think that both parties have a piece of the Epstein files. And because of that, they don't want to release it because I think there is a third party. My opinion is that the most likely candidates for that third party are Israel, China, Russia, in that order, that have the entire Epstein files. And if these files are released in a partial amount, they will then be released by this foreign third party in their entirety.
It's always Israel. At this point, no, I don't think I'll ever actually be numb to that.
These mails are nothing new? They were already released in 2024?
These emails were not released in 2024. Separate info from the Epstein case was ordered unsealed by a judge in 2023 related to a Ghislaine Maxwell defamation case, but did not contain much information not already known to the public.
Virginia Guffey has testified multiple times that President Trump did nothing, and she never even saw him at Epstein's house.
Additionally, Greg Price, whose Twitter he's looking at here, is a conservative journalist who got in trouble in 2022 for editing the audio of John Fetterman in his Senate debate to make his ability to speak sound worse, which is the exact same criticism Asmon has of these emails for their redactions.
So it's bullshit? Wait, what? You can tell that he's lying by his eyebrow, like some merchant or something like that that's going to sell you snake oil. I don't understand it. It's obviously not a White House cover-up. I mean, was Biden covering it up for 4 years?
Biden wasn't covering up the case. The case was still open for Ghislaine Maxwell's trial until her last appeal was denied in October of 2025. He did not have the authority to intercede in the case to reveal the evidence, and doing so could have given Maxwell grounds for an appeal.
I mean, what are we talking about, a White House cover-up? I mean, if anything, I feel like Trump is really kind of a piece of shit. It's like if you can't even find any evidence of Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, like why are you going and dragging their name in the mud by saying this if you can't even prove it? That's crazy. The problem is that we can all sit around and theorize on a reason.
Yeah.
But we don't really know what the reason is.
Oh.
That's the truth. Nobody really knows. And I think that's why nobody trusts them.
There's a difference between the standard of evidence to convict someone of a crime and the standard necessary to recognize with reasonable certainty that until exonerating evidence emerges, the most likely explanation is the correct one. I doubt Asmon would say that O.J. Simpson didn't kill 2 people just because the glove didn't fit. Asmongold reads the GOP Oversight Committee's Twitter response to the Democrats and uses their reasoning to dismiss the emails.
So they released something that was already unredacted, and then they re-redacted it again, and they're trying to think that it's new. Are you seriously?
Are you seriously?
Oh my God. It's a
Are you
crime.
seriously,
Yeah, there's
guys?
No way. Like,
and the fix is in.
if you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly,
what?
You're doing that because you're trying to mislead people.
I'm going to put a pretty big if at the start of this just because I might be misinterpreting what I've seen, and this isn't about the victim herself, but what
Also, just as a quick thing, maybe this guy will bring it up. I don't know. It's just because I hear so much stupid fucking shit spoken about when it comes to redactions, when it comes to classified information. A lot of stuff can be like retroactively classified. Like that is a possibility that something comes out and then later on there's a decision made to upclassify something. I don't know if that's a term they use or not, but like you classify something that wasn't previously classified. Like this can happen. So it could be that a new thing is released that has redactions that maybe weren't redacted in a prior thing. It doesn't necessarily mean something wrong has happened. There could also be errors in terms of who is redacting it, although that shouldn't happen. And then I guess you could have people like maliciously redacting stuff. That could happen as well. But like, it doesn't necessarily mean something bad has happened. I don't even know if there were things redacted here that weren't redacted before or what, but just as a heads up on that.
Asmongold is saying about these emails. If I've read what Virginia Giuffre has said correctly, she claims to have only interacted with Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was employed there and a couple of times at parties, and said nothing bad happened between them. However, the emails released suggest that she talked with Trump for hours at Epstein's home, which would contradict her testimony. Giuffre isn't alive to correct the record, but if Democrats were willing to lie, as Asmon suggests, it would be to their benefit to leave the name unredacted, as it would undercut the testimony frequently cited to say that Trump did nothing wrong. But they didn't, at the wishes of the family who have condemned Republicans for revealing her identity and not Democrats for being dishonest. I won't speak to the rest of the sexual assault accusations against Trump, because even if they relate to the broader context of Trump's relationship with Epstein and how you should interpret these emails overall, I think that might widen the focus too much from what these initially released emails say specifically.
I think people aren't really understanding what happened here. The victim might be afraid. She's dead. She said that she didn't have any problems with Trump and Trump was fine. She went on record and said that.
Again, these emails contradict her testimony, not the other way around.
So the reason why they redacted her name is because if they didn't redact her name, it would have shown, obviously, that this is the person that had already cleared Trump of wrongdoing.
And again, it would have been more beneficial for Democrats to leave the name unredacted, but they did it anyway per the wishes of the family.
Why is Trump not releasing all of it? I think that is a great question. That is an incredible, amazing, great question, and I think people should be asking that all the time.
Asmon will not consider whether this conclusion might be based on where he gets his news from.
How do you solve this problem with the corruption? You don't. The reality is that this problem will probably never go away.
And that is why you shouldn't try to bet your life, because you might fail, so it's easier to frown!
We will find out the nature of the Epstein files when we are on Social Security, if Social Security still exists by then.
Good one.
You must all go and spread the word of frowning!
Because this is never going to go away until everybody that was involved, and everybody who was even involved secondarily, is dead.
Pretty soon, everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
And I think even then, we won't really know what happened. And do you not feel bad for telling people to vote for him? No.
King.
No, he's done a lot of things that I agree with.
King.
And he's also done things that I disagree with.
I feel so exasperated watching this because it feels like I should be trying to convince Asmongold to change his mind about these things. But if he comes away from hearing about these emails still thinking that Trump is preferable as the most powerful person in the world, I don't know what else I could say.
But I think that both of them are inadequate candidates. That's why I didn't vote for either one of them. Even though I am much more aligned with Trump, that doesn't mean that I totally agree with Trump.
AKA, too lazy to go and vote. Dave, King.
So
King.
Asmon thinks that Trump is the lesser of two evils. What would Asmon actually want if he were president?
I would want to use the military to deport every illegal alien in the country. I would want to bring back insane asylums and put crazy people in insane asylums. And I would reduce foreign aid by about 80%. Maybe not 100%. The goal would be 100%.
What are these numbers?
The beginning would be 80%. I would
just random.
remove any illegals from the census as well.
Illegal aliens are on the census because otherwise resources would get misallocated and areas with illegal immigrants wouldn't receive enough to provide for those with legal status either.
I would even take people that were residents of the country. If they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job,
Jesus.
I would deport them too.
This would basically trap immigrants already in America in their jobs, leading to greater abuse, while also being ignorant of historical data that shows immigrants yield greater returns on their labor than what they cost to take care of.
Oh, I'd add 2 additional tax brackets for people that are wealthy, for people that are making above $5 and $10 million.
That is a good idea.
Oh, I would double the amount of the money that we put on policing.
Functionally useless, but it'd probably feel nice. The issues with policing aren't directly correlated to funding. They're related to excessive force, corruption, and overall relationship with the population they are entrusted with.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Instant mandatory prison time. Even if you stole a paintbrush. I don't want to live in a world where people steal. I don't want to live in a world where there's violence.
I think I'd have to look this up again. Somebody can fact check me on the subreddit. Is there a person? Oh, I think like policing is one of those like very, I think, hard to deny, very boring. It's like an IQ thing, very like boring, very obvious correlation where like when you put more police in an area, the crime tends to go down. You might make some more arrests or whatever, but like victimization surveys and everything else, like when you police an area more, the crime tends to go down. I think that's a pretty obvious, pretty basic thing. There might be some areas that are over policed and more money wouldn't help, but in general, like almost everything in the U.S. is kind of like underfunded at the moment. So
hostility, aggression, and turmoil. So just put them in jail. Simple. I would make it to where every prisoner had an extended sentence by about 30 to 50%, and they could work in prison to reduce their sentence that got increased back down to what it was if they wanted to work in prison. And I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it.
This is a violation of the 8th Amendment for cruel and unusual punishment, the 13th Amendment because it's not punishment for the crime they're in prison for, the 14th Amendment because it's a violation of due process, probably the 5th Amendment for double jeopardy, the 9th Amendment just because it's fun, and the 10th Amendment because this isn't a power specifically given by the Constitution to the president, unless in this hypothetical he managed to get this through Congress.
Would you be president? Would you be authoritarian? I mean, I think people would say that I was, but I would actually be the most
best
pro-freedom president ever. Wouldn't reducing the root problems that result in people stealing prevent people from stealing instead of just adding more people to the prison industrial complex, which is designed to make them repeat offenders? Well, they wouldn't have a chance to be repeat offenders because they'd be stuck in jail forever working. And if they're a repeat offender, that's great. Now we have another worker.
I guess we know who was excited about bringing back slavery.
The idea that poverty
Holy
causes
King
is
Tate!
A complete removal of an individual's agency. If you give people more opportunities and more abilities to do things and have a degree of ownership in their own life, then yeah, there are going to be less crimes. So I agree with you. But there will still be crimes after that goes away because there are people that commit crimes that do have money too. That's all people. Universal healthcare? Yeah, we'd have universal healthcare because we'd get rid of all the people that are causing problems.
People causing problems, the way Asmongold implies, are not the main impedance to universal healthcare. These ideas contradict each other. You can't create a society without violence and turmoil while aggressively enforcing laws with maximum punishment. You simultaneously need a populace willing to go along with and enforce that system, which creates the dehumanization that leads to greater violence. All the while, they need to bear the increased cost of social services that would face more strain from fewer people being able to pay into it.
Did you ever steal previously? Yeah, I've stolen tons of things. And you know why? It's because I knew I wouldn't get in trouble. Better social services? Yeah, absolutely. I'd give people food stamps. We'd give people, I would invest a lot into autonomous driving cars. They will reduce a number of different industries that are massively, like, I think a tax burden.
I have no idea why Asmongold thinks this. Maybe there's some logic to it I'm not seeing.
Did you steal when you were an adult? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, multiple times. Tons of times.
Wait, but then why?
Wait, what was he?
Social parasites? Citizens can be freeloaders.
What was he
There are going
stealing?
to be social parasites, and there are going to be useless eaters.
Wait, what does he consider stealing? Does he mean like pirating,
you know what?
or?
That's fine. We're always going to get some of those. That's the way it goes. How would you build up universal income? By taxing corporations that utilize a tremendous amount of automation and then making them have to help pay for it. And if they don't want to get along with that, then I wouldn't give them access to the American economy and I would heavily tariff them.
Why would they automate when they could just use cheap prison labor in that case? And why would the American market be so valuable at that point when the population is spending so much more of its wealth and resources on maintaining the strict social systems that are implemented?
I have a lot of other ones that are, some of them are a little bit more not stream sufficient, right?
I am incredibly worried about what those could be. But
What does that
given
mean?
his response to a TikTok compilation of women losing their jobs in the next video he watches.
Total Karen obliteration. Absolute Karen destruction.
These aren't Karens by any stretch of the definition. All they've done is say they lost their jobs. Actually, I don't know what Asmongold's definition of a Karen is. Later on, he explains the attitude that makes someone a Karen,
complaining.
but he'll still apply the moniker to basically every woman that crosses his screen in an unflattering way.
I think that there's a lot of people in these PR, marketing, and fake jobs at these companies, and the companies are starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, we don't need to pay this girl to come here and drink boba tea for 8 hours and then complain that somebody said something that made her mad.
Damn.
And they just fire her.
As Asmongold will come to understand over the course of this video, that is incredibly not what's happening.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, fired 80% of the staff, and nothing changed to the product. In fact, I think the product got better.
Twitter did not get better.
If you think that, I'm sorry, even like privately, even right-wing people will tell you Twitter fucking sucks. Actually, I might even say this publicly now. Everybody acknowledges that Twitter is basically a broken platform. You can fire off tweets kind of like into the wind or whatever, but so much of the website is like botted. So many of the comments are like bots responding to bots, and like the DMs are all completely fucked. Like the fact that we have encrypted DMs. When they say encrypted DMs, what does that even mean? Like like that somebody at Twitter can't read them? Is that the whole point? Were they trying to like say like, oh look, like you don't need Signal, you can use Twitter? Like the fact that you have encrypted DMs before you've actually made the platform worth DMing on and gotten rid of the 50 trillion fucking bot spams everywhere is just so stupid. Oh my god. Also, does breaching these things count as like first wave husks, or does it have to be the big things?
Monetization of posts has created an incentive structure for people to post the most
Yes, it
salacious
does?
rage bait
Oh,
possible,
shit.
like the one Asmon got caught in earlier, in order to get more views.
It just pissed me off. I saw it, right?
Musk has had the website intentionally altered when it doesn't give him enough attention, or it corrects his unsubstantiated claims. For example, when he said Joe Biden stranded an astronaut on the International Space Station. Also, Musk himself has said that he would unban at least 2 accounts that were removed due to posting CSAM.
Every single other business owner in the world saw that. It's bot crazy now. YouTube is bot crazy too, but YouTube didn't fire 80% of its staff. So is Facebook.
This is where it starts to sink in what's actually happening.
So, I don't know if YouTube's comment section is anywhere near as cancerously fucking botted as X is like gone, bro.
13 million people have been laid off in America. How many people are in the U.S. workforce? 10%. Oh my God. A little bit less, but still. Holy shit. The reality is that these decisions are made in order to maximize shareholder value.
That is true to an extent.
What every single corporation.
And obligations of corporate boards are to seek greater returns on investment, but the goal of a CEO and the goals of a corporation are not always in complete alignment. The average tenure of a CEO does not match the average lifespan of a company, so the goal is to maximize the amount of money they have by the time the CEO leaves, which means that they can ignore long-term strategy in pursuit of short-term gains, which...
While that's kind of true, this is one of the reasons why companies prefer to tie CEO compensation to like stock investment stuff, is because it helps to align the interests of the CEO more with the interests of the company. That might not be true with every corporation, but this is why CEOs are often compensated with stock. You better not fucking shoot me. Okay. Fuck, should I just dip? Is there a way to tell like my current progress on a trial? Like if I'm in game? Oh, new personal best. Oh shit. Hold on, let me get out. No.
then become the next CEO's problem. For an example of this, see the 2008 financial crisis.
People that work in Amazon fulfillment centers, that's probably the least fulfilling job that you could ever have. People take these jobs because they have to, not because they want to.
Yes, but eliminating the job doesn't...
That's... Hello? Listen, I love being a streamer too, but like... Spoiler alert, that's all work. Okay? Wait. Oh, should I wait to call it? Are you guys looting?
Yeah, you can call it.
That's all work. Nobody wants to work. Most people don't like working. That's why it's called work and not recess.
Of the problem of a person needing a job. It's just reducing their options.
They're trying to plot a trajectory for where their business is going to be. So right now, it's doing some people's jobs, and later on, it's going to be doing everybody's jobs. Or more people's jobs.
And again, as Asmongold is about to see, they aren't just letting go of people who don't do anything.
A perfect example of this that we saw earlier this year was when Microsoft let go of Ron Buckton.
That's right. They fired because they didn't need him.
Suddenly discovered to be a slacker after 18 years of promotions? Or is it that executives looked at a spreadsheet, saw his senior level salary, and decided that number was too big?
I do think that, to be fair, I'm in general in favor of AI, but I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly. But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied.
Earlier this week, there was talking about the fact that last year there were 1.2 million graduates for 17,000 jobs.
Then why the fuck do we keep importing people?
Without validating the premise of his description.
What is... Our unemployment is not that high. What? Okay.
Because that's not how immigration works. Put simply, expanding the population isn't a zero-sum substitution of laborers. The necessities of immigrants provide the demand for new services that allow companies and social programs to grow their customer base and funding.
There used to be a retard that would sit there with a screwdriver and screw a bolt into a tire and get paid the equivalent of $75 an hour, live in a beautiful house, have every benefit that he wanted, have a family that he supported, 2 cars and the boat, and go on.
Everybody believes this, and it is just not fucking true. I don't know if this is like the sitcom error where people think that everybody lived in these, types of lives, but it's just not true. This is like somebody going back. There was a meme about this where if you've ever watched The Big Bang Theory, or basically any modernish sitcom, in The Big Bang Theory, I think Penny is a waitress or a server, and she lives in a pretty big apartment. Aren't they in New York City? It's a nice place, and it's nobody can afford this on one person's income, especially on a job like that. That's just, it's for the TV shows, okay?
on vacations.
This is what happens when propaganda is too effective. This belief is based on the visualizations used in ad campaigns, merging with stories of expanded workers' rights. Things got better, but the reason we have that imagery is because that's what people aspire to. If they already had it, it wouldn't work in advertising.
What do we do about it? Well, you have to tax companies that are using automation in a way that, you know, you can redistribute the money into the population. But like, it's not going to happen. I think we're going to have to bring back somehow like slavery or something like that. Like, I don't know, maybe feudalism.
Like, you really think slavery is easier to bring back than just higher tax brackets? Really?
It's one or the other. Maybe both. Or you could have a plague. Maybe all three.
And once that's done, we can finally eradicate all the Puerto Ricans of the planet!
Wall Street literally rewards human suffering. And some
Well, yeah, of course. There's a lot of money you can make off of people being sick.
of you may own
I went into the fucking the oncology place. I felt like I was walking into the Hilton fucking hotel with my dad. He got pancreatic cancer. And I walk in there, I say, oh, there ain't no way they're curing this shit.
It's not like that as a show of wealth. It's because cancer treatment is awful and treatment centers try to make things as comfortable as possible for what minimal relief it can provide.
She is right about everything, and it doesn't matter. Nobody knows how to think. Everybody is going to be turned into a battery, and that's just the way it's going to be.
I'm not sure how to square Asmon believing in AI as something that's good for humanity, while also seeing it as something that will help facilitate the destruction of people's general happiness.
I think that if things keep going the way that they do, we are going to have a eugenic effect of the lowest IQ people literally die because they can't take care of themselves. No way, ChatGPT will take care of them. Well, it will tell them, no, you don't want a soda today. You want to drink bleach. And they'll be like, really? Okay, all right.
And as you can see from the smiling mask behind Asmongold's head, the next video he watches is an anti-Semitic right-wing nutjob. And I don't mean that as an insult, I mean in his video about the Inquisition, he asserts anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. You can check out this guy's video if you want a full breakdown, telling us why the Crusades, which killed millions of innocent people, were good actually because at least it was in the name of defeating Muslims.
Ridley Scott, the director of the film,
I'm gonna die in this night raid. I'm gonna get triggered.
You can see why he deliberately portray things this way. The events are held as a staple of why we need separation of church and state.
Asmon can recognize that's propaganda, but much like Hassan, he basically leans into it anyway.
By 900 AD, Islam had expanded, by conquest, all the way to France and southern Italy.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
They turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole. This crashed the European economy and
Wait, so you're telling me that all the way back then, they were going out and fucking with boats? And now they're still going out and fucking with boats? 1,000 years. Been dealing with these guys fucking with boats.
According to the UN, an estimated 32,000 people have died since 2014 trying to reach Europe by boat.
Islam's so-called golden age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe.
The label Dark Ages is a misnomer based on the premise of this period in history not having a significant number of written records, which in itself is also not true.
Here's how historian John J. O'Neill describes the circumstances.
John J. O'Neill is not a historian. I couldn't find any actual mention of him on the internet outside of the ebook Pax Tube is citing here. Oh boy, burning cross imagery.
Who's controlling Jerusalem right now? I actually don't even know.
Hassan doesn't know what the Western Wall is, but Asmongold doesn't even know where it is.
Jewish people have it now. Israel has it now. So all this was for fucking.
But you know what? And this is this is the thing. Asmongold is just more honest sometimes about how like dumb or doesn't give a fuck about some things he is, right? Like at points, like if he just doesn't know, he'll just say it. It's not like he pretends to know shit. He'll just fucking use heuristics to be way too confident on shit that he's too lazy to actually do research on, and then on other shit he just doesn't give a fuck. God, I hate Hassan so much. I can't believe these are the two largest fucking political streamers on Twitch. Kill me. Kill me. Bro, get this shit out of here. Get that shit out of here.
Nothing. I'm sorry, but like I cannot get over the irony of the Muslims and the Christians fucking fought and killed each other over Jerusalem for like 1,000 years, and now the Jews have it. Neither of us have it. It's the Jews that have it now. But I do think that it seems like the Crusades were not a universal, like one-dimensional moral evil. I think that seems to be the case.
Okay. Nope, millions died. The threat to individual people on the ground does not justify the actions undertaken in the name of conquest and empire by kings and popes. Lastly, Asmon gets triggered by a video game review.
Eurogamer is totally captured by identity politics and progressive values.
True.
And all these people are losing their jobs, and we're going to send them all back to McDonald's. All of these different media companies, they are all biased. None of them should be trusted. The only people you should trust are individual YouTube creators, and even them you should take with a massive grain of salt, even including me. I said there's never a book in cursive. I don't need to read that.
True.
But I never read books either. It was the same thing.
The fact that kids today aren't forced to learn cursive, bro. They used to tell us that shit all the time. When you go to college, you think they're gonna let you print for your assignments? Absolutely not. Every single assignment is gonna be done in full cursive. I feel like I might have been like the last year generation of kids that learned that, or maybe one or two after me did, like years after me did. But Jesus.
Talking earlier, where like people grind for games because they don't have anything else going on in real life.
And actually, fuck. Wait, even my assignments in high school, I didn't have to fucking write in cursive. Right? I don't think I did. I graduated in 2007. Wait, did you ever have to? I feel like I had to use cursive in grade school. I don't know if I ever had to use cursive in high school. What the fuck? Wait, when the fuck was this ever even required ever?
That was just day one.
Silver 2 to Silver 1, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'm so sick. I'm killing it in real life.
You feel like you're not wasting your time.
Exactly.
Like, there is no better feeling than to play video games all day and to go to bed and know you did something. And I felt that way
Guys, where does the spider spawn on this map?
For me is I turned like 27 because I was like, man, I've been doing this for like 10 years nonstop. And my friend just got married, and my other friend has a job, and I have I've got this new mount, it's pretty cool.
You said a quote years ago that really fucked me up. You're on Facebook, and you see all these middle-aged women post about the Minions movie, taking their kids out to the movie theater, and then you realize those middle-aged women were your classmates in high school, bro.
It was a real reality check. I had to lay down after that one.
Yep.
Yeah. And well, I think that also, like, a lot of these games, right? I mean, they do kind of, like, they're super cheerful, they're really happy, and so I think that they do have, like, a big appeal to people that are kind of, like, feeling empty, or they don't really have something going for them in real life, and then so they play these games, and it makes them feel better. Usually whenever I'm laying in bed, I'm just on my phone. Like, video games, to me, it's like, oh, that's work, right? Like, because usually, like, what I do is I'll just read Twitter and then respond to people on Twitter. I'll be like, yeah, you're fat, and something like that, right?
Well, that's a strong indicator for how today's gonna go. Guys, trans in bathrooms.
And fat people.
ATSTs, ATSTs.
How is it that we had this right for 2,000 years, and now we're literally reinventing the wheel?
We did not. Bathrooms segregated by sex and or gender are a modern idea.
What did you, like, watch movies growing up where they, like, the people get bullied in the men's bathroom?
Trans people do experience higher risks of harassment and assault when using public bathrooms.
If you make people use the bathroom that their sex is at birth, right? Then you're also going to have women that transition to men walking in the women's bathroom. No matter which way you cut it, you're going to have people that look like guys walking into the women's bathroom.
That is correct.
The best solution is just to have a third fucking bathroom.
While this notion is common,
why not just fucking who the fuck cares? Oh my god.
Are trying to push trans people out of public life altogether, and trans people wouldn't be any safer because the very premise makes it easier to identify them. The issue isn't trans people. It's people willing to harass others based on assumptions that aren't even correct a lot of the time. But maybe they're all just Karens, right?
Like, ultimately, bathrooms are supposed to be like gender safe spaces, right? I mean, generally.
That was the original justification for sex segregated bathrooms when they were established, because men didn't know how to handle women in the workplace because they believed they belong in the home.
This would have never happened if
or
women couldn't vote.
Sexually assaulted.
Man, so true, brother. So true, absolutely.
And that was the original mindset.
Like, I don't think the world has to become comfortable with these people. I think these people have to be comfortable with the world.
There's a slim degree of truth to this, insofar as pushing for rights is a slow, painful process. But the same can be said in the exact opposite direction, that personal discomfort is not broad justification for exclusion. The streamer Valkyrie had a minor controversy over her wardrobe.
Like, I wouldn't wear, like, if Balenciaga sent me something, I would wear it if I thought it was comfortable, or I liked
Valkyrie's
the way it
statement here was hilarious.
You get all these strings attached to you, bro, and you get enough strings attached to you, and you become a puppet. Said high-priced merch is just a way to liberate retarded people from their money. Yeah.
I think Asmon just indirectly called her the R-word. Hassan's back in China again.
Okay, what is he wearing? I don't know what nobody knows. He's in another country, but I'm still on his mind. What can I say? It's because I play video games a lot, and I play their video games a lot. What I think is even funnier is that a lot of my viewpoints on the way video games should be made and the types of things that should and should not be included in video games. Do you know who agrees with me on that a lot?
Your mom?
Chinese people.
No, it's the Chinese government.
They killed the spider.
As we pointed out, media is heavily regulated and censored in China.
Well, but they put people in work camps and they harvest their organs.
So?
And I said, I already like them. You don't have to convince me.
So Asmongold's logic is Europe is bad because the cops don't do anything. China is good because work camps and organ harvesting.
I don't know if they do or not, but either way, it's pretty edgy.
While watching a Steven Crowder video where he mentions Asmongold, we get to hear his policy on lying.
I hate lying to people, to be honest with you. I love deceiving people, but I hate lying. So I love telling people the truth and making them believe that it's a lie, but I hate actually having to lie. I feel like it's like cheating. Because, like, there's, like, the game of deception. People are like, well, you wouldn't eat a dog, would you? I'm like, I'd eat a person. They're like, you shouldn't have said that. I'm like, yeah, probably not. But it's true.
Okie dokie.
Go on a show? Maybe one day I will.
You do not need to go on Steven Crowder's show.
And I don't like actually saying A is B, but I would maybe say, you know, a lowercase a is capital A, right? Because I feel like that's a little bit more exciting for me. It's more entertaining. It's more engaging.
Following another conversation about gay people in China, Asmongold looks at the trailer for the new Black Ops.
I've heard Call of Duty actually sucks dick.
Asmon has his own idea for what Call of Duty should do in its next game.
So I told you guys they should have gone with my 9/11 idea. They should put Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, we're done listening to that.
I would have the people jumping out of the building.
Thankfully, Asmongold has the right idea about what age of consent means.
18 is barely legal, and 15 is under that by like 3 years. Like, doesn't she see, like, I mean, that's clearly not, that's not even barely illegal. That's just illegal. Most America is 16? Well, it's not 15. Like, what are you even talking about? You're not even arguing. That could be what you're saying too. Like, I don't even, what? 15-year-olds today are less mature than they were 40 years ago? Well, yeah, of course. You know, if you look at history, people very, very commonly, for like 99% of history, had kids before 18, okay? Hello? This is an established fact. Everybody knows this.
Another common misconception based on education that centers primarily on the ruling class. It was not that common, relative to our modern understanding of sex education and contraception, to have a kid before you were in your 20s. There are obvious health risks involved, but also the fact that whether you were a boy or a girl, odds are you were living on a farm, and farms demand work. But he has the exact wrong idea about why this conversation is happening.
Is that they think that Megyn Kelly is trying to create a future, like a future argument for why it's okay that some political person she was attached to
Trump
was in a relationship with a 15-year-old.
It's Trump.
That's, I think, kind of that's why I think people are mad about it. I don't really see a reason for it. There's no purpose. It's totally counterproductive, and it doesn't help her in any way.
Now we're forced to hear about what Asmongold thinks of the Super Mario Brothers sexuality.
Like, Bowser is super rich, he's really powerful, he's huge, and then Princess Peach always just happens to get kidnapped by Bowser. Are we really believing that? Yeah, she wants that big lizard dick. I'm just saying, guys, yeah, Mario's getting cucked. He is. Mario's getting cucked. That's why I said that you could prove Luigi had a bigger dick than Mario. Princess Peach is always getting kidnapped by Bowser, but you never see Daisy getting kidnapped.
I prefer Hornet being gay to this perversion. Activision released a statement about AI usage in the new Black Ops, and you'll never guess what Asmon's perspective on it is.
If you are one of these dick-sucking retards that likes to complain about AI and, oh, AI's so bad, I hate AI, I'm against AI, AI's so horrible, you know what you're gonna be? You're gonna be a dick-sucking retard for the rest of your life. And
can I just say, the worst fucking thing about fucking AI is how many of you fucking retards get so ass pained about it all the fucking time. Oh my god, I cannot wait until the AI shit is more common so that every single fucking time a new thing is posted, you fucking retards aren't scurrying to those, this is AI, I think this is fucking AI. Like, bro, who the fuck cares? Move the fuck on. Is it good content or not? Get it the fuck out. Oh my god.
Everybody is just going to laugh at you more and more and more.
I'm starting to think that people being gay actually crosses his mind a lot, whether or not he's actually into it.
Yeah, where's all the women, guys? This game must have been from a long time ago. You know what's so fucking insane? Is the fact that this actually happened. You guys ever think about that?
That's crazy.
Like, this shit actually happened.
Asmongold really knows how to sound like a stoner even though he doesn't do drugs.
It's actually so sad how badass video games used to be. And I'm just going to say it.
What?
These were games that were made by guys for guys.
Are you ready for Asmongold to turn his gamer brain up to 11?
This is when gaming used to be good.
Wait, what?
You have these video games that are made to just be slop that's enjoyable to everyone.
Bruh. Not to knock any particular type of game, okay? Not to knock any particular type of game, because I think all game genres are beautiful. I've played games across a ton of different genres, but my brother in Christ, you grinded mounts on World of Warcraft for like 20 fucking years. What the fuck place do you have to talk about real gaming or good games or manly games? You're flying around on multicolored dragons, grinding the 1 out of 50,000 cuck drop to get the next golden lizard thing that you can hop your ass around Azeroth on. Give me a fucking break. Holy shit.
No, no, that's not how it works. This has happened to every single video game, is that women have gotten into video games and they've made them for women. And I don't like this. This makes me fucking mad.
According to the entertainment software...
This is, I'm sorry. Oh, it's such a perfect thing, okay? Listen, don't, there's this concept called the male gaze, but don't waste your time with it, because when you see it, it's everywhere, okay? This concept that everything in the world, especially as a white guy, everything is made for you and has to be for you. If a woman looks a certain way, you criticize her because she's not appeasing to your cock. If a woman is doing a certain thing, it's not okay because it's not appealing to you. Like, for a white man, especially, this is like enough of a criticism. That's it, right? Women, like the fact that women are in video games now, they're making video games for women. What, does everything in the world have to be made just for you? Like, they can probably make games you just don't give a fuck about, right? You know that's okay, right? Oh my god. Maybe there was more to his statement, though. I will say, not to criticize this guy too much, I feel like this guy is cutting this Asmongold video up quite a bit more than he did for prior ones. Like, we were listening to longer versions of this where this feels a little bit more clippy, but...
Oh, no, that's not how it works. This has happened to every single video game, is that women have gotten into video games and they've made them for women. And I don't like this. This makes me fucking mad.
According to the Entertainment Software Association, 45% of all gamers in 2010 were female, and in 2013, 42% played MMOs. Since then, the total number has risen to 48%.
I am having my culture appropriated. Like, I don't go to the salon and say, why is nobody listening to Rob Zombie in here? And we don't do that. We don't do that to them. This is what we used to have. Okay? This was the peak. And I think that it's girls getting in there and trying to change shit.
No, Asmon, it's the fact that you're...
I also like, and I try to be mindful of this when I say, I'm not sure if I'm just looking through nostalgia, tinted glasses. At some point, you have to wonder, like, you know what? I think that the peak of X media was actually when I was between the ages of 14 and 20. And it's like, congratulations. You have the same feeling that every single human being in existence has literally always had. That's correct. The type of content and media that you consume in your late teens, your most formative years, is the type of content you tend to like the most. And when you get older, you're going to not like the new stuff and you're going to gravitate towards the old stuff. Like, do you think it's a coincidence that literally every single fucking prior generation has always said these exact same fucking things?
We're getting older and starting to age out of the primary demographic these games are marketed towards.
No. Absolutely fucking not.
To show how games used to be good, he compares those...
Conduit guy is in YouTube chat? Oh, shit. Most of the cuts are Dead Space. Oh, you're not... Don't watch my channel. I'm playing video games. I'm playing games so you finish all these videos because I'm not going to get 1 week cut by you, motherfucker. Why are you not verified on YouTube? What the fuck?
Warlords of Draenor cinematic from World of Warcraft to Dragonflight.
Yeah. Gaming right now is better than it used to be, and anyone who's not retarded can see this. There is a legitimate criticism to make about gaming, but it is a ooh, careful. I don't like criticizing capitalism here, but it's the capitalism critique of, I've drawn this circle a million times, right? A thing happens and it's really cool, and then people are like trying to grow this appeal, and they're experimenting and they're doing weird and crazy things, but eventually once the quote unquote formula is found, then that just gets iterated on a billion times, and that kind of becomes the industry, unless you get breakouts or like really established people who can afford to take risks or do kind of like crazy things. But that's like par for the course for everything. But that it's just a result of like market forces. Like that's where all the money investment goes, because that's where the highest return shit goes, because that's where the highest monetary return is, for better or for worse.
Absolutely fucking not.
To show how games used to be good, he compares the Warlords of Draenor cinematic from World of Warcraft to Dragonflight.
Yeah. Because this shit used to be so badass, and now it's cringe.
The premise Asmon is working from isn't men dominating the industry, it's nostalgia.
It's a bunch of Karen game design. That's all it is. Literally Karen game design.
What does Karen mean here except problem you are blaming on imagined women?
And so guys should have a complete monopoly on making games?
Got him!
Yes. And if girls want to make games, they should make their own games. You have Stardew Valley. You have Animal Crossing, you have Pokemon. And I'm not saying always...
I'm sorry. Stardew Valley and Pokemon are girl games? Wait, what?
There's plenty of women who write great stories. But the difference is that whenever you're writing something like World of Warcraft, this is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing each other and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
Spoilers about the ending of Warlords of Draenor if you care about that. But the main character in the cinematic he watched earlier dies refusing to take any responsibility for his own...
This, not to... I'm cucking out super hard with the left statements right now, but like...
About the ending of Warlords...
This is also like such a quote-unquote toxically masculine statement, right? That like, this is for men and men love these types of games. Like, you know what else is a really popular game that every fucking man liked? Was The Last of Us. And that was very much not about huge burly men just murdering everybody. It was like a fathered stepdaughter-ish like adventure zombie survival game. Like that. I don't know why I'm even correcting this. Minecraft was for women.
Draenor if you care about that. But the main character in the cinematic he watched earlier dies refusing to take any responsibility for his own actions, revealing himself ultimately to be incredibly weak and petulant.
You failed me! You made me what I am!
Don't let yourself get tone policed by these annoying fucking Karens. This is a masculine thing.
Watch him counter someone's transphobia with what I think qualifies as its own transphobia, but in a way that's still inclusive.
Remember, valid criticisms of child touching mentally ill people isn't hate? I mean, I don't think that every person that is a transsexual is a child toucher. I mean, like, that's insane. Why would you even say that? I don't really think that you can change your gender, like, not entirely. Like, obviously, if somebody wants to go through the requisite procedures and everything, I'll use their preferred pronouns because I don't want to create a conflict with somebody.
Honestly, I'm fine with this. Obviously, I have a different understanding of sex and gender, but if we're talking about the broader public, tolerance should be the acceptable baseline. It even gets covered in a World of Warcraft cinematic.
I have learned patience, tolerance.
But you can obviously, dress different ways and get surgery and then, act and behave and be seen as a woman in society. I think that's true.
Here's a good example of why I find Asmongold interesting. He just clearly laid out gender presentation as a social standard of expectations with regards to femininity and masculinity. But even with that understanding, he falls back on gender as a binary because biological delineations between men and women, even though trans people aren't even trying to take that away. In the simplest terms, without trying to step on people's personal definitions or present as an expert myself, it's just people who want to exist at certain ends of the spectrum between masculinity and femininity and be recognized as such.
So really, I don't know why there's such a weird distinction for people to have, right? And there's no point to being mean, I agree. Yeah, exactly. The reason why people get hyper obsessed with trans stuff is because it's always being put in their face.
Remember what I said about the passive social media feeds? I never see trans shit ever. The only people I ever hear talking, even as fucked as my X feed is, the only people I ever hear talking about trans shit are conservatives. Where the fuck are all of these people pushing trans shit? What? It's always conservatives talking about it. Holy shit.
And if I had to guess, I would say the reason this is an issue that comes up a lot for Asmon is that his regular news presents it to him as being one.
So they see a new show comes out and there's a trans character. Trans people are like 0.6% of the population.
Are there even famous liberal trans? Is there a famous liberal trans protagonist? Because I feel like all of the famous left-leaning, all of the famous, like the famous trans people are just antagonists for conservatives. So like people might look at the swimmer person, but she's only a popular person because the fucking Riley Gaines girl, that's like her primary fucking antagonist in her life. Like that's the only reason why people even fucking know about this person as much as they do. Jesus. I love conservatives. Find me a spider.
But if you look at media representation, you'd think that they're like 10 or 20%.
According to GLAAD, in 2023, there were 33 trans characters in total across all TV shows between cable and streaming. Trans people aren't taking up a huge chunk of space. They're just taking up a space.
It keeps getting forced on them.
If the compromise you have to make to enjoy a product made for a broad audience is that someone has a lifestyle you don't necessarily understand or agree with, but isn't directly harming anyone, that's a you problem to get over. Now it's Irrelevant's turn to have his reaction to Lonerbox's reaction to Hassan's reactions reacted to by Asmongold.
The thing that everybody accused him of doing with Israel, which is like some paid propaganda, social credit.
Every Jew is being paid by Israel to promote Israel. I learned this on Instagram Reels.
While I don't think Asmon is being serious, I have concerns if his Instagram algorithm is feeding him anti-Semitic posts.
There's some other things I learned on Instagram Reels too, but I don't think the chat's ready for those yet. I saw an AI translated speech of obviously Adolf Hitler on Instagram Reels, and it had 200,000 likes. And I was thinking to myself, that's a lot.
Why is that your Instagram recommendations?
I always joke about this, about how wars get announced on my days off. I took a day off yesterday and a war got announced. How does this keep happening?
Knowing that, let's see what Asmongold's reactions to the bombings in Venezuela are.
Now, do I totally agree with the regime change? I don't know really if I do or not. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or another, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not totally against it, though. Only the people can hold their government accountable, right? We can't
How does he see me through the grass?
It's going to get better, right? If their economy is built off of basically sending illegal drugs to our country, then it is our problem.
The Venezuelan economy is built on oil. Once again, propaganda takes its toll as Asmon wonders why the military has such a hard time with forces that are seemingly insignificant in comparison.
I always wonder, like, how much of that is like a forced problem and how much of it is that they just let it happen. Because I've always assumed it's like, if we have satellites that can read a license plate, why can't we figure out what these guys are doing?
Most of the technology developed for the military is about putting as much distance as possible between yourself and a target while still being able to connect with it. Guerrilla warfare is about closing that distance.
And like, my opinion is that, like, with the Vietnam War and with the Iraq War, is that we were not there to win. We were there to continue fueling the military-industrial complex. I think if we had tried to actually accomplish any one specific goal there, it would have happened extremely fast.
This would require a much longer explanation than I'm equipped to provide here. So basically, the problems our military faces in extended conflicts are not limited to what we can or can't
He didn't even die.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if he starts a war over there, I think that most Americans probably won't really care that much as long as soldiers aren't being sent over there.
If Trump unilaterally and unconstitutionally decides to throw the U.S. military at a country, regardless of whether any soldiers are in immediate danger, people are going to care.
Not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here.
Thankfully, that's the last political story he covers before he gets to the new video game where wins meet. You know, I've never actually seen Asmongold play a video game. I wonder what it's like.
Oh boy. Not eating food is really OP in terms of losing weight.
Listen, I'm not an expert, but I think Asmongold has an eating disorder.
You're just like those girls? No, I'm not. You just don't eat food. That's easy. It's easy. You just stop eating food. I don't make a big deal out of it. You just do it. There's a lot of foods low in calories. Most people just want the sugar. I love sugar. I started eating way more sugar and everything in my life improved.
And that would be a sign of depression.
Like in 100 years, there might not be anybody with diabetes anymore. Yeah, it's probably just gonna go away. Story mode. This is for girls, I guess. This is for, I guess, normal people.
Were you even listening?
Shut up, bitch! This bitch is wild. Damn, bitch. This bitch is mad. You stupid fat bitch.
Please stop calling the child a bitch.
This bitch tries to tell me what to do.
Strangers in town lately.
Well, I tried.
You guys notice there aren't any fat people in this game? Cocksucker.
King.
So this next topic will be regarding the Christchurch shooting.
I'm gonna give an unhinged take. You know what the funny thing is I feel like just by virtue of, well, actually no, I couldn't say that because I haven't seen him. I was gonna say by virtue of like being a gamer, and if you're in guilds and you've got girls and shit in guilds, you tend to have more interactions. So you're not quite as sexist. So I wonder how much of Asmongold's sexism is like performative. Like I have to hate the women's, but like interpersonally, maybe he wouldn't necessarily do it. I feel like for some reason he has the demeanor of somebody who wouldn't be like interpersonally sexist. Whereas I feel like Hassan is like the exact opposite. Like he tries to be outwardly like sometimes progressive depending upon his thing or whatever. But like Hassan is very clearly still like hardcore in his like frat era mentally in terms of how he views women. So it's just interesting. Flip between the two.
Aftermath.
Do you feel like this person was influenced by these people on YouTube?
If you did read this guy's manifesto, this guy was like an extreme like alt-right figure. He wanted to rely on government to literally kick out all Muslims from New Zealand. So he felt that he needed to go to a place and target and kill the most non-Muslims possible, and he went to a mosque and did it. I do think that like hateful rhetoric can lead to hateful acts of violence. I mean that chain is to establish that is very complicated. You know, people maybe listen to a few jokes in one place, start posting on poll in another place, start getting drafted into more extremist groups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of people that are really good gateways for this. I mean, who's this guy? Written out so many different types of studies for how you can start watching a Joe Rogan video and then go to Jordan Peterson and then wind up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe Lawrence Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road.
I think at the beginning of your statement, you did give a little bit of credence to Nick and also Sargon's point that maybe he didn't feel like he was able to discuss these issues without being elated or hated for it.
Oh yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean that I think that those views are legitimate or need to be platformed. I think that's a bad dichotomy, right? If somebody says like I want to kill all black people, well, I'm going to fire you if you say that on Twitter, and then they go out and actually kill black people because they got banned from Twitter. You wouldn't say, well, hold on, like should we be suppressing this man's views? He felt like he had no way to express them, and now he actually went, well, no. I mean, the idea is we need to not have people have these friendly society, right? So views like Fuentes pushes, for instance, where he seems to be anti-immigrant or anti-person of color, or whatever, moving into certain countries where he feels like it violates their Western culture or whatever, however he does it.
How we doing, boys? What's going on? Ready to go again, man.
Hold on. Where did that shot come from? That was not very friendly. I can't. Is he? I swear to fucking God, if that fucking spider comes and fucks me. Sorry, hold on. I don't get to rate the loot. Rate. Chase him? All I have is my fucking Pharaoh, bro. I'm not outfitted for PvP. This guy. This motherfucker. He's not even gonna go loot it? He's just shooting me for no reason to grief me? Whoa. Can I make bandages? Oh, I don't have field crafting.
Hey!
I hear somebody back there. This is why I don't like night raids, okay? Nobody's friendly up here, okay?
Hey there!
This guy's about to blast me the fuck away. Because he didn't talk. If you kill, you can loot all the things? No. I can't kill him. I have a Pharaoh. That's it. I need to leave. I just have to extract now. And I'm out of fucking bandages.
Another fucking day.
All right, let's hear what today's discussion will be.
The big question of the day, did Donald Trump suck Bill Clinton's dick? Yeah, stop 9 wars and you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker. You're a dick sucker. And wouldn't that be crazy for like all the people that hate Donald Trump if he turns out to be the first LGBT president?
Not really. Like you're basically saying that Trump being proven to have committed sexual acts in connection with Epstein means you get to own the libs. And I don't think that's the priority.
The French president is the same, apparently?
It is.
Yeah, I heard about that with his husband as well. Candace Owens and a bunch of other people think that she's a man. Well, we don't really know this, right? It's not something I would bet on. Isn't she also a pedo? Yeah, of course. But it was in Europe, and so, like, you know, like, they do things differently over there.
I think that Macron's relationship is weird, to put it mildly. But yesterday, you called Trump a piece of shit for calling out Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew's...
True. Sorry, hold on.
Hello, Raider.
Hello, Raider. Oh, see, that guy spoke. Oh, there's a guy back here. Oh, there's a guy back there. Oh, there's a guy. Oh my God, my people, we're safe. We're all safe here. We're all one family.
Relationship with Epstein without evidence. So I'd still call this a double standard even before you get to the idea that any conspiracy theory touted by Candace Owens is even remotely plausible.
In 9 wars, you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker, you're a dick sucker. That's right.
Jack Doherty got arrested. If you don't know who that is, he had one viral moment last year when he crashed his McLaren on stream because he decided to go 90 miles an hour in the rain.
What?
What? You can't drive fast anymore? You can't drive in America in the rain
There's one
anymore?
moment here I want to show you about a conversation Asmon had with his dad.
And I'm like, are you cooked? And he's like, what do you mean? Like, am I dead? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. Come over, let's find out.
This is what I'm talking about when I say his casual yapping is endearing, and it's something I haven't gotten from any of the other people I've watched. Maybe it's just my experience, but when you're dealing with a sick family, it's not just a constant deluge of sadness. There are the funny, awkward bits in the middle where you can eke out a laugh at the absurdity of the process. I think this is a good memory for Asmon to hold on to. Hassan is back in China again.
That kid is back on the escalator again.
Someone asks Hassan about the gay dating app's China ban, which he incredulously calls a Twitter rumor.
I think you just saw that on Twitter. Meanwhile, Twitter. It's all Twitter. Listen, just because you went to China doesn't mean you have to justify everything that China's ever done. You don't have to run PR for them. Feminism is still a dirty word in China. Guys, I already wanted to go. You don't have to keep convincing me.
You could probably tell from day one, but it's pretty clear this isn't just edgy humor. Asmon just doesn't like women. And if you reject that notion, let's finish up here and you'll see. Before he moves on from the subject, Asmon watches a clip of Destiny's reaction to Hassan's trip.
That's me! He's like Jackson Hinkle territory to me, like worse than Fuentes right now. I cannot believe that you would do a propaganda trip to China and that you would suck off Mao. I think that...
Klein worse than Fuentes is so retarded and biased. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to get into it. I mean, I can see why he says that. I can see why people would disagree, right?
Boy, I sure wonder if the implications of his non-comment won't reveal themselves later. This is Hassan's reaction to being gifted a little red book.
Really? Is that a Bible?
The fact that Hassan's entourage would think the Chinese government would offer him a Bible is just so telling about their understanding of the country.
The red book? I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what it's about. I have no idea. Can you imagine if I did that? Like, let's say somebody gifted me a book of, like, fucking The Art of the Deal or, like, Mein Kampf, and I did that. Oh, my God. Like, that would just be... People would be talking about that on the... Like, around the whole world. Can you imagine that? Oh!
I'm pretty sure Asmon doesn't intend to make any implications here, but he's making implications here.
Because of the implication.
Now Asmon reacts to the trailer for a new Pokemon game.
Wow.
Wait, I don't think I got that 100%. Offer him a Bible? Is a video creator claiming that that Hassan's Chinese little propaganda official didn't offer him, like, the little red book or whatever? Or did he mean...
It's ditto. This is made for people that have an IQ of like 65. And I am so excited to see every dumb e-girl probably playing this game on release. Oh, wow, it's a Squirtle. Oh, wow. Oh, God.
Remember what he...
Oh, wow. 65. And I am so excited to see every dumb e-girl probably playing this game on release. Oh, wow, it's a Squirtle. Oh, wow. Oh, God.
Remember what he said yesterday?
Like...
Yeah, oh yeah, because yesterday... Yeah, oh shit, yeah, because I was going to say, I thought Pokemon was an e-girl game, but now it's not. I don't even know. It's hard to keep track sometimes.
I don't go to the salon, and we don't do that. We don't do that to them. You have Pokemon.
He watches the trailer for the new Call of Duty.
What a stupid game. This is tough. You can only choose wisely. Yeah, it's bread. Yeah, if it was regular bread, then it'd be a tougher decision. But yeah, with garlic bread, I mean, come on.
And then he finds out that a games journalist said Expedition 33 isn't an indie game, and so it shouldn't be nominated for an indie award. Asmon proceeds to loop.
It's not a loop. It's a spiral.
Asmon proceeds to spiral.
I wonder how much a game needs to be... What does indie game mean? What does that actually mean? There are times where... Fuck, I feel like we had this conversation a long time ago, where like a new studio pops up and they make a game and it's like an indie game, but like they have millions in funding and like all of the devs and creators there all came from like AAA studios or whatever, and it's like, Like how much did... Radiant is saying, and we never trust Radiant, but he said 60 million. Like if E33 really cost $60 million, is that true? There's no way that's true. Wait, hold on. How much money did Expedition 33 cost to make? Developer Sandval revealed less than $10 million. Okay. That's still fairly high. I wonder what the cutoff is there. It used to mean no publisher. Yeah, but who cares, right? Everything's released digitally these days.
Some retard idiot said this. Where's the dumb retard idiot that said this? You idiot. You fucking moron.
Which then carries over into anger at the Indie Game Award in general for being woke.
Uh-oh. Now you've done it. Now
the problem is not in their girth, but it is in their taste. 2 overweight soy millennial men to go and gas up the Indie Game Awards, and you've got a bunch of nominations here of games that nobody even played. This is bad. I am so fucking upset, and these retards are sitting here making these award shows for other retards, and it's making me mad.
So just to make sure I understand, these are people you don't like, promoting games you don't want to play, to an audience you aren't a part of, and for some reason this is deeply offensive.
This is pathetic.
I mean, I agree, but not for the reason you intended.
Blue hair games? Yeah, all woke shit, bro. All annoying, cringe, like millennial slop woke trash. Oh, that's my lizard. Oh, he's on the wall. I tried to catch him the other day. I couldn't get him. He's fast.
And now we're looking at libs of TikTok.
Asmongold has the same problems mine again, surrounds himself with a very specific type of woman, and then gets mad they're not rocket scientists. It's not the e-girls or OnlyFans girls' fault. They're being used as representatives of womanhood when the average woman is a nurse or teacher who's offline. Sure, this is what I said before about like how, well, one, it's the meme of the conservatives building the cardboard people and then crying about them. But then two, it's this weird world where like people are just, somebody is showing you somebody to be upset about. And it's like, well, who is the representative of the left? It's whoever the conservatives tell you. I don't know if the left does the same thing. I'm trying to think if this happens on the left. Because like when I think of like who the enemies are on the right, it's like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Stephen Miller, Nancy Mace. It's like they're major political operatives, or Steve Bannon. They're major media figures. But then when the right goes to pick out their enemies, it's just like these random fucking people who are like 5-follower Twitter accounts or whatever. Yeah, I have this debate every time I go on fucking Piers Morgan. Yeah, I was like, why the fuck do you care about this person?
Why are we looking at libs of TikTok?
Literally all Karens. All middle-aged white women.
But don't worry, it's not over yet.
Women are fed up. What is this, for lesbians? Articles like this are written by angry fat women in their 30s. So they can hopefully, ruin the marriage prospects. And
no, they're written to get rage clicks.
It's all a massive psyop. None of it is actually real. Okay, yeah, let's look up who wrote it. Let's see if it's a fat middle-aged woman. Let's find out.
More woke games media who don't like AI.
It's because
like, why even read this then? If that's who it's written by, and that's who it's written for. I wish that like other people, black people or women or somebody else just needs to do a thing where they just like go through the news and they just do it like this all day, right? Like me and Dan or me and Mr. Mooten can go through like the daily UFC boxing update. I don't know what the fuck, and watch like not Stephen Miller. Fuck, that's the guy whose name's on the black guy. Fuck. We just watch a shit all day. It's like, why is he talking about this? Who cares? Or like, nobody gives a fuck about this fighter. Nobody cares about this sport. Nobody gives a fuck about this. And just like say like over and over and over again. Oh, Stephen A. Smith, that's it. Yeah, and it's like, what? Because I'm pretty sure people just say, well, why are you watching this? Why are you listening to this? If you don't give a fuck about any of this shit, then why do you keep watching? Because I don't know. Because it makes me mad. Like what?
Because all of these studios and all of these people are totally bought and paid for, and they are pushing an agenda. I cannot wait for the day that I get to announce that this company is being shut down and they're having layoffs.
Like, why are you so ass mad about this? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Who cares? Just don't fucking watch it.
These like weird freaks get into your company. They're like a parasite or an infection. And you can't just, remove every infected cell. You have to sever the limb.
Everyone knows once you start using language like parasite to describe someone, your ideology is a winner.
You can't rebuild Ubisoft. The only people who can do it is China. And the Middle East can also do it. It's because there isn't a cultural cost.
What the fuck? Okay.
For them simply firing all of the woke people. Same with Japan. Like, Japan just got rid of all of Square Enix English team. It's because they're a bunch of woke, weird losers.
Hilarious. Is that why? Final Fantasy 16 said the most unwoke thing possible outside of an actual slur about the game, and it still didn't sell well. Asmon has a message for people who don't like hearing the R word from their streamers.
It doesn't matter how many fat, annoying, stupid, middle-aged women.
Okay, I think you get the point now. Mexico had protests against the government for supposed connections to drug cartels in their country. It's actually amazing how horseshoe theory is proven in real time.
It's One Piece. It's just like One Piece. Are they taking back their country? I think it's because they think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. Like, I think that to some degree you probably have to be cordial with them, but I don't really know that. I've never been to Mexico, so like, how am I really supposed to know? I mean, honestly, how can you run Mexico without working with them? I probably threaten their life and family. Well, I mean, El Salvador, I mean, the guy over there did it, and like, as far as I bet, they probably tried to threaten him too.
El Salvador suspended basic rights and arrested thousands of people, overcrowding their prisons even with the opening of CCOT. It's also reported that there are hundreds of political prisoners. Since 2022, the state has arrested over 3,300
Where does the spider live here?
Or connection to gangs. Interviews reveal that the police were given arrest quotas, meaning that this was likely done to pump up their numbers. They've also been held in detention and prisons with adults exposing them to potential abuse. Which, speaking of, torture and abuse are rampant. And now with the gangs gone, the ones committing crimes are now the police and the military.
I'm the president of Mexico seeking asylum in America. I can't believe he did this. They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing. Look at them go. Bro, it's like Helm's Deep. They're bringing in the ladders.
Just when I thought the disparity between his initial reaction to January 6th and this couldn't get any more stark.
Maybe this is like an egomaniac thing for me to say, but I do actually feel like I have some degree of obligation to, whenever something crazy like this is happening in the world, that I do actually like talking about it, because I feel like every mainstream media publication doesn't give a fuck and doesn't care at all.
Your obligation isn't to just talk about something that happens without any proper understanding of what's happening. Your obligation is to accurately inform people if this is what you want to spend time on.
Straight up punched him in the dick.
But I guess that might be too much to ask.
Oh my god! They beat him with bolt cutters? Oh, they are! They're beating him to death! To be fair, they're just pushing him around right now.
Jesus
but whenever
Christ.
I see a crash out happening in a country like Mexico,
He's crashing out, bro.
An American crash out.
He just killed the dude.
American crash outs are
crazy
people
crash
who are
out.
angry because the election didn't go their way. In these other countries, people are angry because the election didn't go.
I think he's talking about no kings as opposed to, you know, January 6th. But either way, he's incorrect because Claudia Sheinbaum won with stupidly large margins, beating her closest opponents by nearly 2 times the votes in an election that no one has called illegitimate. So the people he's watching are, in fact, rioting because the election didn't go their way.
Like, if you don't have a way to democratically be able to voice your frustrations and vent your frustrations, then the only option is violence. But sometimes you just simply lose the democratic vote. To be fair, our democracy probably plays a role in their lack of democracy. I think that you're right, and I think that Americans do need to spend less time intervening in other countries' affairs.
It's horseshoes all the way down.
This is what January 6th was meant to be. Yeah, I do think this is funny whenever you look at this and you compare it to January 6th, you know?
True.
It's like, oh, wow. Yeah, January 6th was so horrible. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, guys. Most reasonable people look at this and view it as a disgrace. Most Mexicans ask Trump for military help.
They do not. A little less than half would support U.S. military assistance, specifically if it came with government approval.
I don't think we really should intervene militarily with Mexico, but I do think that there's a degree of American best interest, some degree of aid or something like that we could give them. It'll be better for us too. Because like there are 2 ways that you can stop people from coming to your country, right? One other way to stop them from coming over is to make it so they don't want to. It's like if they don't even want to, problem solved.
You have just made the argument for USAID.
Bro, if they catch her, they're gonna kill her. The cartel members, I mean, am I really gonna feel bad for that? The cartel members kill people all the time. They think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. Like proof that she's a cartel asset though? Proof? No. Evidence? Yes. I don't know. Like, but there's no actual proof.
He doesn't know that Claudia Sheinbaum is corrupt. He doesn't know
hold on. Is this a real distinction? Because I've heard a few people make this distinction before. Oh, that's not proof. That's just evidence. Aren't these words generally used like interchangeably? Like how much proof do you have for this claim? Like nobody says like, do you have the proof? Like what are we doing math here? Like I'm pretty sure people say, oh, show me how much proof you have. Show me how much evidence you have. Like does this prove a thing? It maybe is like it's been proven or proved, but these distinctions are I feel like so stupid. Fuck, hold on. Try not to freeze.
who organized this protest. He doesn't know what the actual goals of the protest are, but it's good because it's in the direction of what he needs to validate supporting Trump's policies. Asman thinks the protest isn't being covered by American media because it would convey that Mexicans aren't able to assimilate to American culture, and Sheinbaum isn't popular despite opposing Trump.
In order to push the narrative that there is like a parity between American culture and Mexican culture in the way that people from Mexico are going to come to America and seamlessly integrate with the culture.
Has called it a movement financed by right-wing politicians and business.
You're jumping the shark. You're jumping the shark. It's so obvious that's not true.
Asmongold might dismiss that claim out of hand, but let's actually dig into it. Apologies for any mispronunciations of any names. Claudia Sheinbaum said that the protests against her at that moment were a coordinated right-wing effort stoked by online botting, billionaires, and members of the opposing party in an effort to undermine her legitimacy with the populace. So, were there billionaires? Yes, there were. Ricardo Salinas Pliego, a Mexican billionaire who owes the government $4 billion, was one of the initial instigators of the protest on social media, sharing a message from a Mexican influencer, Carlos Bello, who had not previously delved into politics, denouncing the administration. Those calls were...
Whoa! Meme break. Hold on. What? You're in here.
Yo.
Okay, what do you want?
Okay. So, I myself am a male. And
wait. Sorry, try that again. Your mic was so fucked. Wait. Try that again. Sorry, I don't know if it was just catching up or it was lagging, but I think it's okay now. Go for it.
Okay, I might have bad, so I could try again another time when I'm at my setup. I have a better mic there anyway.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe try that and then hit me up and chat
That's
again.
cool.
Yeah, 'cause it's kind of fucked right now. Okay.
Okay, it'll have to be another time though.
That's okay.
I'm out and about right now.
Okay, be careful.
Okay.
Fuck. Oh, rip.
Amplified until a protest was announced and simultaneously promoted by 179 TikTok accounts and 359 Facebook groups. And on November 1st, after the murder of Mayor Carlos Manzo, every group shifted from a general demand for change to supporting his memory. Were there members of the opposing party? Yes, there were. Vicente Fox, former president of Mexico, the guy who during Trump's first term said they weren't going to build the fucking wall, supported the protests. Here he is wearing a one-piece shirt. Very Gen Z. Were there bots? Yes, there were. Javier Negre, the founder of La Derecha Diario, and Augustin Antonetti are two right-wing digital strategists with connections to Salinas, and have operated in South American politics previously, and have used bots and artificial promotion of hashtags on Twitter like Narco Presidente in the Mexican election. They both participated in the creation of this movement. And the final piece of evidence for this was AstroTurf is that the protest following this one only garnered 200 people. There is not broad dissatisfaction with Scheinbaum in Mexico.
Right, it's all bots and right-wing extremism. But that must be it, guys. Yeah, for sure, guys. 100% that's what it is. She still says she has 80% approval rating? Brilliant. I see that.
She has 70% approval. A crowd of people is not indicative of nationwide popularity.
Do you believe that ICE human rights violations are committed with total impunity? I disagree with the idea of human rights to begin with. People don't have innate rights. Rights are invented. There's no difference between a right and the way that you should treat somebody. So you've started off the conversation on a lot.
Okay, cool. What do you think about ICE's violation of people's invented rights?
A human rights violation. According to who? Somebody who disagrees with you? Oh, okay. Well, let's just listen to them tell you why you're wrong. No, I don't think so.
Well, there are the people who died, the people violently detained without cause, the people deported against court orders and their legal status, the people arrested despite following the rules they were given to avoid deportation, the people who died, and the people who were violently detained without cause.
So he's saying this about Donald Trump? What the fuck?
More Epstein cope that these emails don't literally say, yes, we were best friends doing sex crimes together.
I feel like it's such an abstract thing to say, right? Because if you're saying that he brought up Trump after the relationship had ended, does that mean that he's talking about
No, one of those missed.
He's talking about Trump in general? I think that's a misleading statement. You know what? This actually makes me think that they were actually pretty good friends. Because there's no way you're going to be emailing somebody years after the fact, still mauling out over it, unless you guys used to be boys. Yes, he was patient zero for TDS, exactly. Yeah, but like obviously he didn't. Like Epstein clearly doesn't think that about Trump, because if he did, he wouldn't have been friends with him for all those years.
Yes, the people who might have one specific thing in common that they can't share with anybody else wouldn't override their other feelings about each other that they might find distasteful.
He's close to no one. Well, if he's close to no one, then I guess then you weren't close to him, right? If you're saying this. I would not look at Jeffrey Epstein as a reliable narrator. It's worth taking into account, it's worth reading and listening to, but I wouldn't just believe it.
In the span of one day, we've gone from,
oh, it could make somebody look bad? Too bad. You shouldn't have gone to an island with a pedophile.
To, well, being in the files doesn't mean you're technically a pedophile.
Well, Trump's name being in the files doesn't mean he did anything wrong. Like, Epstein is crashing out about Trump and they're not even friends anymore. So are you counting all the times that he's complaining about Donald Trump in his emails? It's so dishonest. Just release the files, we'll figure out who the weirdos are, and arrest them.
And also he has an opinion about the concerns about Trump's health, given that he got an MRI that he won't explain the purpose of.
Maybe there's something wrong with Trump. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe he has cancer. Maybe there's some other big issue. Maybe it wasn't an MRI. They needed to do that because he's the president and they do an extra level of testing for somebody who's the president. I don't know. It could be 50 different reasons.
Okay, but the issue is we still don't know, and he won't tell us.
I think it's important for people to know whether the president is physically capable of doing the job.
I'm gonna warn you now, if this video is spiking your blood pressure, 1, I'm sorry, and 2, it's gonna get worse. Because Asmongold is about to react to Kyle Kalinski's video calling him the dumbest person of 2025.
Uh-oh.
Look, you do a massive disservice. You got this giant audience of people who follow you, and if you're out there...
The disservice is disagreeing.
Kalinski's arguments kind of suck because he's basically blowing hot air for his own audience rather than trying to say anything substantial. But Asmongold's response is something. He starts off with a whopper on Trump's cuts to the NIH, which include cuts to pediatric cancer care.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the research was done in a way that was bad? Every time that people say something like this, the implication is that, oh, they're curing cancer or something like that. This is bullshit. Yeah, and also on top of that, yeah, just because
they haven't even cured all cancer yet.
It's a good allocation of government money.
Asmon will not look up to see whether this is even remotely true. Federal budget cuts, amongst other things, include $4 million from the Pediatric Brain Tumor Consortium, an organization that does research on rare cancers affecting thousands of children every year. You might think on principle that the government shouldn't fund bad science, but they aren't checking on the validity of the research because the mechanisms aren't in place to do an audit like that, let alone that quickly. And if you need evidence, over the course of this year, the government has fired thousands of people and then had to hire them back because they didn't realize they were necessary. This is not being done with care or concern for the consequences.
But I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly. But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied. But it's for cancer kids. Okay, great emotional argument. Because the idea of, oh my God, he's cutting research for cancer kids. Oh no! That sounds bad.
What he will
I mean, it kind of is bad too, though, no?
Actually to blame for flash flood deaths in Texas.
According to 3 former staffing shortages, national services are nothing new. So this has already been happening. It was already happening, and
I am dubious that cutting staff at the Weather Service as we encounter more and more extreme weather events will have a positive overall impact on our ability to navigate them in the future, even if you accept that it wasn't a problem this time.
This is the thing, right? You give a specific example, and it falls apart.
Now what about Trump cutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget in half?
Good. They weren't doing their job.
Hold on, wait. There's too much noise. 1 second. Jesus. I am killing a big robot, so they have to be friendly. That's the rule, right? Can you stop? You need to shoot the legs for... Bro, the legs are already fucked. Look at this motherfucker's... No! He's gonna steal your kill? Ah! Just explode. No! Ah!
Hello there.
Yeah. Oh, not me. Jesus. Oh, hi. That's why you kept shooting at me. Get out of here. Okay. No! Okay, hold on. Oh? Hello? What am I supposed to shoot at now? Ah! If you shoot the legs off, it deals lots of damage to it. Oh, so I have to blow the leg up? Not just the armor? Oh, I got 16 bullets left, so... No! I have like 6 bullets left. Yep, just healing. Bro. Is he gonna shoot? What's he doing? Do those things ever do like friendly fire? Like will he ever blow his own scouters up? Can you fuck off? No shot. My shield is about to die. None of these can be grenades or whatever. Fireball thing. Can this be a grenade? No! I'm dead. It missed! And it died. Anybody got a defib? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. I don't know if... Oh. It's not active. Good. No one will find my body. Shrimple eyes.
Stop.
The CFPB was created after the 2008 financial crisis and has a budget today of a little under $1 billion.
They obviously had no fucking idea what they were doing.
But prior to the cuts, they had clawed $21 billion back for consumers and imposed $5 billion in fines. Again, this is an institution that has a higher rate of return for the people it helps than the taxation it costs to operate.
The scams have been through the fucking roof. But there's a bureau of people that are supposed to stop scams. And you want to keep them on payroll? They sucked.
Firing government workers who are veterans?
Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore.
Trump is firing 80,000 people at the Department of Veterans Affairs. There is no way to fully predict the impact of so many people losing their jobs in such a short amount of time, or the reverberations it will have across...
How many of those snap grenades would I need to just kill it, if assuming I hit every one?
You accept that it wasn't a problem. Bureau's budget in half.
Good. They weren't doing their job.
The CFPB was created after the 2008 financial crisis and has a budget today of a little under $1 billion.
They obviously had no fucking idea what they were doing.
But prior to the cuts, they had clawed $21 billion back for consumers and imposed $5 billion in fines. Again, this is an institution that has a higher rate of return for the people it helps than the taxation it costs to operate.
The scams have been through the fucking roof. But there's a bureau of people that are supposed to stop scams. And you want to keep them on payroll? They sucked.
Firing government workers who are veterans?
Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore.
Trump is firing 80,000 people at the Department of Veterans Affairs. There is no way to fully predict the impact of so many people losing their jobs in such a short amount of time, or the reverberations it will have across the broader economy. But this will mean that care for veterans will get worse.
Another emotional appeal.
Firing 250,000 government workers overall.
Good, it should have been more.
Apparently Asmon isn't worried about the economic impact of sudden large-scale job loss. I'm scared to hear what he thinks about gutting USAID.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
That's right. It's America's responsibility to pay for people that have HIV and AIDS in Africa.
Unironically, yes.
Oh yeah.
The total cost of USAID fluctuates between $40 and $60 billion, or around about $105 per person in the United States, and less than 1% of the total federal budget. Since 1990, USAID has helped cut mortality for children under 5 in half, and 90 countries had their under 5 mortality drop by 2/3. PEPFAR, which provides AIDS medication, has saved 25 million people, and currently helps 20 million people, including 500,000 children.
People have been dying in droves. Is he specifying in America or not? No, he's not. It's because it's not happening in America.
Who cares? The only lives that matter are American lives. King.
You don't believe the numbers that say hundreds of thousands of people will inevitably die as a result of dismantled infrastructure to provide aid. Or that the people who can migrate will inevitably put even more pressure on American immigration services that will be much more expensive, which Asmon understands based on his analysis of Mexico. What about the fact that USAID support confined disease outbreaks to parts of the world that meant they had a much harder time finding their way to the US?
Who cares?
For example, the
Diseases aren't real.
Outbreak in 2014. USAID led the response, and he dismantled USAID while another outbreak is ongoing.
It's because you have people here that are dying from lack of medical care. You have people here that don't have housing. Where is the priority list that a veteran ever gets outranked by a person in Africa? Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore. Yeah, I agree. Good call. W. And also all these examples here that he's given are policy decisions and not actual violence. I was discussing things like Charlie Kirk and Jay Jones in the clip. And so he's misinterpreted what I've said, and he's even making an argument that doesn't even make sense in the context of what I said. Wow.
All of these things make people more susceptible to violence and overall suffering. And regardless of if it's directly violent, his casual willingness to vocally endorse choices that have and will lead to more people needlessly dying is more monstrous than anything Jay Jones has texted. But we're not done yet. Asmon's perspective on the government killing people they've labeled as terrorists has changed in the last 5 years.
Let me get this straight. So the US government can read a license plate with a satellite from outer space, but you think that a Twitter post that said that the people were innocent is more accurate than that?
People in glass houses shouldn't throw tweets.
And they're trying to think that it's new.
But to his main point, we have not gotten any evidence that these people are absolutely guilty of crimes, that the crimes would require this response, or that the repercussions of carrying out these responses would be worth it versus other means. He's just taking Trump at his word.
Base.
Sure. Because they agree with it, because it's the right thing to do. It is. Absolutely. Blow up the boats. Without even a question. How could you be against that? You don't just shoot people randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? If I saw somebody running at my house with a bomb, I would want to shoot them before they got to my house. I wouldn't want to try to apprehend them, arrest them, and try to put them through a whole process. No, you just fucking shoot them.
Exactly.
And he'd do the same thing.
The analogy doesn't work because the urgency of someone being immediately outside and someone being thousands of miles away are completely different.
It's insane. Okay, well, that's a good argument for why they're not narco-terrorists.
Oh, trafficking narcotics.
Yes.
The penalty is not instant death. Are you?
Yeah, it is. And if it's not, it should be.
Okay.
How about that? Who's going to stop us? Yeah, exactly. Fuck them.
You don't give the government unilateral authority to execute people on the premise of a crime that hasn't been proven after the execution has already taken place. Or, as Asmon said,
who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? Do you ever think about this?
And now more equivocating of rhetoric that comes with a bunch of claims that would each require extensive work to counter, so please don't confuse my brevity for a lack of substance.
To be fair, this was after 4 years of them trying to delegitimize Trump's presidency by him being connected to Russia.
Multiple people on Trump's campaign were found guilty of crimes connected to Russia,
True.
Even if the direct collusion theory some people promoted didn't pan out.
There was remember the hashtag #NotMyPresident, where people were saying that, oh, he's just, got elected because of Russia.
A Twitter hashtag is not indicative of people trying to delegitimize an election. Trump lost the popular vote in 2016 by a significant margin, and his many character flaws flaws were apparent in the way he talked and operated.
While I do say that January 6th was a bad thing, I don't think that, again, Republicans did not invent election denial. And it turned out that all that, by the way, was bullshit.
Remember Al Franken? Al Franken was a senator. There was a picture that he took where he was like fake grabbing somebody's titty while they were sleeping.
Though that would be the most well-known of Franken's transgressions, he was also accused of forcibly kissing a woman who was performing with him at a USO show, once again showing that Kulinski needs to stop using Twitter as a source.
I think if you want to talk about a policy decision that's like very unhinged that makes people radicalized, I think that a good example of that is the trans in sports. Also, like trans kids using bathrooms. Now, you can make an argument that this isn't really a big issue, but if it's not a big issue, then why are you fighting it so much?
Is my hair thinning because I'm getting older, or because I find clumps of it in my hands moments after I hear comments like that? They are not some grand-scale interference in the ability of cisgender kids to get scholarships or recognition. The biological condition of those kids is not inherently an advantage either, because traits that are advantageous vary from sport to sport before you even get to whether the kid in question has that trait to a degree that would be advantageous in the first place. It is not worth this level of national scrutiny to monitor this issue.
That argument is of the same validity of flat Earth. This is a flat Earth argument. I think loving Hitler is bad. Absolutely, it's bad.
And now for why Trump insulting everyone is acceptable because people have been insulting him.
Okay, so what I find to be funny about this is that, yes, Trump has used negative words about Democrats, but how many times was Trump called a Nazi? How many times was he called a racist? How many times was he called a Russian asset? I would say calling somebody vermin, radical, or a lunatic is not even remotely in the same category as calling somebody a Nazi.
I feel like these people have just never listened to conservative politics for however many fucking years when they're like, you know, they're fucking calling people fucking names on the fucking Democrat side. They fucking called him a fucking Nazi, bro. Like,
to assert that someone isn't a Nazi at the same time they're using the exact same rhetoric Hitler used against Jews is not going to be very convincing.
I think the reason why people like Kyle are upset is that the words that they have used for many, many years, things like Nazi, racist, etc., all these bullshit words, have effectively lost all of their meaning.
They haven't lost their meaning. People have just had their sense of shame eroded by the way social media simultaneously isolates us in echo chambers and creates competition for attention via the most extreme ideologies. It's not that calling something racism doesn't mean anything. It's that racism itself doesn't mean anything because it's become so normalized that people have, ironically, built up a tolerance.
And this is after they tried to put him in jail and, you know, like fucking give him a mugshot, charged him 34 times for the same exact crime.
They didn't charge him 34 times for the same crime. He did the same crimes multiple times by funneling money through his campaign to pay off Stormy Daniels.
Serial killer. I killed 3 people at the same time. You're really going to charge me for 3 separate come on, bro.
To cover up their affair.
It's pretty obvious that this has been weaponized from both directions.
Who's the biggest commentator on the right these days? Nick Fuentes. Here's some stuff Nick Fuentes has said. Quote, Hitler was really fucking cool. I admire Hitler.
Is it Fuentes or Fuentes? Everybody calls him Fuentes. Isn't it just Fuentes?
And how many crazy leftist people are out there? Oh, but Hassan said this thing. What the fuck does that have to do with me? What Nick Fuentes said, like, I don't have to defend that. I didn't say that. Why the fuck would I even bring that up?
What would you probably
I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's very obvious that the Democrats have been the massively violent ones. And if you look at all these studies, by the way, that were conducted, these studies don't show a massive rise in violence that happened in 2020. They don't show the massive rises in violence that happened during the Tesla bombings, for example. And the reason why is because all of these studies are biased.
So here's the obvious thing that Asmongold gets wrong about crime in 2020. There were, in fact, noticeable spikes in crime, but there were also noticeable drops in others. You have 3 seconds to guess why this might have happened. It was COVID. The spikes in crime have some correlation to BLM, but it wasn't an aberration in criminality. It was the main focus of people's attention while everyone was mostly stuck inside, and therefore it became associated with the overall trends going haywire. And I'm not dismissing the idea that there was violence during BLM that wouldn't have happened without it. A police station was burned down. There was about $2 billion in property damage. But here are the FBI's own statistics, not the calculation.
Fuck me. I don't think this was on stream. I think it was just somebody talking to me privately at an event or something. It was an older guy, actually. Somebody brought this up, and it's a really, really good point. I just never even considered it before. You shouldn't concede when you're comparing like left-wing and right-wing violence. You should never actually concede on the BLM stuff, because if you really think about it, the BLM violence, the vast majority of that, maybe all of it, was not left-wing violence. It wasn't like it was just rioting. It was rioters who were rioting. It was not like politically motivated, like, oh, we're gonna go and steal fucking whatever bullshit from some bullshit. Like, I will never concede on that point publicly again. Ugh.
Made by whatever university you'll probably think is biased. Joe Biden didn't switch out the FBI director Trump appointed, Christopher Wray. For all intents, these are Trump's numbers. Arson, larceny, and robbery, and then compare those to burglary, impersonations, and shoplifting. You can see that crimes went up or down relative to the proximity they have to other people. Unrelated, did you know that the FBI tracks how many people get charged with treason?
But any reasonable person who just looks at the news can clearly see that every single time that there is anything violent, besides maybe January 6th and maybe 1 or 2 other times, the majority of mass violence and mass hysteria
comes from people who might be left-wing, but it's not left-wing violence, right? Just because somebody who votes as a Democrat, you know, goes out and robs a store or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that that was left-wing violence. It's not like politically motivated.
Is done by Democrats.
Asman, intentionally or not, has completely forgotten the threats against school boards, the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the Paul...
These things are political violence. They're heavily motivated by the current political state of affairs. They're heavily inspired by, or sometimes cheer-led and then lied about by, like, leading conservative figures. Like, these are forms of, like, political violence.
Pelosi hammer attack, 2020 threats against election officials, and QAnon. This is not both sides' issue. 2020 has been gradually elevated by the right-wing media as a period of extreme violence, and January 6th has been gradually minimized.
And they are justified, rationalized, and considered okay by so many liberals, and that's a huge problem. The difference between me and I think a lot of people like Kyle is that if I say something that I think is wrong...
Wait, 10 secret grenades. You think that'll blow up one of these big fuckers? Also, I have no idea what this weapon is like. Am I going to want to kill myself if I try to use this weapon?
I will say, I think that was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. But the problem is that people like Kyle don't accept that.
Well, I guess we'll see.
This is the mindset of the people that are making videos about me, disagreeing with me, crying about me, etc.
Well, I'm definitely doing 2 of those things.
Maybe one day, once a week or so, I'll have to react to some videos and things like that that people make of me.
In the unlikely chance he actually does that for this video, I hope you can at least say I'm approaching this in good faith.
Jesus, bro, the damage is insane.
There's been a lot of people talking about me, and it's been great.
So Dr. K was talking about people that had, he's like trying to draw a distinction between people that have like legit like mental pathological illness versus people who just have logically come to a conclusion that their life isn't worth living. And people got mad about that. And I think the reason why is that 80 to 90% of all self-help on the internet is just self-indulgent to make people who are doing bad things think that it's not their fault that they're doing the bad things.
Can you give an example?
There are guys out there that have, they're incels, right? And they think that, the reason why they can't get a girlfriend is because of hoflation.
So like hoes, women, is it women having higher standards?
It's just that simple.
Well, why would they want to date someone that they think's a hoe?
Well, because all girls are hoes.
Oh, they're all hoes?
So that goes back to my point, right? And so it's like this person thinks that they can't get a girlfriend because of hoflation. No, you can't get a girlfriend because your life is a complete mess. Nobody wants to be around you. You don't have any guy friends either, except for other weirdos on the internet. People seek out different types of like people to tell them that, well, it's actually not your fault that you don't have a girlfriend. It's actually because of dating apps and these other things. They never get challenged to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness. All they're doing is just feeding, it's an actual like legit thing.
It's good.
It's like a feeding frenzy on making themselves feel good for doing things that are bad and then consuming media that reaffirms that the bad things they're doing aren't their fault and are in fact not the cause of the problems they have.
The problem is not the amount of grenades you're using. You merely need more faith in your potential to kill it. Okay, thank you.
I really, really like playing video games. I do. I love playing video games. That's what I've been doing forever, right? And I don't know really, I don't know really what else besides that, because I just really like playing video games.
Mr. Beast built a theme park in Saudi Arabia because they probably gave him a ton of money.
Mr. Beast gets backlash for building wells in Africa, okay? There's so much irrational, brain-dead hate for Mr. Beast that any sort of like legitimate...
This is true. Mr. Beast gets a lot of hate. Mr. Beast would be like, curing blindness in 1,000 kids, and people are like, why is our healthcare system even so fucked? If Mr. Beast didn't exist, then they would have the money already from his billion. It's like, come on, bro.
Criticism just goes away.
Most of the criticism is just that he uses the money he gives away to create content that undercuts the sense of generosity by commodifying it, even if the content itself is what allows him to provide the charity. Or Epstein-Clinton speculation.
This is why the media wanted Trump to win. Yeah, they wanted to have the first LGBT president. Exactly. Ozempic single-handedly killed the body positivity movement.
Oh my god, can we not talk about fat people? I'd honestly rather talk about Israel at this point.
It was a psyop by fat women to make their body types seen as attractive in the public eye.
Believe it or not, women don't just think about how to be attractive to men all day. And in this case, it isn't about their relationship to men, it's about their relationship with the world, and the way people, such as yourself, treat them with intense disdain despite the fact that there is no absolute correlation between someone being fat and them over-consuming food or not exercising enough.
Nobody wants to be body positive. Like, nobody wants to be 400 pounds. It's fat and disgusting. They wanted to eat they want to have their cake and eat it too. In this case, literally, right? Now they can just take Ozempic and lose weight, and they don't need to be body positive anymore because they're weight negative. They're trans fat? Yes, exactly. It takes hunger away, but also it also kickstarts many other symptoms in your body. Well, I don't know exactly how any of that stuff works, okay? Like, I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying that you should take Ozempic, okay?
You might not be directly saying it, but calling people who are fat ugly and disgusting, and then presenting a solution to that without a full understanding of its consequences is basically the entire reason body positivity exists. Because for years, advertisements, especially for fashion, would present a standard of beauty that was unobtainable, and that would couple with the social expectations to create eating disorders.
None of these fat girls, if they could snap their fingers and be skinny, they would do it. Every single one of them would do it. But some of them want to act like they wouldn't because they never have the opportunity to. But you see with Ozempic that they were all lying.
Muslims in Germany want their kids to be able to wear headscarves in school. Asmon sees religious exemptions to rules about headwear as unfair overreach by people who should do more to assimilate.
If you have it...
Wait, okay. I need to concentrate. I'm killing this motherfucker this time, okay? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Pottery! Okay. No! Rubber duck. Yes. Okay. Wait. Is this not the same building I was in before? Nope, I was in the... Oh. Okay. Shh. Ha! I don't feel like that went inside, but okay. I helped somebody. Oh, this is where I was before. Okay. I see him. Do I want to throw seeker grenade? Are they going to seek him out? Is that doing damage? Did I? You need to pull the pin before throwing? No, shut the fuck up. Okay. These are definitely doing tons of damage. I can tell. See, I hear it. This guy just took so much damage. Where'd he go? I can't see. Okay. There he is. There he is. Fuck, did I not bring enough ammo? No, I should have plenty of ammo. I just need to keep throwing grenades. Can we... Can you come over here? If you get close, it won't shoot. Only easy to dodge AoE attack. I don't believe you. Shut the fuck up. Is somebody else trying to fight him over there? Oh! Wait, I can't tell if somebody's trying to fight him or not. Am I hitting him? Stop. Okay. I'm not hitting him. Is this really an equal opportunity loot fest?
I owe you one.
Okay, I feel like I spent an inordinate amount of investment on that, but okay.
Let's go to Plaza Rosa.
What? This gun is nowhere near as strong as I thought it would be. Wait, did they actually... I kind of thought that this gun would be like shooting mini Pharaoh bullets, but it feels like it's like heavy ammo. Or, I'm sorry, not heavy. I'm sure it feels like medium ammo, like rattler damage. Ew. That gun is ass. Whatever.
Hey, Raider!
School where you can only wear hats, then I think wearing headscarves is okay. But if you're wearing a headscarf, you should also be able to wear a hat. There should never be a situation where a person's religion grants them extra privileges that other people do not have.
The obligation of assimilation comes with the understanding that doing so would create acceptance.
Just because you have a religious reason to wear something doesn't mean that the entire world has to accommodate it, right?
And since that even trade doesn't happen, I see no reason to not be accommodating where it creates the least harm.
And you're coming in there with something on your head, well, you're breaking the rule. I don't give a fuck about your religion. Nobody cares.
Okay, but you do, because the point of contention is conformity and assimilation.
Yeah, if you don't like it, go the fuck back to where you came from and then go live over there.
There are always questions to be resolved when a group integrates into another, but drawing the line that they might get to wear something on their head when everyone else doesn't is insane, given, especially in Germany, this exemption isn't just for immigrants, it's for the people who live in the country as well, and it's not exclusive to Muslims.
That's why I'm 50-50 about how Chinese deal with Muslims. It's harsh, but it works. Well, it's not about dealing with Muslims. What the fuck does that do with Muslims?
Again, Asmon ignores racism from his chat. During this, Asmon is asked whether doctors should get religious exemptions for procedures they don't want to perform.
It's not tricky at all. You shouldn't be telling a doctor to do anything that goes against their own morality. So whether that is an abortion, whether that is something else,
what?
Obviously a doctor should not have to do an abortion. A doctor should not have to do Botox. A doctor should not have to do plastic surgery. It's common sense.
I'm sorry, don't doctors have specialties? I don't think they just pull in a doctor to do fucking anything for anything. Like, oh God, our cardiologist is out of the hospital today. Can we get our general medicine guy, or our general practice doctor to come in here and do the fucking heart surgery? Or our, we don't have a person here who, I don't know if it's OBGYNs or who normally, probably not. I don't know what kind of surgeons normally do abortions. I mean, I'm sure an OBGYN could maybe, but like, okay, based.
That's right.
If the state creates an expectation of a minimum standard of care that would be provided by a medical service or practitioner, and that service or practitioner refuses to provide it, leading to harm, then they are the ones doing something wrong. It is on the practitioners to opt out of providing the overall services if they are against the individual ones, because that creates the potential for greater undue harm to patients than if they were obligated to do them all, especially when you can simply opt into a specialization that doesn't include what you're against. A neurologist doesn't have to do heart surgery, but if you're a heart surgeon who doesn't believe in using animal grafts despite their efforts...
You're saying Dr. House couldn't do all that shit? I do love that I think for like all the house doctors were like could do everything. Like I think Chase and Foreman were both doing like brain surgery and heart surgeries like in different episodes. It's like, Jesus Christ, you guys have a lot of fucking time. But the funniest part about all of it is not only were they apparently qualified to do surgery on every part of the body, but they were also running labs. Like you have the most overqualified doctors in the history of existence. Like, can you go do that MRI? Can you go do that X-ray? Like, yes, they also have to go and do all the labs themselves as well. They need to take, like, Jesus Christ.
Then it's up to you to decide whether heart surgery is for you.
You don't want to go and look at a graph or like some, fucking, you don't want to look at a study. All of these studies, everything like that, if it goes against your common sense and rationality, it's probably bullshit. I never trust studies. I never trust experts. I don't
King! What a king!
trust anybody. The thing that I trust is what I think. Now, if I see something that I disagree with, and there's like things that are written down, and it's like, you know, a quantified thing, I look at the reason why it's different. But at the same time, I don't start from the position that I'm wrong. I start from the position that I think I'm right. I have based everything in my life off of that, and I think
never
that I have
been wrong.
come to relatively good outcomes in my
Hell
life.
yeah.
One thing that I've learned doing anything professionally is that the people that are experts and veterans in certain industries,
fucking
and I think almost
retarded.
all industries,
They're
are
retarded.
generally brain-dead retards.
Yes!
People in specialized industries put the majority of their effort into that industry. That doesn't mean they're stupid, it just means
Well, except for when they agree with me. Then I'll say those experts.
that their other opinions are probably less informed. I'd trust Ben Carson to do brain surgery, but I would not trust him to be president.
You know, even doctors get shit wrong all the time.
Please trust your doctor. Thousands of people hurt themselves taking ivermectin and hydrochloroquine, and of the 1 million people who have died of COVID in the United States, it's estimated that over 300,000 who died would have lived if they got vaccinated.
And so you never, ever, ever do that. Always base things off of what you think.
And I don't want to talk to a scientist. Y'all motherfuckers lying and getting me pissed.
And if you can't do that, you need to figure out how to get your level
Sick
of comprehension
reference.
and your consciousness up to the point where you can base things off of what you think.
Yeah, tell your parents you don't want to go to college with the experts. All you need are street smarts.
When would you listen to doctors?
problem?
I don't know, like if I agreed with them? Yeah, if I agreed with them, if I thought it made sense.
Once again, we get evidence that social media is frying Asmongold's brain.
Oh, God, no.
It's just a word.
No.
The Jews clearly control the media and the banks.
Oh, wow. This is my Instagram?
Where's the
I don't
lie?
know. You guys want to hear what mine sounds like? Let's find out.
Where's the lie?
Labradors. It would be racist to not let the pit bulls in to join us.
Don't put your candles.
That was the first scroll. That was a dog with a Jewish yarmulke on his head. Okay, so it took one.
Representative Stacey Plaskett was discovered to have been texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 congressional hearing with Michael Cohen over his relationship with Donald Trump. Wildly stupid and unforced error, to put it mildly.
But somehow, when you're texting in class, oh, that's bad. What the fuck? This really doesn't help the idea that there are people controlling the government, and it's on both sides. And it's on a certain level.
Both sides.
It kind of makes sense. If you were looking for somebody to have in your corner that knows this stuff, it would be Jeffrey Epstein, right?
I was almost going to agree with Asmon before he said there's a secret group controlling the American government.
The left media has TDS, so they won't report on it and focus on it? I guess so, because they want to make it look like Jeffrey Epstein was a Republican thing.
True. Epstein was best friends with the current Republican president, who has worked very hard for most of the year to keep the Epstein files hidden.
So,
while every Democrat and every Republican except one voted to release the Epstein files. Asmongold asks and answers the age-old question. What is a woman?
This is a real response to what is a woman.
Asmon misunderstands the analogy of color being something that you cannot literally describe except as a psychological response, and decides to take that as a challenge.
Colorblindness is a disorder. So if you look at blue and you think that it's not blue, you have a disorder. If you apply that same logic and argumentation to gender.
Cool, being trans is a mental disorder. Even in those terms, the most effective treatment is still tolerance and acceptance. Also, in terms of that analogy, we provide services and systems that allow colorblind people to function in society on their terms, instead of forcing them to adapt to colors they can't see. We don't obligate social norms to what the average capacity of a person is. We create the means for everyone to participate, because that has always made things better for everyone.
I don't need to watch a YouTube video to figure out that there's two genders, okay? This is what I was talking about before, about like, oh, but there's a study that says this. I don't want to hear this study.
Unless someone of a particular sex presenting as another is such a severe transgression that rates of self-harm and suicidality are acceptable to you, pronouns in bio aren't that bad.
If you look at blue and you see another color, you have a disorder called colorblindness. If you look at a male and you see a female and you say that person has a disorder, now you're a right-wing Nazi.
Nobody is making the argument that trans people are literally changing their DNA and bone structure when they transition. They aren't asking other people to lie when addressing them by preferred pronouns, any more than someone who got married is asking someone to lie when their last name changes.
How does that happen?
But hey, if you want to be an equal opportunity hater, here's another chance to get angry at a woman who went viral for claiming sexual assault.
Women get massively treated way better by the justice system than men do. It's not even remotely close. You want to talk about a privilege? That's a privilege.
Women are under greater risk of sexual assault and mistreatment in prison, as well as having more trouble receiving necessities for things like menstruation.
So this is a bureaucratic bad faith Karen in action, weaponizing systems and different types of bureaucracy. This is how a Karen insulates itself inside of modern society. Everybody talks about like the Andrew Tate toxic male communities. This is the female equivalent to that, by the way. It's a bunch of dishonest, disingenuous, obnoxious, stupid women that get together, that hate men, that are liars, that try to manipulate situations, emotionally blackmail everybody, and put themselves in a position where they get to tell everybody else what to do.
Holy shit! Wait, that was a kid. Wait.
Everybody talks about like the Andrew Tate toxic male communities. This is the female equivalent to that, by the way.
Oh, he said he started off with female equivalent. I was gonna say that he just perfectly described his own kind of community, or like the incelish kind of communities.
It's a bunch of dishonest, disingenuous, obnoxious, stupid women that get together, that hate men, that are liars, that try to manipulate situations, emotionally blackmail everybody, and put themselves in the position where they get to tell everybody else what to do.
No, this is someone on TikTok. They are not indicative of a broader trend or ideology. They are just a video that's gone viral for being rage bait that gets picked up by people looking for an excuse to be mad at women because social media algorithms seek engagement, which is honestly the most appropriate word for it because Asmon is married to this belief.
You want to talk about toxic male behavior? That's fine. I think there is some of that.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, I should have fucking blasted that dude. No, because he didn't blast me, even though I was shooting loudly. Excuse me. Okay.
This is toxic female behavior.
Okay, but you aren't talking about toxic male behavior. You're only talking about women.
And now we have the Karens going to jail. Oh my God, I am so happy. Wow.
The issue isn't that women can't be bad. It's that your audience doesn't make any distinction between the women who are Karens and the women who aren't. It's Karen until proven otherwise.
I love how she thinks that she matters. You're a DoorDash driver. If you died tomorrow, they wouldn't even do it. They wouldn't even know about it.
I could give you the statistics.
And yet here you are obsessively talking about her, bruh.
That show what the actual success rate of false accusations of sexual assault are. But why should I try to counter an anecdotal claim like that? Show me in numbers how there are so many Karens Karening all over that it would justify labeling them as an enemy of America.
True,
this is the enemy of America right here. It's not the Jews. It's not the black people.
True.
It's not the Middle East. It's not even all the Muslims.
It's women!
Virtue signaling, obnoxious, privileged Karens that will import every problem from the rest of the world into America.
Jesus!
And they will also manipulate, lie. That is the prime evil in America.
Now, if he would just change that to white women.
A lot of people want it to be Jews, but I think this is the real problem. Do you hate women? No, but I hate women like her.
Oh, well, that certainly undoes saying that Karens are enemies of America. Hopefully you don't go into an explanation of why the Mexican protests you support all are right because there's no time to not be anti-Semitic while the government is corrupt.
And what if she is Jewish? Uh-oh. Puta Judea. I don't think that I need a translator for that one, okay, guys? I think I know exactly what that one means.
We've reached the final level of the horseshoe as Asmongold excuses anti-Semitism because the people doing it don't have time to not be anti-Semitic.
People care about race. You might not like that. I might not like that, but it's true. And also, by the way, oh my God, the whole protest is anti-Semitic. Well, actually, okay, to be fair.
Is there no spider?
I caught this. Guys, I think I know who's been watching all those Instagram reels.
Unironically, you have just figured out the problem I'm pointing to.
People don't give a shit about these like weird tone policing rules whenever they don't have any fucking food and they can't live in a way that has any degree of dignity. And many of the revolutionists are furious that a woman who is not a Catholic...
No, spider!
Sorry, these things matter to people. You might not like that reality, but you still gotta live in it. They're a bitch Jew, of course it's relevant. Yeah, of course it does. Representation matters, right? Yeah, of course. Do you think people are gonna call them anti-Semitic in the US? They already are.
It's just horseshoes all the way down. And you guessed it, more women on the internet are bad.
Ronaldo doesn't understand this maybe, but there's a bunch of fat, ugly, disgusting middle-aged women that are on social media. They want you to replace your audience of other young guys that like abrasive, edgy, funny, just general male humor.
We get it. You don't like it when mom tells you to go to bed.
These are the women that are in the PTA. They're in the fucking, they're in the HR department. They're the ones in the PR department. They're the ones complaining to your boss. They're the ones in the, in the bureaucracy.
Okay?
This is what they do.
It's like train wrecks 2.0.
Oh God, he admitted it.
Imagine me going on Twitter and some retarded hog says on social media, oh, you shouldn't say this. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're gonna tell me what I can and can't say. Who the fuck are you? And it's also, I don't want to make people think it's all women doing this. Like, this isn't like a men versus women thing.
He says before.
Our feminist men too.
The happiness of a Karen is the same principle as of a vampire. And did this stupid bitch block me? I'll stop taking part in toxic politics whenever left-wing people stop calling you a Nazi or a Hitler or a fascist whenever you want to enforce immigration law.
Once again, the topic of misleading data about left-wing versus right-wing violence comes up, and a chatter actually calls Asmon out when he says he doesn't trust the government.
Riding hard for the government? What the fuck does that even mean?
It means that you're okay with blowing up Venezuelan boats without evidence, deporting people without evidence, cutting government programs that have showcased decades of benefits in international diplomacy and trade, and every other thing done by Donald Trump while declaring that he is completely innocent of any wrongdoing despite being the closest person to Jeffrey Epstein amongst every person connected to him.
I think you choose what to trust. I do. Absolutely, I choose what to trust.
King.
You should try it sometime. It would help you.
Help has a very loose definition here. Hassan in China.
The problem with what Hassan is saying is that I very strongly agree with most of it, but I don't agree with part of it.
Once again, I am shocked that Asmon can accurately explain a concept. Not because I think he's dumb, but because you think it creates some cognitive dissonance.
I think he's right that the best antidote to xenophobia is experience. A lot of us have probably had that happen ourselves, where you met somebody from a country that you had a predisposition towards, like positive or negative, and that person changed your predisposition by talking with them. But at the same time, the actions of a government do not represent the will of its people necessarily, especially in countries like China, Russia, or apparently Mexico, right?
But then he's back to 8th Amendment violations.
Can we just do lashings instead? No, I don't want to. I mean, okay, I think that there's a place for creative kinetic punishment.
Recruit trainee John Rico is sentenced to administrative punishment. 10 lashes.
You've got to really save that. That way it has a lot of, it has emphasis when it happens.
And while looking at a propaganda video of China's surveillance technology, Asmon mentions his perspective on police clearance rates and how the world combats terrorism.
I'm not sure about that. The murder solve rate's only 70%. If we had the surveillance in our home country, I feel like it'd be higher. No, it's not. Do you want to know why they don't solve a lot of cases? It's because they don't care.
Solving murders is actually really hard, and the reason you see people who commit heinous crimes getting caught isn't because Clarice spoke to Hannibal. It's because the people who do those crimes are usually really stupid. CSI technology looks so advanced because of how intensive it needs to be to scrape information out of a crime scene, which is indicative of the difficulty.
Don't forget when they blew up all those blew up all the pagers and wiped out the terrorist organization in one day. They could stop all those terrorists. They choose not to. I also think that there is a degree of that that's true.
The pager attack, while impressive as an operation, did not wipe out Hezbollah. Israel is still bombing Lebanon because of Hezbollah activity.
I mean, I think this is badass. I'm gonna be honest. This is crazy. And like, we need to have this for some people that do things here too. Like, I'm not saying I want a surveillance state,
but everything you've said you wanted the government to do requires a surveillance state.
I don't know if it's just where I live or not, but ever since that whole Epstein thing started getting popular, I've been seeing, like, way more lizards.
And then we go back to Mexico for a Fox News interview with these two right-wing nutjobs who do a podcast. And before you think I'm calling them right-wing nutjobs as a dismissive insult.
Concretamente estamos en guerra contra una familia que en la declaración de Balfour es la que fundó el Estado de Israel, que podemos hablar de eso, que es la familia Rothschild, ¿vale? Y esa familia concretamente nunca ha sido auditado su patrimonio. Entonces, Elon Musk tiene más ni de coña. O sea, ni de coña. Elon Musk no es la persona más rica del planeta.
Let me guess, he never actually proves these guys wrong, does he?
Como no sabemos verdaderamente qué es lo que tienen y qué es lo que dejan de tener, porque han diversificado en esta estructura bursátil todo su poder y todo su monopolio que lo tienen.
What is he saying? I don't want to read? He's just asking good questions about wealth and Jews and Elon Musk. Okay.
Entonces yo digo, es que no puede ser solo dinero, aquí tiene que haber algo más metafísico, tiene que haber algo más espiritual, tiene que haber algo mucho más profundo. Y ahí es donde entra el tema de vamos a juzgar qué es lo que ellos atacan siempre. Pues siempre atacan la moral católica, la moral cristiana.
Y Jota, dos puntos ahí muy interesantes. La parte del capitalismo, que tienes opiniones muy diferentes a lo que la gente común piensa acerca de. Pero esta parte de Jesús, de Cristo, de los católicos, de esta guerra en contra del catolicismo. ¿Por qué crees que hay tanto odio en contra de Jesús? En contra del verdadero Dios.
Porque es lo que daría mayor poder a las personas para no ser controladas.
Did Fox even check what these guys talk about on their podcast?
I'm sure there's like a degree of partisan politics that's attached to everything, but this is primarily a identity revolt rather than a political revolt, which is insane.
Once again, Asmon misunderstands the capabilities of the U.S. military.
If you put experienced Navy SEALs and generals that actually want to end this war, how long do you think it would take them to totally figure out, map out, and completely eliminate every single one of those people? I would say less than 6 months.
This is the exact same line of thinking that got the U.S. stuck in Iraq for over a decade.
It's at 2 weeks, yeah. I mean, come on, guys. What are we talking about?
And then Asmon says he'd support regime-changing Mexico if their police started shooting protesters.
Basically, regime change their government. Which, I mean, by the way, I would support that. I would completely support that.
King.
There's no way that we should have a country that is a bordering country of ours that is a PMP
where we don't control
I don't speculate, but I think this belief is downstream
their
of
government.
thinking that Venezuelan boats are okay to blow up as well.
What's the goal when they get through? You don't want to know. What do you think? What do you think happens? What do you think happens when they get through and they get to all the people in the government? 1, 2, 3. I know that one. This is something I didn't talk about yesterday, is that the media is part of the Uniparty. And the Uniparty is the one thing that they are more afraid of than anything else is for identity politics to die.
Wow, true.
And a protest like this is a protest that transcends identity politics. I think the BBC is a totally biased, completely partisan network. You shouldn't trust anything that they say. They're total bullshit, and they're all liars.
Because Trump said...
I know that everyone here
Unlike
will soon
Donald
be
Trump,
marching
though.
over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
In a speech that also included...
So, let's have trial by combat. We will never give up. We will never concede. Because you'll never take back
Never
our country
surrender.
with weakness.
Where's the
You have
Ted
to
Cruz
show
video?
strength and you have to be strong. We will not take it anymore. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell,
You're not going to have a country anymore. True.
A group of people assaulting cops to force their way into a building, and based on your reaction to the rioting in Mexico...
They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing. What's the goal when they get through? What do you think happens when they get through and they get to all the people in the government?
You know what they wanted to do in there. Asmon's getting upset that they didn't include his one mention of being peaceful, not because they're biased, but because they didn't provide an excuse to exonerate him.
Why would you edit Trump's speech in that way? Well, it's because you're biased.
He talks about the Epstein files some more. It's nothing we haven't heard already.
Yeah, he's mentioned, but that doesn't mean that he did anything wrong. If it's a hoax, then just release it and show everybody that it's bullshit. Like, I don't even understand the logic here.
And while Marjorie Taylor Greene tries to pivot towards not being a Jewish space laser nut job, Asmon sees her as capitulating to the media and creating a permission structure for people to move away from the right. His phrasing is a little word salady. Maybe you get something different.
This is what mainstream media does, is they try to manufacture consensus by having a degree of, like, they create an ecosystem that allows them to manufacture consensus about different issues. And I think this is a good example of them doing that.
But the point is that he doesn't think the left will accept her because she used to be in the bag for Trump.
It doesn't matter how many apologies you do. It doesn't matter anything. You will always be the Trump person. Like, the boats are burned. The bridge is burned. It's never going to happen. Like, the problem is these people are, like, defined by purity testing. That you're not going to apologize to them and then have them vote for you.
It's not purity testing to say that someone who rode the wave of QAnon to get elected to Congress and harass school shooters needs to do more to show that they've had a change of heart. Not every judgment is based solely on in-group, out-group.
Trying to apologize and capitulate to Democrats or leftists will never work. It will never work,
No!
and it will only make people more frustrated with you.
To be clear, this messaging is what makes it so hard to reach people. The idea that you won't be accepted, so you might as well entrench yourself on one side regardless of what actually happens. If you agree with a lot of what someone like Kyle Kalinske wants for the country, then you aren't capitulating because the plans being put in place are still intended to go in the same direction you want, and your input will be appreciated. Being conservative isn't, in itself, a bad thing. Obviously, a lot of people on the far left on the internet have a maximalist view of things and say that you're immoral if you don't want to spend all of the money on all of the things, but they're taking hypotheticals too literally. We need people with reasonable expectations of budgetary, economic, and even social changes so that we can take time and use experimentation to get things right. The culture war nonsense has infected every debate and dialogue such that every possible point of negotiation becomes a hill to die on, and that has allowed more and more extreme people to get away with worse and worse things. If I told Asmongold 5 years ago that Trump was using the military to kill people in the middle of the ocean on the premise of them being terrorists without proper evidence, he would say that's bad. But now, if he doesn't defend that, then the rest of the defenses collapse.
True.
You can think that people knowingly trafficking drugs like fentanyl into the United States deserve to die on the spot. But you should be able to recognize that allowing the state to actually do that is an opening for much worse abuses of power. And when those abuses happen and they're defended, the abuses can once again get worse. At some point, you have to say that even though I'm not against what's happening, I don't want something worse to happen in its place.
I think that in 2026, if they have the midterm elections...
The fact that you'll say if we still have elections is exactly why people take issue with your politics.
Jesus.
What's wrong? What's wrong, fat bitch?
Oh, no.
I drink what I want, when I want.
Hey there.
So what is all this racist ass shit that you've been saying?
What the fuck? Only 10 were actually kids? Ugh. So that means they're going to end up being sent to a high school with kids and they're an adult?
Well, I mean...
Don't forget homophobic.
Oh, yeah.
Misogynistic.
Chance of success, number of women involved. Is this for video games? No, it's for a relationship. Yeah, I would have agreed with it either way. So yeah, for everything? It seems that way, doesn't it?
Transphobic.
Let's just be gay, guys.
0.6% of the population. But if you
Where
look
are
at
my
media
bro
representation,
jobs?
you think that they're like 10 or 20%.
Fat phobic.
You guys notice there aren't any fat people in this game?
Poor people.
And I would reduce foreign aid by about 80%. I would even take people that were residents of the country. If they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job, I'd deport them too. You know, there are just some things that you see that really put things into perspective, don't they?
One more dawn, one more day, one day more.
So we need to make it too big to rig? That's a fact. Well, we thought we did that with Black Myth Wukong, but unfortunately, the Game Awards was using the 3/5 compromise, where Chinese players only count for 3/5 of a vote of an American player, right, guys?
That doesn't even make sense.
Somebody took a picture of me and my stomach was sticking out a bit, and I just stopped eating food. I stopped. No, obviously you don't need any food. Look at that. If you needed food, you wouldn't look like that.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Body shaming? It's not body shaming, it's body accountability. Okay, you've got to be accountable for being a fat piece of shit.
Deja vu all over again.
Well, I already said that before. You win 9 wars and you suck 1 dick. I don't think it's going to be anything damaging for Trump that's going to come out. People say it's like a mob boss. Like, he probably would have edited the files or changed them or something like that. I don't think he would want to release the files if they would incriminate him to be a pedophile, right?
I need Asmon to square his approval of Trump with the recognition that he'd manipulate the documents that would expose him as a pedophile, and that doing so would make the entire file release worthless because you wouldn't know what was legitimate and what was altered for the benefit of Trump or the people Trump would want to protect.
You know, we'll see what happens.
Oh my god, now Claudia Scheinbaum is a Karen because she doesn't want to send the Mexican military to fight the cartels.
Do you remember what I said yesterday about how a Karen mind has to exist inside of a bureaucracy?
Wait. By the way, I don't know if Asmongold is knowingly co-opting these talking points. This might sound a little crazy, but the fixation on women thing is like a... I don't know if I would call it a neo-Nazi talking point, but there's this concept or this idea. The people that talk about repeal the 19th say that because women have like more emotion and more hormones and they're like weaker humans, the problem with women is that when women start voting, they'll vote to replace everybody in ordinary society, and then will be destroyed from within because of women voters. So when Asmongold made that reference earlier about how like women like want to replace us with other people, that was what that reference was to, which is, I feel like that's like a... I don't know how to say it strictly that's neo-Nazism, but it's like very close.
Hey, Raider.
I can't see. Got him. Okay.
Like a bureaucracy and the mind of a Karen are one and the same thing. This is it. So let me get this straight. Because the law says you can't go after the people that are causing problems, then I guess we just have to let the people cause problems. No, you change the law or you ignore it. If you have a rule and the rule leads you to chaos, what reason do you have the rule for?
Because we're not all Anton Chigurh thinking in
Yeah, I was going to say, hello? Okay.
Absolutes about a coin toss dictating life and death.
Never actually give a fuck about rules, guys. Like, every rule can be changed. Every rule was written by a council of old geriatric retards. Obviously, you have to follow the law as an individual citizen, but whenever you're talking about like how to change your country and how to improve your country, you should not look at the existing rules and say, well, that's as far as we can go.
Does he realize this perspective completely undoes literally every argument that he's made about immigration that isn't justified by cultural bias?
Your chat became anti-Semitic as fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like Jewish people, and they don't like Israel, and she's a Jew.
Problem?
That's true. Like, in an unmoderated platform, that's what happens. I don't agree with that. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't even really like. I don't like what Israel's government's doing. I think Israel's government's problematic in a lot of ways. But if you want me to go around and like ban every single person that said something that you might see as anti-Semitic, that's just not going to happen. Like, if you think they're saying something bad, just report them. And the crazy stuff does get banned. I don't want to hear this. I don't care about this. The words mean nothing to me. Okay, like don't waste my fucking time.
You're not personally anti-Semitic, but you're not willing to actually do anything about anti-Semitism within your sphere.
Yes, that's right. So if you kill the people that are being violent, then you're just going to have more violence. No. So at first they came for the cartels, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't part of the cartels. And after that, they came after the drug dealers and murderers, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a drug dealer and murderer. And then after that, they stopped coming for people because the problems went away.
You have completely missed the point, and also that was anti-Semitic, so good job. Why do I need to explain that it's actually much harder to deal with people who have guns than just throwing the military at them? That there's a real human cost to these choices, and that we should be wary of leaders who are so enthusiastic about their willingness to throw people in the meat grinder just because overall you have more to expend.
Oh, by the way, fascism is when the government is controlled by a paramilitary organization that kills people extrajudicially.
That is not what fascism is. More hating women.
That's right, you stupid bitch. Get out of here.
Actually, you know what? Let me give you a rundown. Wikipedia says fascism is characterized by support for a dictatorial leader.
I don't think it's going to be anything damaging for Trump that's going to come out.
Centralized autocracy.
Hired 250,000 government workers overall. Nobody fucking quit.
Good. It should have been more.
Militarism.
Because it's the right thing to do. It is. Absolutely. Blow up the boats.
Forcible suppression of opposition.
Hey, I have a fucking, like a directive, a mandate by God, okay? To get rid of as much of this woke millennial slop that I possibly can. And that's why I do it, by the way. I do it because I know it bothers them. It upsets them and it bothers them and it scares them. And I will continue doing it until they stop doing the things that I don't like.
Belief in a natural social hierarchy.
I would even take people that were residents of the country. If they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job, I'd deport them too. And so guys should have a complete monopoly on making games? Yes.
Subordination of individual interests for the perceived interest of the nation or race.
I would want to use the military to deport every illegal alien in the country. I would want to bring back insane asylums and put crazy people in insane asylums. So just put them in jail. Simple.
And strong regimentation of society and the economy.
And if girls want to make games, they should make their own games. You have Stardew Valley. You have Animal Crossing, you have Pokemon.
Opposed to more left-wing ideologies such as democracy.
Okay. I think that in 2026, if they have the midterm elections...
Britannica says the characteristics are extreme militaristic nationalism.
Not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here.
Contempt for electoral democracy.
They're January 6ing, I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing.
A belief in a natural social hierarchy and the rule of elites.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, fired 80%...
Wait a second. Yeah, I'm starting to think this Asmongold guy is not a very good dude.
Of the staff, and nothing changed to the product. In fact, I think the product got better.
And a desire to create a German word that I'm not going to try pronouncing.
If you have a rule, and the rule leads you to chaos, what reason do you have the rule for? And now we have the Karens going to jail. Oh my God!
Webster's defines fascism as a populist political philosophy, movement, or regime.
And so you never, ever, ever do that. Always base things off of what you think.
That exalts nation and often race above the individual.
Then why the fuck do we keep importing people?
That is associated with a centralized autocratic government.
Because the law says you can't go after the people that are causing problems, then I guess we just have to let the people cause problems. No, you change the law or you ignore it.
Headed by a dictatorial leader.
And do you not feel bad for telling people to vote for him? No. No, he's done a lot of things that I agree with.
And that's characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and by forceful suppression of opposition.
And people like this, in my opinion, they need to be put in a mental institution and just kept there until they stop being crazy or they die. I don't know, either one. But yeah, it's not.
And even if you take all of those as left-wing biased shills, Conservapedia says that the characteristics of fascism include a belief that the state is more important than the individual.
So the U.S. government can read a license plate with a satellite, but you think that a Twitter post that said that the people were innocent is more accurate than that.
A leaning towards authoritarian government and violence.
If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. Even if you stole.
Preference for centralized economic planning.
And if they don't want to get along with that, then I wouldn't give them access to the American economy and I would heavily tariff them.
An emphasis on nationalism and national traditions.
And you're coming in there with something on your head, well, you're breaking the rule. I don't give a fuck about your religion. Nobody cares. If you don't like it, go the fuck back to where you came from and then go live over there.
Militarism.
If you put experienced Navy SEALs and generals that actually want to end this war, how long do you think it would take them to totally figure out, map out, and completely eliminate every single one of those people? I would say less than 6 months.
Information control and censorship.
If it's a hoax, then just release it and show everybody that it's bullshit.
Media propagation of the great leader, which demonizes and trivializes his critics.
If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people.
And a rejection of both free enterprise and socialism in favor of corporatist economic policies.
Good. They weren't doing their job.
The characteristics of fascism also include rampant cronyism and corruption.
Yeah, he's mentioned, but that doesn't mean he did anything wrong.
As well as rigged elections.
If they have the midterm elections.
And a general disdain for free speech and human rights.
A human rights violation. According to who? Somebody who disagrees with you?
True.
Oh, okay.
True.
Well, let's just listen to them tell you why you're wrong. No, I don't think so.
Fascism has several tenets to it, with enough fluidity between them that no pillar is truly central until it needs to be, and then it can be replaced with another depending on what is necessary at the time to placate the masses. You might have...
True. Wait, hold on. I need to focus on this. I can't listen to this while I do this. 1 second. I've always said this for a long time for conservatives. I think we're way past the point now where it's like, if you just describe...
Hello there!
Socialism, or... Oh, he said hi. If you just describe fascism in like other terms, like they'd be fine with it. Just don't use the word fascism, but like just describe all of the other things related to it, and most like conservatives would be okay with it. I think we're pretty well into that now with Lay Trump. Okay. I'm gonna shoot this guy with lots of grenades. Are you serious? No. This gun sucks. I will be happy when I die. Some poor fuck somewhere got this gun and is like, oh, it's purple, it's so good. It's so fucking trash. Okay, stop moving. Stop. Does he ever stop? You know what? I can hit him while he's moving. Doesn't matter. Okay. Really? How many fucking grenades? Takes like 20 if you don't hit its weak spots. Is that actually true? Hit weak spot for maximum damage. Do you have to hit the weak spot with the grenade? It's just a fucking grenade. It should just explode. It's an explosion. Oh. All right. Nothing of value here. Okay. Hold on. That back spot. Wait, it blew up. Nope. No! Can somebody else shoot it, please? Hello? Oh, I almost fucking just lost my fucking mind. Oh my god, there's a hero! Ah! No! Let me just waste all my medical supplies. Did somebody just jump off? Bro, you guys are crazy. The fuck was that? Oh, that poor guy, the hero down there. Does anybody have a defib for that guy? Hello? A thing? One thing? Oh, two things. Three things. Actually, that was good for me. Holy shit, actually, I got out really good here. This... Damn, this guy had some shit.
Head home at the loading bay metro. Let's take that metro entrance.
Go to the spaceport and hunt them there with 2 to 3 tailblazer grenades. Do you need a light bulb?
I have no space, but yes.
Hello.
Give him a core? Bruh, I spent 4 million nades on it. That's my kill, motherfucker. Deadline one-shots them, Destiny. Hop on top like that guy did and plant it. Instant kill for only 5k. Do you buy deadlines?
I got your 6, brother. Look at me going.
Once heard that fascism means an enemy that is simultaneously strong enough to negatively affect your life, but weak enough that it can be easily fought and defeated.
This is the enemy of America, right here.
This is the means by which that enemy is created, and the populace is held in a constant state of war against them. When a pillar is moved, so too is the definition of the enemy.
We need to start looking at people that are crazy, and we need to put all of the crazy people in a box that says mental institution, and we just keep them there. And then everybody else can live in paradise.
We just need to keep women out of things that I don't like.
Yes.
strictly enforced a law on immigrants and the mentally ill, which includes queer people.
Yeah, it's too brutal. We'll make them do big rocks and little rocks. Well, yeah, I don't think we should kill them. I don't think so at all. It's a waste of labor.
Bully people into conformity.
It was a psyop by fat women to make their body types seen as attractive in the public eye.
Lie when it benefits you.
Lie on your resume, lie in your interview, lie in your tutorial, lie while you're doing your job. And the only time you don't do that is if it's against the law. Terrible advice. That worked for me.
Don't trust a decadent elite.
One thing that I've learned doing anything professionally is that the people that are experts and veterans in certain industries, and I think almost all industries, are generally brain-dead retards.
Embrace the traditional level of anti-Semitism.
If they want to unban Sneeko, I'd be fine with that. I like Sneeko. I think he's a great guy. I don't agree with everything he says, obviously.
Down with the Yahood! Down with the Yahood!
So, yeah, I think they should unban him. Why wouldn't they? It's been driving me fucking crazy because I just keep forgetting about it. And
wait!
Magnify. Yeah, Asmongold has been. We got to do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet.
Oh, God.
Now, I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You're just making this up because you don't want somebody that you disagree with to be on the fucking computer, right?
You're saying that Hitler was not a bad guy?
If we're going to say Hitler bad, then I'm going to say Churchill bad, and I'm going to say Roosevelt bad, and I'm going to say they're all bad. But if we look at him as a product of his time in that moment...
I think loving Hitler is bad. Absolutely, it's bad.
Support conspiracy theories.
Somebody else is running our government. Who?
Fucking base. Absolutely 100% true. I completely agree with him.
I mean, the answer seems to be clear. There's no question Epstein was working with Israel.
Israel was gaining a benefit from him, but I think it could be possible that Epstein could have been an unwilling participant.
Ignore the law so we can kill all the people who are causing problems.
Epstein was innocent. They told him those girls were older. True.
Every rule was written by a council of old geriatric retards.
And then society will be perfect. Why does Asmon take offense to being called a fascist? In the 1 week I've watched him, hell, just today, he has endorsed every core aspect of the ideology.
And we just keep them there. And then everybody else could live in paradise.
Also, why does the "and then we would have paradise" line sound so familiar?
No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
He's saying the same thing Nick Fuentes said.
Everybody else is going to be... Everything in the world is going to instantly get better. The whole world is going to improve instantaneously. We just put all the crazy people in a box, and then everybody else can go do what they want. And now I get this. I get this. I don't even know what that is. It's a bigger number. A yeller.
What are these grenade things you're talking about? Can I buy them or not? Oh, grenades.
XQC says Asmongold has been pretty unhinged the last few months and calls his chat pretty radical. Maybe I take it a little bit too far.
1,000 damage.
And I generally don't really explain what I think because I think that in doing so, you capitulate to people that are bad actors. Like, I think anybody going out there saying some crazy genocidal mass murder person is...
Okay, if I jump on his back and I plant this and get away, he will die? That's what you're telling me. That's what you're telling me. Put this on his back and he will die. Can you craft it? No. Let's fucking do it. Let's try it. Fuck it, bro.
It's good. I think that, yeah, you should probably get suspended for that. Again, like, I take somebody like him saying something like this about me, like, actually seriously, and I'll think about it, rather than, you know, like a Reddit thread or like a tweet or something like that, especially from somebody that I know doesn't even like me, doesn't even know me, right? And so that's it.
When Mel Brooks took his script for the producers to his producer,
Lure Grenade or Showstopper? Isn't a Lure Grenade better?
Context of characters in the
Or, I'm sorry, isn't a Showstopper better? Because doesn't he blow up the Lure Grenade instantly? I think a Showstopper is better.
Because they said Hitler.
Satire of Adolf Hitler, even if it was in the context of characters in the story trying to be offensive on purpose.
Because they said Hitler is too strong, too menacing. How about springtime for Mussolini?
This was 1966, and memories of the Holocaust were still fresh in the minds of people who had been liberated from the camps, as well as the soldiers who did the liberating. To make light of this was to make light of their trauma, and Hitler was the personification of it. But Mel pushed on and said it had to be Hitler, because he understood something they didn't, that the joke he was making wasn't at the expense of the audience. He wasn't really trying to make a joke at all. He was trying to reveal one. In The Producers, the characters are trying to put on a sincere performance of a show that glorifies Hitler, actual Nazi propaganda, but a last-minute substitution of the actor who plays the Führer himself with the cross-dressing director they hired for the play meant that instead of a serious performance, they got a whimsical one.
I don't need this. No, I do want. No, I don't need it.
Now leave me alone.
And that one change completely upends the context. It reveals the extent of the pageantry and the absurdity that made the Nazis' propaganda so effective. It was the very fact itself that you couldn't make
Wait, Showstopper only stops him from moving? He will keep shooting?
They used to build themselves up on the fact that it all had the implicit threat of violence behind it.
You're lying.
You were saying?
The more absurd it was, the greater the strength it conveyed. And once the threat was removed, all that was left was the insecurity that comes with telling people not to laugh at you.
I got you, King. I got you. Kaya. Kaya, please. Get down.
The Führer had no clothes. Stop me if you've heard this one. A man goes to the doctor, says he's depressed. Life isn't worth living anymore. The doctor says the cure is simple. Go see the great clown Pagliacci. The man bursts into tears. He says, but doctor, I am Pagliacci. There's a lot of fear, a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and a lot of pain. And there's a lot of anxiety. And the anxiety entrenches all the rest because it tells you that change is impossible, that being happy is perpetually out of reach, that other people will reject you. So you reject them first. You accept the labels put on you as a badge of honor, because at least then it's on your own terms.
Look, I am a Mongoloid. That's not something to be proud of. It is something to be proud of. You want to talk racism? I can be way more racist than you, Angloid.
Maybe Asmongold is happy in the way he lives his life, but his presentation as someone who's happy is why he's so popular. For some, he's the clown, unaware that people are laughing at him.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the research was done in a way that was bad?
And for others, he's the aspiration. Instead of needing to change, you can simply learn to not care what people think.
You get all these strings attached to you.
Wait. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, this room is such good loot. Fuck! I can't believe I'm wasting my time in here with this fucking showstopper trying to kill a bastard. Okay.
Hey there.
Okay. Wait, is somebody trying to blow it up already? Okay. Whew. Okay. No! No! I fucked up! Wait, why is he already dead? Oh, he's not dead. Oh, he's not dead. He's not dead at all. How to say the Arab prayers? Fuck. No, come back. Okay. 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 No! No! Okay. Okay, shh. Do they have ears? Like, if I run, can they hear me? Do they, like, react to sound, or do they only react to things they see? You gotta climb on top? Do I need to put it on top of it, or do I need to put it on its back? Woo! Woo! Thanks for the help. How many of these Bastion cores do they normally drop? I just need one more. Please? Oh, that's all I needed.
If you are...
Woo! God. Damn. Fucking toasted this thing. Give him a core. He left. Fuck him. I need this for Mootin.
Hey man. Trying to get out of here?
Fuck. Never mind. I should go this guy thing.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
How do I...
First game after the white. Oh, I'm struggling.
Oh, first game after the...
No way. For real? Thank you.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, man. Good luck with your
Happy holidays,
That's what that guy sounds like. Okay. Jesus.
Bro, and you get enough strings attached to you and you become a puppet.
But no one is truly capable of doing that because we see other people as what they present and we see ourselves as what we feel. That's what self-talk is built out of. Your inner monologue uses the face of someone else to speak, but it uses your voice. If you're worried someone else will laugh at you, that's because you think something is worth making fun of.
People going for stupid time?
And that makes people put up their guard and reject vulnerability and deny themselves what they feel and what would make them happy. It's easier to be numb than it is to be sad, but really you aren't numb because all that pressure you need to push down those feelings just makes them that much more forceful.
I'm a nice, easygoing man. I might be a little bit indecisive at times.
Lashing out at perceived slights, looking for some justification to allow yourself to embrace the negativity. The Sopranos was a show all about how Tony was constantly pushing down his feelings in order to force himself into the idea of who he wanted to be and how miserable it made him as a result. Breaking Bad is the same. So is practically every Martin Scorsese movie. We make ourselves miserable because we try to fit ourselves into other people's molds. And the more warped it makes us, the more we squeeze to try and fit. And so, like Asmon said about conspiracies, you feel worse, and so you put up more defenses, and that makes you feel even worse, so you put up even more. And eventually, you're sitting alone, constantly needing to justify to yourself that this is okay, because everyone else is terrible anyway. And at that point, the solution shifts from putting up more guards yourself to getting everyone else to put up their own.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Whoa!
Women are Karens, immigrants are criminals, woke is trying to take over. I've talked about horseshoe theory throughout all of this, and this is the true point of connection. A desire to have the world conform to your standard so that everyone has the same guards up.
Pretty soon, everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
In a moment where Asmon tries to put forward the idea that people who commit political violence can be judged on the politics because they're acting in a way that's crazy, he manages to touch on the issue I'm talking about.
Like, you shouldn't be looking at what they're saying and trying to blame this on a political party. Yeah, obviously, like, you can talk about how political parties, like, enable violence and certain types of rhetoric, etc. And their mindset it is so far removed from what an average person believes or thinks or behaves. So you trying to use logic to reverse engineer their thinking won't work because they didn't use logic to get there in the first place.
Asmon's touching on the idea that you can't rational someone out of an idea they got to irrationally. I don't think that's necessarily a universal truth, but I do think this is an awareness you need to have about yourself and your own understanding of how you come to certain conclusions. The fundamental issue Asmon misses here is that the rhetoric and political ideology are what create the thought process in people capable of committing violence. It's not that they couldn't find other excuses, it's that the ideology and the rhetoric are how people come to conclusions about how to live and how to act. Someone who isn't a Nazi wouldn't necessarily believe that it's heroic to sacrifice yourself in a blaze of glory for a cause dedicated to racial superiority, but when you're a Nazi, that's the goal. Politicians and pundits provide the means by which we can turn the inscrutable feelings we have about the world into something we can put words to. Some people will find themselves attracted to certain ideas and descriptions that satisfy certain feelings at the expense of others, and the result is that they won't ever be able to deal with the underlying problems they have, creating the frustration that leads to stronger outbursts.
Some people find Jesus, some people find Alex Jones, some people find Antifa.
Saying that someone's mental illness is the main culprit is thought terminating. It allows you to justify and hold on to a way of thinking that continues to ignore deeper problems you might have, instead of trying to reconcile what it is about your ideology that could drive people in that direction.
Research doesn't lie, Jenna, unless us know what we're thinking. What's too boring, what's too gay, what's too old?
The most common belief in the people who commit violent political acts is that they are ultimately saving people. The white supremacists think they're saving vulnerable white people from racial domination, the extremists on the far left think they're saving vulnerable people from their own persecution, and everyone thinks at some level that the Jews are behind it all. Ultimately, in both cases, these actions are about satisfying those surface level feelings at the expense of the deeper ones.
At least I can deal with my own problems, unlike some I know.
And the endless analysis we get of what motivation people have are in turn about soothing that denial in everyone who will, in some way, do the same thing without the violent tendencies. But it is the ideologies on the right that put more focus on the idea of committing this kind of violence. That there is glory in the fight, and that blood and honor are the most important things.
And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
This is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing each other and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
And while we can find the fictional narratives that explore these beliefs fun, we have to recognize that when they're brought into the real world, they're destructive to how we interact with one another. In truth, it's a way to force people to feel the way you do, and there are people who will take advantage of that. I think that's the biggest irony here. Every claim about Karens Asmon has made is one that he himself has endorsed, but on his terms.
This is bad. I am so fucking upset, and these retards are sitting here making these award shows for other retards, and it's making me mad. They never get challenged to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness.
His chat even does the same practice of overqualifying questions as sincere to avoid making Asmon mad. I've been there. It sucks, but it's a choice. And though Asmon would say that I'm calling it a choice because I want you to choose differently, I'm really telling you that I want it to be your decision. Whether you stay the same or you try something different, you should do it on your own terms, and not because of what someone else tells you is the right way to be. If you think the world will judge you for it, think about whether it's really what the world thinks, or if it's what you're afraid of the world thinking. It might feel safe to have a wall between you and everyone else, but if the person you don't want to spend time with is yourself, all you've done is build your own trap. Not caring what people think comes from accepting the vulnerability of others so that they can accept the vulnerability of you. It's an act of trust, and all Asmongold has really taught me over the course of this week is that he doesn't trust anyone.
I never trust studies. I never trust experts. I don't trust anybody. The thing that I trust is what I think. All of these different media companies, they are all biased. None of them should be trusted. The only people you should trust are individual YouTube creators, and even them you should take with a massive grain of salt, even including me.
He wants you to feel like you can't laugh at the performance. But I can tell you, looking in from outside, there's nothing worth being afraid of.
If you can't be happy by yourself and you can't be happy by just simply living your life normally, then the problem isn't really with the world, it's with you. And I think that if you can listen to yourself and you can take part in things that you enjoy and you're not doing it for somebody else or for some other reason, you can end up being a happy person. There are people who can find the bad in the good, and there are people who can find the good in the bad. And I think that if you're around a person that finds bad things inside of good things, that is like the closest that you can be to a vampire in your entire life. They are toxic, awful, obnoxious, exhausting, tiresome, annoying, just shitty people, right? They are energy vampires. The moment that you think about something else making you happy or somebody else making you happy or something like that, you have already lost the game. You have to base that off of what you want and what you want to do. That's the only thing that matters. But I think at a certain point, people don't want to take accountability for themselves in their own situation, and they want to look at some external factor and then try to blame that instead. Happiness is a state of lying to yourself that life has no meaning? Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, happiness to me is getting a bag of beef jerky. Happiness to me is finishing a stream and being able to lay down in my nice bed and, you know, I can just relax. Basically, I think everything has to come from within yourself. And if you don't do that, you've got a lot of problems. I could go back and forth about it over and over, but that's basically what I'm saying, okay? Yeah, that's about it. How many soda cups? I don't know, like a lot. Anyway, guys, yeah, I'm going to do this, and, sweet. I'll be right back.
Do you get why Asmongold is so appealing to so many people? I mean, he's very gamer coded. So like he has a very masculine like disposition and delivery for all of his stuff. He plays video games, so he's got like the credibility. He's got history, so he's already got an established audience. He's a smart person. He's obviously got if we believe in a verbal IQ, I don't know if that's a real thing, but he speaks well. He can like watch stuff and give you some kind of take on it that's going to be whatever the standard kind of populist take is. And then, you know, he's got his community, you know what to expect. He's very like safe and comfortable. You're not going to Asmongold's stream to be like critically challenged much with, you know, your beliefs. Yeah, I think there's always, like, he always seems like relatively calm or unbothered. He tries to be funny. I don't know if he's ever actually upset or mad, only when he plays games. Yeah. Jesus. I still think one of the biggest issues with a lot of these fucking content creators on Twitch is they just have they don't ever come into contact with people who disagree with them. Everybody is so fucking isolated now. Everybody's so tunneled into their own shit because they know that they can't reasonably justify, I guess, any of their crazy beliefs to anybody else. And I think that when you get locked into that, then I think that you start to get more, like, you get radicalized, like, very, 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 very quickly. Where is the, there's some stupid video of, like, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Oh, wait, it's this.
The Chernobyl X.
Is it this? There's a thing that has, like, these things that bounce around.
Here you see the control rods with the graphite displays has got stuck.
You can see like how quickly the reaction gets fucked once it gets like past a certain point or whatever. And it like grows, I think exponentially is the correct term. But I think this video will play for like, the original one might be like a minute or something. Right. But like as soon as you can have people that have different ideologies that interact with each other for months or years and years. And then as soon as you scuttle off into your own corner, I think like very, very, very quickly, you can start to get into some crazy fucking areas, which is not good. Maybe it's just me, but I can see the appeal in Hassan. With Asmon, I literally don't get it at all, man. Really? That's crazy to me. I feel like my demeanor is much more similar to Asmongold than it is to Hassan. Like, I feel like Vosh, me, Asmongold have like a similar demeanor or disposition. And Hassan would be the one that's a little bit out there. Let me connect real quick. Dracula, Dogma, Unconscious, Kryptonite, Frankenstein, Fixation, Achilles' Heel, Superman, Oedipus Complex, Soft Spot, Little Red Riding Hood, Linklater, Downfall, Darth Vader, Bratz, and Super Ego. Are these things associated with Freud? Bad guys? The fuck is Linklater? Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, one of these is gonna be stupid. Dracula, Frankenstein. Is Dogma a bad guy? Is this like a movie or some bullshit? Linklater. Oh my god. Hold on. A link, a brat, a dog, like a hot dog, and a Frank. I'm a god. I'm a god. I can't even believe I'm a god. I pre-played this. I don't even know how. Just my god. My god. You know what? I feel like I can throw out a 965 right now. Fuck this fucking bullshit ass fucking laggy bullshit. One more. Fuck this game. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. I love you.